Chapter 214. Sulin led a dozen officials into the prison. As soon as they entered, the light dimmed instantly. The surroundings quieted down involuntarily. A gust of chilly wind blew through the passageway, causing the officials to shiver involuntarily. Although it was daytime, the passageway was still very cold. The lights on the walls were also somewhat dim. Under the dim light, the lifelike murals on the walls gave people a sense of immersion. The ferocious beasts and evil spirits on the murals seemed to jump out at any moment. The screams and wails of the people on the murals seemed to be right next to their ears. The various tortures made people tremble in fear. Sulin was very satisfied with the expressions of these people. This prison was only ineffective against the prison guards and wardens. However, once they violated the prison system, they would be treated the same way. The dim passageway was very long. Due to the lack of light, it gave people the feeling that this path was endless and led to the Styx River or the land of death. The ferocious sculptures that appeared a short distance away sent chills down one's spine under the dim light. All the shameful things that one had done in the past, or things that violated the law and morals, would appear in one's mind once again and begin to magnify. Then, one would involuntarily compare the consequences of the things that one had done to the painting on the wall just now. Many people revealed fear and paleness as they walked. It was not easy for them to walk through the passageway of the prison. When they reached the inside, there were all kinds of torture instruments. The environment of the prison made their hearts, which had just relaxed, tense again. Many people cried bitterly. Some even knelt down and complained about their mistakes while crying bitterly and begging for punishment. When everyone came out of the prison and saw the bright sunlight again, they suddenly felt like they had seen the light of day again. Sulin opened the attributes of these people to check. Soon, he found that these people had an additional talent of fairness and integrity. Looking at these people's pale faces and sweating profusely, Sulin was secretly pleased. Next, Sulin had a cordial conversation with these officials. He encouraged them and highly praised their work. Then he asked them to put down their ideological burdens and go back to work. After training this group of officials, Sulin continued to send people to bring the other officials here in batches. Then he asked the prison guards to take this group of people on a tour of the prison. Soon, the same scene appeared again 10 minutes later. Sulin skillfully encouraged this group of frightened officials and asked them to go back to work again. Following this pattern, after spending a day, all the grassroots officials had toured the prison. Then this ideological education course was also promoted to the middle-level officials. The effect was still remarkable. From today onwards, there was a new rule in the northern city. All officials had to come to the prison for ideological education before they officially took up their jobs. Only after ideological education could they start work. After a period of ideological education in prison, the officials of Northern Battlefront City instantly became honest and just. All kinds of abuse of power, corruption, and bribery in the past all disappeared. The operation of the entire city became smoother. The data showed that the prosperity of the city and the progress of the construction had improved. Just as the officials of a northern city were receiving ideological education, Sulin's training ground was also upgraded. The upgraded training ground didn't seem to have changed much. Some tools were added, but the attributes had changed a lot. Training ground, dodge training enhancement plus 28, difficulty increase plus 25, strength suppression plus 24, reflex training plus 25, training bonus plus 22, durability plus 25, smooth operation plus 26. Seeing the upgraded training ground, Sulin was eager to try it out. After quickly installing the machine, Sulin began to train. The most obvious feeling was that after the training ground was opened, Sulin immediately felt an invisible force surrounding his body. This force restrained his strength. Then, the difficulty of the training also skyrocketed. The training that Sulin could handle easily became difficult again. In the end, he finished today's training in a sorry state. However, the training effect was very good. The experience points gained were twice as much as before. With the improvement of the training effect, Sulin felt that it wouldn't take long for him to master a new dodge ability. After the northern city's army was reorganized for a while, Sulin began to prepare for the next step of expansion. This time, he set his sights on the Duergar in the underground world. The Grey Dwarves were the cousins of the dwarves. They were also good at mining and smithing, and they were quite strong, too. The dwarven warriors were quite famous. If they could recruit the Grey Dwarves, Northtown's weapons smithing standards and military strength would improve once again. However, it wasn't easy to enslave the Duergar. Sulin planned to take the drows, centaurs, and barbarians with him. As for the humans, they weren't suitable to fight in the underground world. Sulin brought Hathaway, Karina, and 1,000 soldiers to the entrance of the northern city's mine that led to the underground world. After opening the steel door, the group quietly entered the passage to the underground world. This time, Sulin planned to sneak up on the Duergar. He took out the sky lantern and cast group invisibility. Then, the northern city's army disappeared into the passage. In order to deal with the environment of the underground world, Sulin chose the warriors with dark vision. The drows had the strongest dark vision, with 120 feet of dark vision. As for the barbarians and centaurs, they had 30 feet of dark vision. However, this dark vision was enough. After all, the Underdark wasn't completely dark. A large number of fluorescent plants provided dim light. The dark passage didn't cause too much trouble for the army. After the drows arrived, they were like fish in water. Some of the underground salamanders in the passage were killed as soon as they appeared. In the face of the army, these monsters couldn't resist at all. Because they had been through this passage before, the army moved forward quickly. After about half an hour, the army walked out of the narrow passage. "It's so beautiful here," Hathaway said with an infatuated expression as she looked at the fluorescent spores floating back and forth in the air. Indeed, the fluorescent plants, unique to the underground world, made the originally dark world brilliant. The Underdark represented the entire underground world. It could be a single huge space, or it could be an underground cavern connected by countless tunnels. According to the planetary void theory, most worlds had an underground world. Sulin wasn't interested in the formation of the underground world. He was interested in the rich mineral resources and slaves of the underground world. Wow, this is shadow grass. This is ghost face mushroom. This is dark night flower. After coming to the underground world, Hathaway quickly found a lot of magical plants. These magical plants were the specialty of the Underdark. They were all precious potion materials. Hathaway excitedly took out her tools and prepared to collect them. "Don't rush." Sulin grabbed Hathaway, who was eager to try. Then, under her puzzled gaze, he pointed to the shadows behind the plants. With the fluorescent spores floating in the air, Hathaway finally saw the monster hiding in the shadows. An underground serpent was lurking in the dark corner. This kind of underground serpent liked to hide in the dark and launch sneak attacks. They had a big mouth full of sharp teeth, looking ferocious and terrifying. Once they bit their target, they wouldn't let go easily. They were very dangerous hunters in the underground world. However, since the underground serpent was discovered, it was easy to deal with. Sulin took out a javelin and threw it. The javelin's powerful force made it so fast that the underground serpent didn't even have time to react. The javelin pierced through its head. After killing the underground serpent, Hathaway collected the magical plants. The army then continued to advance along the tunnel. This time, Sulin didn't go to the Kobold tribe. Instead, he went directly to the giant void where the Grey Dwarves city was. With the presence of the drows, the army of Northtown City didn't encounter any difficulties. Some hook horrors, underground salamanders, and underground serpents living in the underground world were quickly eliminated. Soon, Sulin led the army to the Grey Dwarf City. With the effect of invisibility, Sulin didn't have to worry about being discovered by the Grey Dwarves. The fluorescent moss at the top of the void gave a faint light to the underground world. The Grey Dwarf City could be seen clearly in the distance. Due to the dangerous environment of the underground world, there weren't many field soldiers outside the Grey Dwarf City. It was a far cry from Northtown City's tens of thousands of acres. They were more used to building their land inside the city. This way, even if a battle broke out, the fields wouldn't be destroyed by the enemy. Sulin nodded to Hathaway. Hathaway took out her staff and began to cast a spell. Because she had to suppress the magic waves to the minimum, Hathaway's casting speed wasn't fast. The spell, which could be cast almost instantly, took almost a minute. Warlock's eye. 5 translucent eyeballs appeared in the air. With a gentle wave of his hand, the Warlock's eye flew towards the Grey Dwarf city. The Warlock's eye didn't get too close to avoid being discovered. Although the underground world didn't have a clear division of day and night like the surface world, they still had time devices. The fluorescent moss also changed its brightness with the time. It was still daytime in the underground world. Sulin had enough patience to wait for the Grey Dwarfs to rest. About 2 hours later, the city of the Duergar began to quiet down, and the fluorescent moss on the dome began to dim. Some of the Grey Dwarves who were working outside the city also returned to the city. Sulin planned to launch a sneak attack at midnight, so the soldiers of Northtown City took the time to rest, except for a few scouts. Hathaway, on the other hand, controlled the Warlocks to keep an eye on the Grey Dwarf city. Time passed quickly. Sulin took out the magic clock made by Hathaway and looked at the time. He waved his hand, and the army of Northtown City silently advanced towards the Grey Dwarf city. Chapter 2:15. Wizard eyes had been monitoring the movements of the Grey Dwarf city from high up in the sky. The army of Northtown City slowly but surely advanced toward the city with the help of group invisibility. The land outside the city was flat. Many places were planted with edible fungi, which are the main source of food in the underworld. An underground river ran through the city. The army of Northtown City advanced cautiously. With 1,000 people moving together, even with the invisibility spell, they could still be discovered if they were careless. After all, they were only invisibility spells. Their scents and footprints would still be left behind unless they used spells to erase their tracks. The sound of the flowing river covered the sound of Sulin's army advancing. After more than an hour, Sulin led the army of Northtown City to the edge of the Grey Dwarf city. The Grey Dwarf city was originally carved out of a rock wall. After some repairs, it was built with a large amount of rock. It was unusually sturdy. If they wanted to take down the city using normal methods, they would need to have more than 10 times the number of soldiers and pay a heavy price. However, it was not impossible for Sulin to take down the city. The walls of the Grey Dwarf city might be tall, but it was not much different from a peaceful place for Sulin. A few Grey Dwarf soldiers were dozing off on the walls. Sulin pressed his hand against a rock. He was about to use stone to mud to break a big hole in the wall. "Wait," Hathaway suddenly said, grabbing Sulin's hand. "Is there a problem?" Sulin asked. Hathaway nodded. She stepped forward and touched the wall for a while. This wall was built with obsidian. It was also carved with elemental runic matrices. The entire wall is connected. Hathaway frowned. Because of the elemental runic matrices, it's very difficult to use stone to mud to break a hole in the wall. Also, the runic matrices will immediately send a message if you cast a spell on the wall. "Looks like it's not possible to enter this place quietly," Sulin muttered. He then waved at Karina and said, "There are a few Grey Dwarf guards inside. Let's attack them together and then open the gate." After that, the 3 of them had a simple discussion, and with the help of Fly, they successfully flew up the city wall. Since the Grey Dwarves were not at war during this period, their defense was very lax. There were only 2 sentries on the city wall who were drinking and slacking off in the lee of the wind, and a few other sentries were hiding in the houses nearby. Stunned, Hathaway snapped her fingers, and 2 beams of light flashed. The 2 Duergars hiding in the leeward corner didn't even have time to groan before their eyes rolled back and fell to the ground. Sulin hurriedly reached out to support them, then gently leaned them against the wall and waved at them. Karina and Hathaway then attacked the remaining Duergars in the small room. Stunned, controlling humanoid creatures. Several beams of light flashed, and the sentries who were resting in the room either fainted or were controlled by the spells. Sulin walked into the room, and it was filled with the stench of sweat and alcohol. For Duergars who loved to drink, they would drink a few glasses even if they were on duty. Other than some leftover food, there were also plenty of bottles of alcohol in the room. Sulin casually searched through the Duergars for the key to open the gate. Soon, he found a cloth pouch on one of the Duergars. There was a key, 2 rubies, and a book in the pouch. Sulin flipped through the book and saw that it was a diary. Duergars have a habit of keeping diaries. Sulin casually flipped through the pages. Most of the diary was about the daily life of a Duergar soldier, but the diary still revealed some information. For example, there were about 1,000 Duergars in this city. Sulin also found out who the Duergar's king was from the diary. He also found something even better. King Thorn is too stingy. We dug up a fist-sized ruby from the ground, and he only gave me 20 gold coins and 10 barrels of wine as a reward. He's far worse than his father, Solis. If I'd known, I wouldn't have supported him to become king. It seems that our Duergar's king isn't loved by their people. Sulin shrugged and put the diary back. Karina, let him use the key to open the gate. As you wish, my lord, Karina replied. She snapped her fingers, and the Duergar she had controlled with the humanoid creature control spell walked over with a dull look in their eyes. They picked up the key and walked down the tower. With the key, the gate of the Duergar city was easily opened. Such a big movement must have alarmed a lot of people, but it didn't matter now. Suluin's army had already entered the city. How could the flying dragon riders lose when they pushed the tower to the high ground? The barbarians and drows were the first to enter the city. Half of the centaurs were left outside, and the rest followed in. The large army's movement immediately woke up even more Duergars. Many of them didn't even have time to put on their armor before coming out with their weapons. Sulin took the lead on a tall, black-maned horse. It had to be said that the Duergar city was very majestic. The city streets were 10 meters long and were all paved with a layer of stone. In the center of the city stood a majestic building. It was the royal palace of the Duergars. The building was at least 20 meters tall, and there was a bright magic lamp at the top. Although the whole palace didn't have many luxurious decorations, it was magnificent and dignified. Next to the palace was a shrine, where the deities of the gray dwarves were worshipped. The straight and wide streets, neat and tidy stone houses, and simple and practical stone stairs were filled with the architectural style of the gray dwarves. Before entering the city, Sulin had already checked the layout of the Duergar city with the wizard's eye. The drows leading the team also knew the layout, so they immediately carried out the plan. Some of them were led by Sulin to attack the palace and the shrine. The rest of the northern city's army took the intersections of the streets and separated the Duergars, killing or capturing them bit by bit. According to Sulin's plan, the Duergars were completely different from the gnolls, bugbears, and orcs. Those gnolls and orcs could only work as laborers or be sold to the arena for money, but the Duergars were different. They had exquisite forging skills and were also mining masters. Their fighting skills were also quite good. They were much more valuable than the gnolls and orcs, so it was better to reduce the number of casualties. The Duergars weren't prepared for tonight's sneak attack at all, and many of them panicked when the city gate was taken. Facing the powerful races like barbarians, drows, and centaurs, the Duergars had no advantage at all. They were quickly defeated by the warriors of the northern city. They couldn't win, so they wanted to run, but they found that their short legs couldn't outrun the long legs of the barbarians and drows, not to mention the four-legged centaurs. Seeing that there was no hope of escape, they fought desperately and were beaten back. Many of the Duergars could only choose to surrender. These cunning and selfish Duergars didn't have the thought of facing death with equanimity. Sulin rode his Blackman horse and led the army to the palace. Hathaway and Karina followed closely behind. All the Duergars they encountered along the way were sent flying by Sulin's halberd and fainted. With Sulin's current legendary rank strength, no one was a match for him. Rushing all the way to the gate of the palace, Sulin encountered some decent resistance. 50 dwarf defenders wearing heavy armor and holding axes and hammers had already formed a formation in front of the gate of the palace. Their leader was a dwarf in golden armor and a goat horn helmet. He was glaring angrily at Su Lin with his axes. "Humans, you are now attacking Dwarf King Thorn City. If you retreat now, I can pretend that nothing happened," the armored dwarf said loudly. "I'm about to take down the entire city. I advise you to surrender now. I can guarantee your safety," Su Lin chuckled. "Don't even think about it. The people of Dougal are fearless." "Is that so?" Su Lin didn't waste any more words. He waved his hand and said, "Attack." The barbarians and centaurs behind him threw their axes and javelins. At such a close distance, the javelins were powerful. Even if the dwarven armor was tough, it was still dented by the impact. Some unlucky ones were pierced by the javelins and had their heads blown off instantly. Although some weren't injured, they were knocked back 2 steps by the force of the javelins. The originally neat formation was instantly scattered. Su Lin took the lead and rushed forward. The purple dragon halberd in his hand was surrounded by dazzling lightning. When he rushed to the front of the formation, the purple dragon halberd swept across. The 3 dwarven soldiers in the front row were directly sent flying. Their bodies were entangled by the power of lightning. Although the metal armor had good defense, it had almost no defense against the power of lightning. All the enemies lost their fighting strength when they were hit by Sullen's purple dragon halberd. Su Lin was invincible in the formation. The leading dwarf roared and rushed forward with his axe. However, this dwarf was very cunning. He didn't attack Su Lin. Instead, he swung his axe at the back of the black-maned horse. If he hit, even if the black-maned horse was a product of the system, it would be finished. At the critical moment, Su Lin squeezed the horse's belly. The black-maned horse retreated and instantly kicked back. It just dodged the dwarf's attack and kicked him in the chest, sending him flying far away. Chapter 216. Just as Su Lin was about to catch up and finish him off, a powerful wave of magic suddenly came. The air suddenly became a little cold, and snow-white ice crystals quickly appeared and began to spin. Ice storm! Counterspell! The ice storm that was forming was suddenly interrupted, and the ice crystals suddenly shattered. A gray dwarf dressed as a wizard hiding behind the dwarven army turned pale, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. This was because he was severely injured after his spell was interrupted. He had lost a Hathaway in a battle of will. Then, 5 fireballs flew out from behind and hit the gray dwarf wizard in an instant. An energy shield immediately lit up on the wizard's body, and under the continuous bombardment of 4 fireballs, the energy shield was directly shattered. Then the last fireball directly hit his body. A ball of flame rose up, and a fireball spell that could melt steel exploded. The flames burned, and large chunks of flesh were directly burned into charcoal. Miserable screams of despair sounded like the cries of evil spirits from the abyss, accompanied by the smell of burnt fat that spread out. The energy in Sullen's body flowed, and the lightning on the purple dragon halberd suddenly skyrocketed. Without any hesitation, the dazzling lightning burst out from Sullen's body and enveloped all the gray dwarves in front of him. Thunder Prison. The strong lightning lit up the underground world, and a powerful electric current swept out in an instant. All the dwarves were surrounded by lightning, and their bodies were stiff and could not move. If Su Lin had not controlled the power, these dwarves would have all been burned into charcoal. After a moment, the light disappeared, and all the dwarves were lying on the ground, unable to move. After dealing with these dwarves, Su Lin did not stop and continued to walk to the palace. There was no one else in the palace, and Su Lin found an open tunnel in one of the rooms. Without guessing, the rest of the people in the palace should have escaped from here. Letting the drows chase after the gray dwarves who escaped, Su Lin constantly led people to attack the gray dwarves who were still resisting, and at the same time arranged for people to take over the city. With the last batch of resistance eliminated, the city of gray dwarves fell into Sullen's control. Su Lin locked up all the Duergar in the prison and began to count the spoils of war. "Congratulations, host. You have successfully breached the Duergar city and defeated them. You have obtained a glorious victory, and your name will begin to spread throughout the underworld. Ambush of the Grey Dwarves. Year 1687 of the Huiyue calendar. At the end of June, you led your army through an underground tunnel and ambushed the Grey Dwarf city. The Grey Dwarves were caught off guard by your sudden attack, and Northgard City's army easily obtained a glorious victory. Prestige +5. Congratulations, host. You have conquered the Duergar city and defeated the Dwarven army. You have gained 31,200 EXP. Congratulations, host. You have conquered the Duergar city and defeated the Duergar. You have obtained 3 gold treasure chests and an item, Mount Sachet. Sulen began to check his spoils of war. 3 gold treasure chests and a Mount Sachet. They were far from what he had obtained in the last Orc War, but fortunately, he had conquered the Duergar city. Otherwise, he would have only obtained 1 gold treasure chest at most. After opening the 3 gold treasure chests, 3 rays of golden light flashed, and Sulen heard the system's voice ring in his ears. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a self-created hero template. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the skill, Reduce Enemies' Defense. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the innate skill, Lightning Reflex. Sulen was overjoyed when he saw this self-created hero template. He hadn't obtained this item in a long time, and he didn't think that he would actually obtain it this time. The self-created hero template could turn a normal person into a hero, greatly increasing their potential. It could also be used to force people to maintain absolute loyalty. The 2 uses didn't conflict. As long as the self-created hero template was combined, it represented a hero with legendary potential. It could be said that the value was very high. Sulen put away the self-created hero template and looked at the remaining 2 items. Reduce Enemies' Defense. Battle Spell. Group Effect. A spell that appeared after the system combined the rules of this world. After the spell is cast, it can reduce the enemy's defense by 10% through the power of a curse. Seeing the effect of this spell, Sulen chose to learn it directly. He had just used the skill points he had left behind last time. A light flashed, and a large amount of knowledge about Reduce Enemies' Defense appeared in Sulen's mind. This spell could be cast directly on the enemy's entire army, as long as one's mental strength and strength could keep up. Of course, it would consume a lot of energy and mana. The last chest opened was a Lightning Reflex talent. Sulen already had a legendary battle reflex, and the effects of these 2 talents were similar. Of course, the legendary battle reflex was more powerful, but for talents, it was never a bad thing to have too many of them. Even if it was the most common evasion talent, if you could stack more than a dozen of them, it was estimated that it would really depend on luck if someone wanted to target you in a battle. Many legendary warriors carried more than a dozen talents, and some even had more. Because Sulen's advancement speed was fast, his talents were better than those veteran legendary powerhouses. Now that he had Lightning Reflex, he naturally wouldn't reject it. Lightning Reflex. Your reaction speed has become very fast. Your reaction speed has increased by 10% among all reaction abilities. Originally, with the legendary battle reflex talent, Sulen's attack speed was very fast. Now that he had the lightning reflex talent, Sulen's attack speed had become even faster, and his evasion speed had also increased. It could be said that his overall reaction speed had been improved. Although this battle didn't escalate, Sulen's strength had increased by a lot. After sorting out his gains, Sulen began to count the benefits he had obtained from the Grey Dwarves. The Grey Dwarves had 712 captives, and the rest had died in the battle. These Grey Dwarven slaves were very popular in the human kingdoms, and it was normal for them to be sold for 1 or 200 gold coins. Those skilled blacksmiths were even more difficult to find. Sulen planned to send the skilled Grey Dwarves to the blacksmiths, and let the rest of them work in the mines. Of course, the Grey Dwarf strength was also not bad. Although they were quickly defeated by Sulen's sneak attack, if they were really arranged in a battle formation, although Northern Fortress City could win, they would have to pay a heavy price. The Grey Dwarven defenders were famous heavy infantry in the overworld. As for the Grey Dwarven knights, it was fine to just look at them. It was said that in the First Era, the Grey Dwarven Kingdom had formed a thunderous Fury Legion. More than 500 Grey Dwarves had the bloodline of the Grey Dwarven King, and they had the ability God's Descent. It was the most powerful legion at that time, but such a powerful legion had long since disappeared in the long river of history. The Grey Dwarven Kingdom had long since fallen apart, becoming the Mountain Dwarves, Turin Dwarves, Ironforged Dwarves, and several other Grey Dwarven kingdoms. There weren't many Grey Dwarves with the ability God's Descent, let alone the thunderous Fury Legion from ancient times. Apart from the 700 Grey Dwarven slaves, the greatest wealth in the city was the Grey Dwarves' accumulation. Sulin found a treasury in the Grey Dwarven Palace. The moment he opened it, he was almost blinded by the golden light. The entire Grey Dwarven Kingdom had accumulated hundreds of years of wealth, and the treasury in front of him was filled to the brim. It was like a mountain of gold. The Grey Dwarves loved to mine, and the underground world was very rich in minerals. If the dragons loved gold the most in this world, then the Grey Dwarves were the second. In order to excavate gold, the Dwarven Kingdom had once hollowed out an entire mountain and continued to dig deeper into the ground. In the end, they had even awakened the Balrog, Overlord, who had been in a deep slumber since ancient times. As a result, the Balrog, Overlord, destroyed the Dwarven Kingdom. The Grey Dwarves were also Grey Dwarves, and these Grey Dwarves who loved to mine had accumulated an astonishing amount of gold. Apart from gold, Sulin also found a large number of gems in this treasury. There were rubies, topaz, sapphires, multicolored gems, and all kinds of gems piled up into a small mountain. There were at least several hundred pieces. Moreover, the gems in this treasury were all of high purity. Any one of these gems could be sold for thousands or even tens of thousands of kinar. Apart from gold and gems, there are also a large number of rare metals in this treasury. Sulin even found some abyssal iron, adamantine, crimson fire copper, frost iron, and so on. He even found a small piece of mithril. These things directly made Sulin a huge fortune. Although he had not counted them, there were at least tens of millions of gold in this Grey Dwarven palace. This amount of gold was more than enough for him to build more cities. Of course, if such a large amount of gold was sold in such a short time, it would only cause an economic crisis in the northern provinces. Even if all the goods in the northern provinces were sold to Sulin, they would not be able to get so much gold. Sulin's current problem was that he had too much gold. What should he do? Of course, if Sulin knew some spells that consumed gold, the gold would be used up very quickly. For example, the Dragon's Covenant. He would sign a contract with an adult dragon and summon it into battle. After the contract was over, he would have to pay the dragon a reward. There is also the limited wish spell, which could be said to use gold to make wishes. Wizards always had a way to consume large amounts of gold. It was said that a legendary wizard would consume hundreds of tons of gold in his lifetime, or even more. After checking the treasury, Sulin went to the city's armory. There were a large number of dwarf-forged equipment stored here. There were hundreds of sets of armor and even more weapons. However, these armors were made according to the dwarf's body shape. If a human wanted to use them, they would have to undergo some modifications. Chapter 217. The city of the Grey Dwarves was called Orlandir, which meant fertile land. The river that flowed through the city was called the Odonia River, and it was the largest river in the underworld. The land occupied by the Grey Dwarves was indeed a fertile land. Sulin also found a lot of food in the city's warehouse. Most of it was mushrooms and fungi, and some of it was probably a variant of potatoes. Although the land was not big, it could still feed 2,000 to 3,000 people. Sulin searched the whole city and began to escort the prisoners and gold away. The Grey Dwarves who escaped through the secret passage of the palace did not manage to escape in the end. Their 2 short legs could not outrun the 4 legs of the centaurs. After discovering that some of them had escaped, Sulin immediately sent people to hunt them down. With the cooperation of the drows who were good at hunting and the centaurs who were good at raiding, they were caught before they could escape from the underground cave. After a selection of the Grey Dwarves, there were 200 blacksmiths among them. and there were even a few blacksmith masters. This made Sulin overjoyed. There was not a single blacksmith master in the whole northern citadel, and this time there were a few who came directly. However, there was a problem that gave Sulin a headache. Although the gray dwarves had surrendered, they were not willing to serve Sulin. Sulin asked the drows to train the gray dwarves, but even so, the results were not very good. The gray dwarves had the same stubborn personality as their dwarves. It was possible to make them do manual labor, but it was difficult to make them forge weapons for you. When the drows enslaved the gray dwarves, they would use the divine spells of the Spider Queen Lolth to make the gray dwarves submit. The drows in the northern citadel believed in the Dark Maiden, and they did not have the ability to forcibly enslave other races. Sulin thought for a while and finally tried to build a prison camp in the northern citadel. The prison camp was not large, and there were not many facilities inside. In only 2 days, the prison camp was completed, and the completed prison camp did not disappoint. Prisoner camp, Unbreakable plus 18, Reformation plus 15, A Wise Man Submits to Circumstances plus 18, Disintegrate Willpower plus 16, Give Up Resistance plus 18, Prison Break minus 30, Clean and Healthy plus 15. The stubborn Duergars wouldn't be able to resist for long. After the construction of the prison camp was completed, Sulin directly sent all the Duergars to the prison camp to be modified. Although most of the dwarves were as stubborn as rocks, there were always a few exceptions. After 3 days of sending the prisoners of war, a few gray dwarves had already surrendered. After receiving the news, Sulin came here to see if they had really decided to give in. Arriving at the prisoner of war camp, as soon as he entered the door, he heard a burst of swearing. Barker, Kashi, you two cowards. You will be spurned by His Highness Durag. Even if you die, you will only fall into the bottomless abyss. Traitor, I'm ashamed of being your neighbor. Traitor, coward, you two cowards who are afraid of death. Behind a fence, many Duergars pointed at the 2 Duergars in the fence and scolded them. The 2 Duergars lowered their heads and remained silent, their faces red. Sulin didn't care about the noise of the gray dwarfs. Although they were shouting happily now, it wouldn't take long for them to give in. Have you made your decision? Sulin asked the 2 Duergars. Barker and Kashi looked at each other and nodded. My lord, we have decided. We are willing to serve you. A wise choice. Sulin nodded when he saw the names of the 2 Duergars in the system interface. Although their loyalty was only at 65, as long as they had surrendered, it would not take long for the remaining loyalty to rise. A wise man submits to circumstances. In order to reward you for surrendering to the light, I have prepared some rewards for you, Sulin said with a smile. He did not care about the 2 Duergars. Sulin turned to Chris and said, have someone send over a few bottles of vodka. Chris nodded and asked someone to prepare them. Vodka was the name Sulin gave to the alcoholic drink brewed with potatoes. Unlike the vodka of the Russians in his previous life, the vodka brewed in Northtown was not as alcoholic. Due to technical reasons, the vodka brewed in Northtown was only 30% alcoholic. Even so, a drink with 30% alcoholic content was very rare in this world. It was currently the most popular drink in the taverns of Northtown. The sales of rum had dropped by a lot. Soon, a guard came back with 2 bottles of vodka. Even the Duergars who were yelling stopped and stared at the 2 bottles of vodka. Puff! A soft sound rang out as the cork was opened. The rich aroma of alcohol instantly filled the air. The 2 Duergars closest to the bottles took a deep breath, and their throats kept sliding down. Sulin noticed their situation and laughed inwardly. As expected, these Duergars could not resist the temptation of alcohol. Sulin handed the 2 bottles of vodka to Barker and Kathy. The 2 Duergars who had long been addicted to alcohol took a big gulp after receiving the bottles. Gulp, 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 gulp. The 2 Duergars couldn't wait to raise their heads and drink half a bottle. Then their faces turned red. The clear liquid flowed down their thick beards, and the rich aroma of alcohol spread out. Gulp. The sound of saliva being swallowed could be heard. The Duergars in the enclosure looked at the bottles in the 2 Duergars' hands with longing, as if they would rush up and snatch them in the next second. Phew! Barker let out a deep breath after he recovered from the alcohol. He then said excitedly, "Sir, this is amazing. The Dwarven Fire wine is like water compared to this. This is definitely the best wine." "Yes, this wine is definitely the best. I love it," Kathy yelled from the side. "I'm glad you like it. All right, since you've decided to serve the northern city, follow them to go through the formalities. You'll officially start work tomorrow," Sulin said as he pointed at an official beside him. "Yes, sir. We're at your service," the two Duergars said happily. At this time, Sulin also discovered that the loyalty of the two Duergars had risen from 65 to 80. He estimated that as long as they stayed in northern Battlefront City for a while, their loyalty would soon rise to 90. After sending the two Duergars away, Sulin came to the front of the enclosure and said to the Duergars, "Do you have anything to say? Damn human, we won't yield. Don't even think about making us work for you. That's right, we won't yield." The Duergars yelled again. Their expressions were exactly the same as when King Zay, who would rather die than submit, pointed at the door and said, "Piss off." "Chris," Sulin waved his hand gently. The little succubus giggled and handed over a bottle of vodka. Sulin took the bottle. The Duergars, who were still cursing, suddenly felt like their fates were being strangled. Sulin opened the bottle and poured out a glass. The clear liquid had a strong aroma. The aroma was like a hook that attracted the Duergar's eyes. "Do you want some?" Sulin asked softly. The gray dwarves nodded involuntarily. "Sure, no problem. Buck and Casey are examples," Sulin said with a smile. Sulin said with a smile, and then put the glass of wine only half a meter away from them. At this distance, they could smell the strong fragrance of the wine, but they couldn't reach it. Looking at the gray dwarves who stretched out their arms to grab the glass, Sulin almost burst into laughter. "That's what you get for your stinky mouths. I'm going to make you die from hunger today. I won't let you drink a single drop." Sulin left in satisfaction when he saw the Duergars stretching their arms, but still unable to reach the glass. Before he left, he specifically told the guards of the prison camp to ignore the Duergars even if they were willing to yield. He didn't want them to die from hunger. After putting the Duergars aside for the time being, Sulin began to transport the various treasures in Orlando to Northtown. The Duergars had accumulated a large amount of gold over the past few centuries. Sulin planned to use some of it as coins and put the rest into the Lord's treasury. At the same time, all the soldiers who participated in the attack on the Duergar city would be rewarded. Sulin could take all the gold they obtained from the battle, but the soldiers would definitely be dissatisfied. In the end, Sulin asked Chris to come up with a reward system. All the soldiers who participated in the battle were rewarded between 30 and 100 kinner. The large amount of rewards made the soldiers rich in an instant. At the same time, the soldiers who didn't participate in the battle were drooling with envy. The eyes of the refugees and slaves who didn't join the army were red with envy. Suddenly, a large number of people wanted to join the army. If Sulin agreed to expand the army, it would be easy to recruit 1,000 more people. The rewards made Sulin's reputation rise again. The loyalty of the soldiers who received the rewards also increased. Moreover, the morale of the army also increased. Now, the soldiers in the barracks were all eager to go out and fight at any time. Most of the soldiers who received the rewards started to buy all kinds of goods in the market. Northtown's commerce was flourishing, and all kinds of goods were available. The inflow of money from the soldiers also made the market even more prosperous. Although the rewards for the soldiers cost more than 100,000 kinner, the results were still very good. The morale of the soldiers was greatly boosted, and their enthusiasm to join the army also increased. The soldiers received a better life, and the city's market became more prosperous. It could be said that it was killing many birds with one stone. Chapter 218. The prosperity of the city made Northtown more and more famous in the northern provinces, attracting many merchants to do business there. Now, some people were calling Northtown City a bright pearl in the northern wasteland. The white sugar, rum, vodka, furs, and so on produced here were all popular goods. The white sugar was also monopolized by a few powerful caravans. Others couldn't even get a foot in the business. However, although only a few caravans monopolized the white sugar trade, they would sell the white sugar to other caravans. If they didn't share some of the benefits, these caravans would have been swallowed up by others long ago. The arrival of the caravans also attracted many people to settle down in Northtown. Although there were fewer people than Sulin who took the initiative to migrate, it was still a good sign. With people taking the initiative to settle down in Northtown, it meant that the city's attractiveness had increased. The rapid development of Northtown had attracted the attention of the northern provinces. If it weren't for the distance, the nobles would have long come here to get a share of the profits. Sulin had received a few official letters from the noble parliament, asking him to return to Cult to accept the title of nobility. According to the style of nobles, they wouldn't do things that didn't benefit them. If Sulin went back to accept the title of nobility, he would have to give them enough benefits. And once he accepted the title, Sulin would officially become a noble of the Kingdom of Florence. Northtown would also be included in the territory of the Kingdom of Florence, and he would have to pay taxes to the king. One had to know that Northtown was now built by Sulin and his men. He also spent money to buy the expansion order and all kinds of resources. Sulin didn't want to find himself a king. The territory he now occupied in Northtown was comparable to a viscount's territory. Although the population was far from enough, he would surpass it in a few years with enough time. In addition to Mirror Lake City and Galloping City, which were currently under construction, Sulin's territory was no smaller than a count's territory. His strength had also reached the legendary level, and it wouldn't be a problem for him to make himself an earl. However, he didn't intend to do that yet. If he were to make himself an earl, it wouldn't be as convenient for him to recruit refugees from the Kingdom of Florence and do business. The construction of the Arc de Triomphe was still in full swing. Every day, marble from the Sierra de Lotus would be delivered to the north gate of the city. For the convenience of transportation, Sulin had already asked his men to build a pontoon bridge over the Red Sand River and the Whitewater River. He was still considering whether to build a permanent bridge over the two rivers. As for technical problems, in this world full of extraordinary powers, many problems could be solved with magic. For example, the strength of a building. As long as an object was hardened, even if it was originally a piece of wood, it would be as hard as steel. Of course, hardening an entire bridge would be a huge project. After giving the gray dwarves the cold shoulder for a day, Sulin went to the prisoner camp again. Today, a few more gray dwarves expressed their willingness to work for Sulin. When he came to the prisoner camp again, the gray dwarves still cursed the traitors, but this time, their voices were much softer. Sulin naturally wouldn't mistreat the gray dwarves who were willing to work for him. As usual, he gave each of them a bottle of vodka and arranged for them to live and work. After sending away the gray dwarves who were willing to work for him, Sulin once again looked at the gray dwarves who were still persisting. This time, Sulin came up with a new idea. In order to celebrate the huge wealth I've gained in Orlando, I've decided to give all of you gray dwarves a reward, Sulin said as he stood outside the fence. You invader, robber, that's the wealth of us gray dwarves. Hearing Sulin's words, the gray dwarves who were still somewhat quiet at first became agitated again. If the anger in their eyes could burn someone to death, Sulin would have been burned to ashes by now. Face reality. I think you should be more concerned about your current situation, Sulin said with a shrug. Considering that you haven't had any alcohol for a long time, I've specially prepared some alcohol for you today. If you don't want it, I'll take it away, Sulin said with a smile as he looked at the angry gray dwarves. Yes, we want it. Give us the alcohol. Silence. Sulin's face suddenly became cold and frosty, and an aura that belonged to a legendary powerhouse suddenly erupted from his body. The gray dwarves who were still yelling were like ducks whose necks were stuck. Their mouths were wide open, but no sound came out. Seeing this situation, Sulin waved his hand, and a group of soldiers came forward. Then, they gave each of the gray dwarves a glass about the size of a thumb, and let them come up one by one according to the order of the meal. The glass was so small that it couldn't even be considered a sip. The gray dwarves drank it all in one gulp. The rich wine aroma and the mellow taste made the gray dwarves unable to stop themselves. However, this small amount of wine didn't satisfy the alcohol in their stomachs at all. Instead, it made them feel even more uncomfortable. Although these gray dwarves couldn't bear the problem of not having any alcohol to drink, at least they could still hold on. However, after taking a sip of the wine, the taste of which was far better than any wine they had ever drunk before, caused an avalanche of consequences. After drinking that glass of wine, not only did they not feel satisfied, but they also craved more wine. However, by the time they wanted more wine, Sulin had already left the prison camp with his men. On the third day, when Sulin appeared in the prison camp again, more than 200 gray dwarves asked to work for Sulin. The gray dwarves who had been cursing at the betrayers all fell silent. Seeing Sulin give out large amounts of vodka, the gray dwarves couldn't take it anymore and kept expressing their willingness to work for Sulin. There were originally more than 700 gray dwarves, but less than 300 of them were still holding on. However, they wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. Sulin had enough patience to slowly wear them down. After obtaining another 400 gray dwarves, Sulin chose some of the skilled blacksmiths to join the smithy. With the addition of the gray dwarves, the blacksmiths in Northtown City improved again. The original smithy was no longer enough, so Sulin ordered the workers to start upgrading the smithy. With more than 200 gray dwarves and humans, Sulin planned to build a large steel workshop. With the rapid development of Northtown City, even with the hydraulic forging machine, the production capacity of the smithy was still insufficient. Now that there were so many gray dwarven blacksmiths, Sulin wanted to change the equipment of the entire army on the agenda. The first thing these Duergar did as blacksmiths was to modify the Duergar armor that Su Luan had obtained from Orlando. Although the Duergar armor had good defense and was sturdy and durable, it couldn't even be regarded as half-body armor when worn by the barbarians who were more than 2 meters tall. These armors needed to be modified and forged into full-body armor. Once the barbarians reached the peak level, they could equip themselves with the dwarven full-body armor and pick up a giant axe. They would be like a meat grinder on the battlefield. Of course, apart from the barbarians' armor, Sulin also planned to equip the centaurs with full-body armor to form a centaur heavy cavalry. Due to the size of the centaurs, the armor they used was comparable to 3 sets of human armor. The armor Sulin sold them before was only for the front, and the back was for chainmail and inlaid scale armor. Now that they were his subordinates, he naturally wouldn't fool them like this. He planned to fully equip the centaurs with full-body armor and thicken the front of the armor at the same time. After arranging the gray dwarves' blacksmiths, Sulin planned to let the rest of the gray dwarves continue mining. "Sir, I have a map of the underground world's mineral distribution for you," a gray dwarf said. Sulin's eyes lit up. After all, the gray dwarves had lived in the underground world for hundreds of years. They must have explored all the nearby minerals. This map was extremely valuable. Mineral distribution map? If it's true, I'll give you the reward you deserve. Enough vodka, and I appoint you as the new city lord of Orlando. When he heard Sulin say enough vodka, the gray dwarf's eyes instantly turned red. When he heard that he could become the city lord of Orlando, his breathing became heavier. "Sir, the map is here." With that, the dwarf sat directly on the ground and took off his leather boots. A strong smell, like pickles that had been fermented for decades, filled the air in an instant. Sulin hurriedly summoned some wind elements to blow away the smell of pickles. The gray dwarf fumbled around in the boots for a while before finally pulling out a gray parchment that emitted a strange smell. Sulin frowned and put on gloves. He resisted the urge to throw away the parchment that emitted a strange smell and took it. A guard behind him sensibly handed over a bottle of water. Sulin rinsed it briefly before flipping through the map. The map was not large. It marked the mineral veins that the gray dwarves had discovered. There were 3 iron mines, 1 copper mine, 1 gold mine, which was close to exhaustion, and 1 silver mine and gemstone mine that were being mined. So much gold in the city of the gray dwarves had been mined from that gold mine. Sulin did not pay much attention to the gold mine. After all, it was close to exhaustion. He was more interested in the silver mine because the gray dwarves had discovered some mithril in it. Mithril was a very precious, magical metal in this world. It was described in many adventure stories as light as a feather and indestructible. In fact, mithril was not as exaggerated as it was described. It was more precious because of its powerful magical properties. Many powerful magic items would use this rare metal. Now that there was mithril in this underground silver mine, its value was simply immeasurable. P.S. Insufficient holiday balance, sob sob sob. Chapter 219. What's your name? Sulen put down the map and asked. My lord, my name is Bach Ironhammer Shield. The dwarf quickly said, Bach, are you sure that the silver mine on this map contains mithril? Sulen interrupted Bach's self-introduction and asked directly. Of course I'm sure. My lord, I used to be a miner in a silver mine. I once dug out a piece of mithril from this silver mine, but that stingy King Thorn only gave me a pound of gold as a reward. Bach continued to blabber on, obviously very dissatisfied with that king. All right, since you're sure that there's mithril here, I'll let you form a team of miners, and you'll be the leader. If you can find mithril, then I'll give you the position of the city lord of Orlando. But if you can't find mithril, then... Sulen stared at the dwarf in front of him and said, My lord, please don't worry. I'll definitely find mithril for you. Bach patted his chest and promised. In that case, it's decided. If you can find mithril, I'll reward you generously. Status, money, or even vodka will be given. Now it all depends on your performance, Sulen said with a smile. My lord, I'll form a team of miners right away. After hearing Sulen's promise, Bach could no longer sit still. He hurriedly left the lord's castle and went to find other gray dwarves to form a team. Sulen threw the map aside with some disdain and found another piece of parchment to copy the map. Although it had been washed, the parchment still had the smell of salted vegetables on it. The map on the parchment was a little crude. After all, mapping in this world was not a professional subject like it was in his previous world. Most of the time, only they could understand the map they drew. To others, it was a completely abstract drawing. Fortunately, the map was drawn well. Although it was still crude, the general location was drawn. Soon, Sulen completely copied the parchment. After comparing the two maps again to make sure that he didn't miss anything, Sulen picked up the parchment and threw it directly into the brazier. The flames rose and quickly burned the parchment into a pile of ash. He opened the window to disperse the smoke. After forming a team of 50 miners, Bach excitedly brought his team back to Orlando to mine silver. The remaining 2 iron mines and copper mines also needed to be mined. The remaining 100 or so gray dwarves also formed 3 mining teams and then went to Orlando to mine ores. After the population of a northern city expanded, there was a shortage of all kinds of tools and ironware. Moreover, the army also needed a lot of equipment. The surface iron mine was originally not big. Before Sulen obtained it, many tribes had already mined it. Now, the output of the mine was very low, was close to exhaustion. This was one of the reasons why Sulen was in a hurry to control the underground world. After several expansions, the number of soldiers in the northern city had increased to 4,000. There were 300 barbarians, 400 centaurs, 100 drows, and 300 half-elves. Apart from the war spirits that Sulen had summoned, the rest were all humans. If the militia, the city guards, and the 500 men stationed in Mirror Lake City were included, the number of soldiers in Northern Battlefront City had reached a shocking 6,000 men. Adding all the people in Northern Battlefront City and the newly captured Grey Dwarfs, the total population had only reached 20,000. 1/3 of the population were soldiers. Such a high proportion, no matter how one looked at it, could be said to be militaristic. If it weren't for the buffs from the Harvest Altar and the numerous slaves, the northern city wouldn't even be able to support themselves with food. Not to mention the money, resources, and equipment needed to raise so many soldiers. In the past, the size of the northern city's army wasn't very obvious. Now, just maintaining the number of soldiers required tens of thousands of kinners worth of pay every month. Sulin had always been curious. How did his predecessors manage to not pay the soldiers and make them listen to orders obediently? They were even braver than the other when they went into battle. If Sulin dared to not pay the soldiers in the northern city for a few months, there would be a large number of deserters. It wouldn't be strange if there was even a rebellion. If it weren't for the sugar trade that gave the northern city a lot of money, it would have taken years of hard work to develop the city to this extent. The northern city's army needed a lot of equipment. Apart from the army, the centaur tribes also needed equipment to protect their herds. Fortunately, Sulin had made a lot of money from the raid on the Grey Dwarf City. Not only did he solve the problem of money, but he also solved the problem of equipment. After settling the matters in the northern city, Sulin brought the Grey Dwarves mining team and the drows back to the underworld. He was going to restore the Grey Dwarves' mines and clean up the dangerous areas around the mines. He returned to Orlando. At this time, there were 100 barbarian warriors and 100 centaurs guarding the city. A group of subterranean dweller slaves were in charge of the labor. These subterranean dwellers were short. Because they lived in the dark for a long time, their eyes had deteriorated. They relied on infrared sensing to survey their surroundings, so blindness and petrification spells didn't work on them. Most dungeons had subterranean dweller slaves. They were the best growers in the underworld. Sulin brought 3 teams of Grey Dwarves to the various mines. The Grey Dwarves had discovered a lot of ore veins, but many of them were occupied by monsters from the underworld. The Grey Dwarves had to clear out all kinds of monsters every once in a while. If it wasn't for this, the other veins would have been excavated by them long ago. After resting in Orlando for a day, Sulin brought a team of drows and miners out of the city. They passed through some narrow tunnels and headed to the first mine. This mine was the closest to Orlando. It was an iron ore mine that produced good quality iron ore. It was a few grades better than the iron ore produced by Sulin's surface mine. The group moved forward in the dark tunnel, encountering a few hook horrors along the way. Hook horrors were a common type of monster in the underworld. They had sharp hearing and walked on 2 feet. Their heads looked like vultures, and their eyes were small. They had sharp beaks and a pair of compound eyes. Their bodies were covered with a layer of hard gray carapace. They looked ugly. Their eyesight was poor, but like bats, they could emit high-frequency sound waves to determine the enemy's position. Just as Sulin led the team forward in the tunnel, a dozen shadows suddenly jumped down from above. Sulin reacted quickly. Because the tunnel was narrow, he didn't use the purple dragon halberd. Instead, he swapped it for a long sword forged by the dwarves. He subconsciously swung the long sword in his hand. The hook horrors that attacked Sulin didn't expect Sulin's reaction to be so fast. They didn't have time to react before the sharp sword swept across them. The powerful force directly split open the hard carapace on the hook horrors. The monster that was about 7 meters tall and weighed nearly 200 kilograms was directly cut in half. The next dozen or so hook horrors didn't affect the team at all. As soon as the hook horrors attacked, the drows dodged. As for the Duergar, they were wearing heavy armor, so the hook horrors attacking them was a waste of energy. Soon, the dozen hook horrors were all killed. No one died in the team. Only a few Grey Dwarves suffered some minor injuries. After Sulin healed them, the team continued on their way. After walking out of the dark tunnel and passing through 2 desolate underground caverns, Sulin's team finally arrived at the first mine. They hadn't mined this mine for a while. When Sulin arrived, he found that the mine had been occupied by the monsters of the underworld. A group of vampire bats and underground salamanders used this place as their nest. The Grey Dwarves were already prepared for this situation. They first used smoke to smoke the monsters out, then worked together to kill them. It didn't take long for the mine to be cleared out. The information of this mine appeared on Sulin's system panel. Iron mine, or quality +5, or yield +8. Mine disaster reduction +5. Associated or veins +2. Chance of producing dark iron Oregon. With the Grey Dwarves' work, the iron mine quickly resumed production. Seeing that the mine had resumed production, Sulin didn't stop and led the rest of the team to the next mine. The second mine was a gem mine. When Sulin arrived, he found that the vein looked gloomy. there were some shadow-like creatures outside the vein. The Twisted Shadow was a type of undead creature that was formed due to certain reasons. It was similar to a ghost. This thing had very high resistance to physical damage and appeared in groups. It was very unfriendly to those who purely focused on physical attacks. At the same time, it also had spell-like abilities. If Sulin hadn't come with him today, this team of gray dwarves would have been finished. Their half-energy form could reduce physical damage by 50%. Normal weapons would be troublesome to deal with them, no matter how sharp they were. Elemental weapons had to be used to deal with them. Even more troublesome was that these monsters lived in groups. Their best attack was the Touch of Death, which could drain the enemy's energy and strength. Once the energy was drained, the enemy's life force would be depleted. In the Adventurer's Handbook, these monsters were rated as Grade A. Without a special way to deal with them, it was best not to provoke them. Crack! There was a soft sound, as if someone had stepped on something and broken it. Although it was a very soft sound, it was very abrupt in this quiet environment. The wandering, twisted shadows instantly noticed this place. Chapter 220. F***CK. Sulin cursed in his heart. Then, he channeled his energy, and a large amount of lightning appeared on his body. The purple dragon halberd also appeared in his hand. The distorted shadows that were attracted to this place soon sensed a large amount of life force. As undead, they hated any living thing, but they were eager to regain their flesh and blood. The distorted shadows were very fast. Sulin swept the purple dragon halberd, and the distorted shadows instantly disappeared. When they reappeared, they were already beside Sulin. The surrounding negative energy suddenly increased, and a dark red light appeared on the distorted shadows. Touch of Death, Sulin's body was instantly swept by the light. It was the innate spell of a high-level undead. A series of notifications appeared on the character panel in front of him. Attacked. The host is attacked by the spell Touch of Death. Activated. Mandatory test of immunity. Test of fortitude passed. Test of constitution passed. You are immune to the stun effect of this spell attack. Your energy has decreased. The sudden appearance of the Twisted Shadow caught Sulin off guard, but his strong reaction ability allowed him to launch an attack at the first time. Lightning surged, and the purple dragon halberd with a large amount of lightning instantly hit the Twisted Shadow. The twisted undead, who seemed to be hiding in the shadows, had no time to dodge this time and was directly swept by the purple dragon halberd. The strong lightning energy instantly enveloped the distorted shadows. Sulin did not give it a chance to escape. The purple dragon halberd drew an arc and attacked again. Bang! Like a bubble bursting, the distorted shadows could not withstand the strong lightning energy and was directly destroyed by the lightning. The distorted shadows melted like snow and instantly turned into ashes and dissipated. Ding! With a soft sound, a gray crystal fell from the place where the distorted shadows died. It was a soul shard. Soul shards were something that only a few ghost-type monsters and abyss demons would drop. There was also a very low chance of it dropping when a powerhouse whose strength had reached the legendary level or above died. This kind of thing was very useful for wizards. The most commonly used one was the golem puppet. Sulin's eyes lit up at the sight of the soul crystals. It seemed like there were many additional rewards this time. Seeing the dozens of distorted shadows behind him, Sulin's figure flashed as he dashed forward. At this moment, a series of messy footsteps sounded from the gem mine beside him. Then, a group of skeletons with shiny black bones and a height of 2 meters rushed out. These skeletons were not as fragile as the low-level undead skeletons. All the skeletons were very thick and even had a metallic luster. They held bone blades and bone spears in their hands. As soon as they appeared, they rushed towards the gray dwarves and drows. Skeleton warriors. After several evolutions, low-level skeletons would become mid-level undead creatures. If they were allowed to evolve further, they would become skeleton generals and bone demons. Of course, it It was very difficult for undead creatures of this level to appear in the material world. Only the legendary undead creatures of this level would exist in the world of undead. When the gray dwarves saw the skeleton warriors rushing towards them, they roared and ran forward with their two short legs like Hot Wheels. They raised their axes and rushed forward. Although they could not deal with the distorted shadows, it was still easy to deal with these skeletons. At 2 meters, the skeleton warriors were half a body taller than the gray dwarves, who were only about 1.5 meters, but sometimes height was not an advantage. I hate those who are taller than me the most, especially rotten bones like you. The gray dwarves squatted and dodged the skeleton warriors' bone blades. Then, the gray dwarves swept the skeleton warriors' knees with their axes. Even if the skeleton warriors had turned into skeletons, the knees were still weak. The gray dwarves' axes were heavy, and in an instant, the skeleton warriors' knees were smashed into pieces. The 2-meter-tall skeleton suddenly lost its balance and fell to the ground. The gray dwarves turned around and went to the other side of the skeleton warriors. Then, they swung their axes and chopped off the skeleton warriors' necks. "You're not as tall as me now." The gray dwarves laughed and swung their axes again, crushing the skeleton warriors' heads. The pale soul fire in the skull was extinguished. Thunder Lightning Spear. A dazzling thunderbolt burst out from Su Luan's body, and then a large number of thunderbolts wrapped around his whole body. The thunderbolts surrounded his strong muscles and constantly jumping thunder and lightning. His whole person looked like the thunder god in ancient myths. The distorted shadows around him also sensed the danger. They seemed to be hesitating to escape. Swoosh, 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 the purple dragon halberd turned into a blur and swept towards the distorted shadows. Su Luan leaped and crossed a distance of more than 10 meters. At the same time, the sky was filled with spear shadows and countless lightning bolts, instantly hitting the distorted shadows. The purple dragon halberd was like a hot knife through butter as it swept through the twisted shadow's body. The powerful lightning power instantly enveloped the twisted shadow. At this time, the other distorted shadows also began to attack. The shadows pounced. Sullen's purple dragon halberd left afterimages in the air. The sky was filled with lightning, and a large number of shadow tentacles were drowned by the lightning. However, some of them still managed to hold on. A notification rang in Sullen's ears. "You've been attacked by the distorted shadows. You've been attacked by the touch of death. You've been damaged by death's corrosion. Your constitution has passed the test. You have legendary tenacity. Immune to death's corrosion. Flurry." Just as Su Luan was attacked, the purple dragon halberd in his hand instantly turned into silver dragons surrounded by lightning. They counterattacked in the direction of the attacks. The lightning was dazzling, and the distorted shadows around him were instantly hit. As ghost-type undead creatures, although the distorted shadows were immune to 50% of physical damage, their HP was not high. After being hit by a few lightning bolts, the distorted shadows were constantly killed by the lightning bolts. Silver Dragon Inverse Scale Spear. Countless lightning bolts condensed on Sullen's body, except for the shadow of a dragon. The moment the dragon appeared, it carried a destructive aura and rushed towards the distorted shadows around him. The huge dragon shadow swept across. Everywhere it passed, the distorted shadows' bodies instantly stiffened. Countless lightning bolts were sent into their bodies and instantly exploded. Ding dong, ding dong. A large number of soul crystals fell from midair. The dragon's shadow dissipated, and more than half of the dozens of distorted shadows around him disappeared in an instant. Only a few distorted shadows were left that were not affected. The following battle became much simpler. The remaining distorted shadows were easily harvested by Su Luan. At the same time, the battle between the dwarves and the drows was coming to an end. Although the skeleton warriors were strong, they had no advantage against the dwarves and the drows. They were quickly wiped out under the 3 axes that chopped off their legs, necks, and heads. A large number of broken bones were left on the ground. The battle ended quickly. Su Luan arranged for people to collect the spoils of war. There were a lot of spoils this time. All of them were soul crystals, which were also the specialty of the undead creatures. The undead creatures could be said to be poor. Other than soul crystals, they basically had nothing else. After the battle, Sulin gained more than 10,000 EXP and nothing else. Seeing the gem mine next to him, Sulin planned to go inside to see if there were any fish that had escaped the net. He called 2 gray dwarves who were familiar with the mine, and the 3 of them entered the mine together. The gem mine was different from what Sulin had imagined. There were rocks everywhere, and occasionally there were some colorful quartz in the mine. There were traces of a lot of mining around. Something's wrong. At this time, one of the gray dwarves suddenly said, "What's wrong?" Sulin's body tensed up instantly, and he raised the sword in his hand slightly. "The traces here are very new. They were left behind recently." The gray dwarf pointed to a trace of digging in the tunnel. "Recently? You gray dwarves didn't dig it?" Sulin's face changed. "No, we dwarves don't dig so badly," the gray dwarf said proudly. "It seems that other guests have occupied this place while you were away." Sulin said with raised eyebrows, "Let's go deeper. I want to see who dared to touch my cheese." The 3 of them moved more carefully after discovering the traces of digging. However, all the monsters in the mine had been killed, and they did not encounter anything else along the way. As they went deeper, more and more traces of digging appeared in the mine. Sulin and the 2 gray dwarves continued to follow the traces. After a few minutes, the group stopped in front of a tunnel. The tunnel was blocked by a stone wall. "Why is there a stone wall here? I remember there was a hall behind it for resting," a gray dwarf said. "Looks like we found the little rat who stole the mine." Sulin had a warm smile on his face, but his tone was as cold as the cold wind of the Arctic tundra, instantly freezing people into ice sculptures. "Get out of the way." Sulin came to the side of the wall and pressed his hand on the side of the tunnel. The hard rock quickly softened and turned into a pile of mud. Soon, a hole as tall as a man appeared in the side of the tunnel. In order not to alert the enemy, Sulin did not directly open a hole in the wall that blocked the tunnel. Instead, he struggled to open a passage on the side of the wall. Under Sulin's spell, the hard rock quickly softened. It only took a few minutes for a passage to be opened. Sulin only felt that the space in front of him was empty. He had already arrived at the hall behind the stone wall. The scene in front of him surprised Sulin, but it was also very familiar. This place had actually been set up as a laboratory, but it was different from Hathaway's laboratory. This laboratory had a large amount of glassware filled with all kinds of liquids, and some unknown life forms' organs were soaked in them. A lot of skeletons were piled up around the laboratory. These skeletons were very similar to the skeletons of the skeleton warriors outside. This gem mine had been occupied by a necromancer. Chapter 221. While Sulin was cleaning up the twisted shadows. The underground world. The dim light caused this place to be shrouded in darkness all year round. At this moment, a huge shadow suddenly emerged from the darkness. The shadow was more than 6 meters long and had a majestic body like a lion. However, unlike a lion, it had a pair of wings like a pterosaur. As it swayed its tail, it revealed a hook that flashed with cold light. It was a scorpion tail, a manticore. It was a powerful magical beast in the underground world. It was said that this monster also had the bloodline of a dragon. The pair of dragon wings was proof. As a high-level predator in the underground world, although the manticore did not have any magic abilities, its venom was very difficult to deal with. Compared to its venom, the thing used by assassins was simply a potion. In addition to being very poisonous, its venom also had the characteristic of paralysis. The manticore's venom was a prohibited item in the human kingdom. In the black market, it was sold for up to 2,000 kinner. But now, this manticore, which was at the top of the food chain in the underground world, was fleeing in a sorry state. A pair of dragon wings flapped rapidly as the manticore quickly flew through the air. At this moment, a bone spear shot out from the darkness and instantly pierced the manticore's wing. Under the pain, the manticore could no longer flap its wing. The other wings struggled to continue flying, but could not carry its heavy body. It staggered and fell from midair. As soon as the manticore landed, a few figures rushed up. With the weak light of the fluorescent moss, one could see the dark bones on their bodies. They were skeleton warriors. The manticore found that there was no hope of escaping and fiercely pounced. Curse, weakness, curse. Aging, however, as soon as it made a move, a spirit light struck its body. Its originally strong body instantly became weak and powerless, and its originally strong body suddenly became old. The surrounding skeleton warriors swarmed forward, and the lion-scorpion beast was completely trapped. Although it could still bite off the skeleton warriors, even more skeleton warriors had surrounded it when it attacked. In the face of these skeletons, the manticore beast's most powerful poison attack was completely ineffective. Not long after, a skeleton warrior seized the opportunity to pierce its throat. Although the skeleton warrior was also split into two by the manticore beast counterattack before it died, to undead skeletons, a damaged body could be replaced. As long as the soul fire was not extinguished, they would not die. A large amount of blood gushed out of the manticore's throat. The counterattack before death had exhausted its strength. The light in its eyes dimmed quickly, and its body collapsed. At this time, a figure wrapped in a black robe and riding a skeleton horse came out. It had the characteristics of the Highlanders. It had a hooked nose, wrinkles, a rigid face, and cold eyes. Although it was tall, it looked very pale. There were 3 different rings on its fingers. One of them looked like a skeleton that was dozens of times smaller. It held a white bone staff in its hand and was surrounded by a cold aura. Seeing that the manticore was dead, the middle-aged man waved his hand. A few skeleton warriors behind him stepped forward and began to skin and cut the manticore. Damn it! Just as the skeleton warriors were cutting the manticore, the middle-aged man's expression changed drastically. He quickly took out a gemstone that looked like an eye. The originally exquisite gemstone was now cracked. Who dares to attack my guards and invade my laboratory? Keaton's expression was gloomy. Damn rat, don't let me catch you. Otherwise, I'll pull out your soul and stuff it into a rat's body. Keaton packed up the manticore. He didn't ride the skeleton horse anymore. Instead, he directly flew in the direction of the gemstone mine. Sulin didn't know that he had alarmed the necromancer. The laboratory in the gemstone mine wasn't big. Soon, Sulin turned the entire laboratory upside down. Sulin didn't touch the bones and other things inside. These things were useless. Only the necromancers would collect them. As for the bottles and jars in the laboratory, Sulin didn't take them. After all, who knew what was inside? However, in the storage room next to it, Sulin found a large number of gemstones. Obviously, these gemstones had just been excavated by the necromancer. In addition to these gemstones, there were also some books in the laboratory. Human anatomy diagrams, how to make a skeleton warrior, detailed explanation of necromancy, and more than 10 other books. Sulin packed them all up and took them away. Tui, what a pauper. Even these gemstones were excavated from my gemstone mine. Sulin pursed his lips. He casually put some magic materials into his storage space. You two, throw away those bone sticks. Don't touch those glass bottles. Now hurry up and get out. We've already searched his nest. With the necromancer's abilities, he must know by now. Let's get out of here quickly. Sulin yelled at the 2 gray dwarves who were playing with the skeleton of a skeleton warrior. He then left the gemstone mine. In the underground world, a hazy figure was flying quickly. A few distorted shadows circled around him to help him fly faster. There were also many skeleton warriors running on the ground. Along the way, Keaton didn't rest at all. With the help of distorted shadows, his flying speed was very fast. However, it didn't consume much mana. Wherever this group of necromancers passed, all monsters would retreat. As he continued to speed up, Keaton saw the gemstone mine in the distance. Landing from the sky, Keaton didn't rush in recklessly. Although he had used Fly to reduce the consumption of mana with the help of distorted shadows, he had also used up a lot of mana. Someone who dared to kill the large number of skeleton warriors and distorted shadows that he had left behind to guard the laboratory was undoubtedly powerful. If he rushed in like this, there was a high chance that he would fail miserably. Moreover, he had come back in a hurry. His skeleton warriors didn't catch up. Taking out a bottle of blue potion, Keaton tilted his head back and drank it. He then had distorted shadows protect him while he used the potion to quickly recover his will and mana. About half an hour later, a group of skeleton warriors finally arrived. Keaton opened his eyes. A cold light flashed in his eyes. "Little rat, I'm here. How dare you steal my laboratory? I'll make you regret being born in this world." Keaton stood up. The gloomy aura around him intensified. Sulen had the gray dwarves retreat from a mine and hide in a corner. He found a stone room outside the gemstone mine and waited quietly. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. His body flashed, and he was outside. Just then, a large number of red dots appeared on his strategic map. The red dots were moving straight towards the gemstone mine where Sulen was. It was obvious that this was their destination. It was obvious that the necromancer had returned. "Interesting. You stole my laboratory and didn't run away. You're still standing here. Are you begging me to forgive you?" A middle-aged wizard on a skeleton horse, his body shrouded in mist, walked in with a large number of necromancers. He glanced at the messy skeletons on the ground and then looked at Sulen. "You're quite strong. I've decided. I'll refine your corpse into a black knight. Then I'll stuff your soul into a rat's body." Sulen walked over with the purple dragon halberd in hand. "Human, why don't you let your companions come out with you? You can't kill distorted shadow with your strength alone." Seeing Sulen alone, the necromancer said disdainfully, "There were no magic waves." Although his body was strong, for a wizard, this kind of warrior was the easiest enemy to deal with. A maze spell could trap him. "I smell the rotten smell of the corpse. It's already rotten and stinking. You should have just stayed in the coffin. Why did you have to come out and scare people?" Sulen calmly looked at the necromancer in front of him. Although the way he appeared looked like a big boss leading a group of guards, in the system interface, he had not broken through to the legendary level. He was only a grade 4 necromancer. It would be troublesome to deal with a wizard above the legendary level. After all, his anti-magic skill was only effective against wizards below the legendary level. Although there were many limitations to the anti-magic skill, it was enough to crush enemies below the legendary level. The eyes of the middle-aged man in front of him were dark red. Although he looked like a human, Sulen could sense that there was almost no life in his body. Instead, there was a strong, undead energy surrounding him. Even if he was a necromancer, although he could use undead magic and energy, he was still a living person. Sulen felt that the man in front of him was not much different from a corpse. No, there was still a difference. He could run and jump. That strong, undead energy could even make a normal corpse come alive. Hearing Sulen's words, the middle-aged wizard's face suddenly changed. In the next moment, a strange black fog gathered and quickly rushed toward Sulen. Sulen's body flashed and dodged, but the black fog seemed to have a life of its own. It turned around and rushed towards Sulen again. It turned into a cloud of smoke and directly covered the surroundings, not giving Sulen a chance to dodge. Curse! The invisible energy directly acted on Sulen's body. Sulen only felt that his body seemed to have become much heavier. But then this feeling disappeared. A large number of data appeared on the system interface. The host has been weakened by the curse. Going through a forced immunity test. Immunity test successful. The host is immune to this curse attack. Voodoo school, necromancy school, Sulen's eyes flashed. He did not expect to meet a necromancer who was also a voodoo school wizard when he came out to open a mine. One must know that these two schools were famous for being insidious. Chapter 222. Necromancers played with the dead and desecrated souls. In the eyes of many churches, they were heretics. As long as they appeared, they would be expelled or killed. The voodoo school was even more insidious. They did not have any advantage in a head-on battle and could even be said to be very weak. However, no one could beat them when it came to scheming. The voodoo school was proficient in curses. There were many types of curses, such as weakness and aging, which took effect immediately. There were also some that were invisible. They captured some of your aura and then used this aura to cast a curse. This kind of curse was invisible and difficult to guard against. Once the person was hit, they would die within a few days. In addition to curses, they were also proficient in all kinds of poisons. This was not a big deal. The main thing was that this school had participated in the fight for the throne of the secular world. The deaths of the heirs of several countries were more or less related to them. Since then, this school was boycotted by various countries. After all, no one wanted to lose their lives for no reason. Even those who had used the voodoo school to kill their competitors were the same. After all, as the victors, they were also worried that they would be killed in the same way. This also made the voodoo school become a target of scorn in various countries. How is this possible? The middle-aged man looked at Sulin in surprise and said subconsciously, "You are immune to curses? How is this possible? How can your physique be so strong?" Sulin was very curious about curses. He was not sure how to deal with that kind of invisible attack. If he could understand this kind of attack, he would try to find a way to defend against it. The middle-aged man stared at Sulin, and his eyes flashed. "Such a strong body. Maybe you can even refine a Death Knight. I didn't expect to find such a good material in this remote underground world. I will definitely refine it with all my heart." The middle-aged man's gaze made Sulin's hair stand. This guy did not like men, right? This was not impossible. Many necromancers were necrophilic. Moreover, because of the erosion of death energy for a long time, their living environment was poor and they were hated by others. They would definitely have psychological problems. Distorted shadows, skeleton warriors, attack. At the command of the middle-aged magus, a large number of undead creatures rushed towards Sulin. Seeing the situation, Sulin didn't fight head-on. Instead, he turned and ran. Seeing Sulin escape, the undead creatures chased after him. Although undead creatures had some intelligence, they could only understand simple instructions unless they reached the legendary level. Sulin's speed was very fast, and the undead were in hot pursuit. The distorted shadow could fly, so it was the closest. As for the skeleton warriors, they were soon far behind. They quickly ran out of the middle-aged wizard's sight. At this time, it became much more difficult for the middle-aged wizard to control these undead creatures, so he could only chase after them. Sulin led the undead creatures to where the gray dwarves were hiding. Both sides moved quickly, and in a few minutes, Sulin found the gray dwarves' ambush. At this point, Sulin finally stopped running. The energy in his body instantly exploded, and powerful lightning energy swept through the surrounding space. The distorted shadows that were chasing him were instantly enveloped by lightning energy. The purple dragon halberd carried the powerful lightning energy and drew out a dragon shadow. Silver dragon inverse scales spear the dragon shadow, formed by lightning, took shape in an instant, and then directly rushed towards the distorted shadows behind him. These distorted shadows had no time to dodge and were swept by the dragon shadow. All of the distorted shadows stopped moving, and then their bodies exploded with lightning, drowning them in lightning. Clanging sounds were endless, and a large number of spirit crystals fell from the sky. Sulin didn't care about these spirit crystals, and instead rushed towards the necromancer. At this time, the necromancer was still some distance away from the battlefield. Although necromancers were powerful, they relied more on their summoned creatures. For example, the necromancer's legendary level spell, Necromancer's Calamity, had an ordinary killing effect, but it was a disaster for ordinary people. This spell could easily turn an entire city's population into undead. The necromancer's combat power was very ordinary. Soon, Sulin saw the necromancer who was rushing here. As soon as he saw Sulin, the necromancer didn't fight, but turned and fled. However, as soon as he turned, two vigorous figures suddenly rushed out from the shadows beside him. The figures were as fast as ghosts, and they instantly appeared beside the necromancer and launched a surprise attack. These two black figures were the Drow Rogues, 2 grade, 3 assassins. Although their strength was 1 grade lower than the necromancer, the success rate of sneak attacking a necromancer was still very high. Feeling the threat of death, the necromancer didn't have time to cast a spell. The ring on his hand suddenly flashed, and 4 bone shields appeared around his body in an instant, blocking the attacks of the 2 rogues. But before he could breathe a sigh of relief, he heard the sound of a mechanism being pulled. Bang, bang, bang. The fine steel crossbow bolts were shot out in an instant. The 2 rogues each held a delicate and small crossbow. The crossbow could fire 3 bolts at a time. This kind of crossbow had a very short range, only 50 steps, and its accuracy was poor, but it could only penetrate iron armor within 10 steps. The white bone shield instantly cracked, and then shattered into pieces with a bang. The 2 rogues attacked again. At this time, the only 2 remaining skeleton warriors around the necromancer finally reacted and quickly attacked the 2 rogues. Attacked by the assassins, the necromancer, who was in a hurry, was shocked. He quickly cast a protective spell on himself, and then turned to escape. However, he was delayed by the 2 rogues, and Sulin had already caught up. Seeing the necromancer who was about to escape, Sulin clenched his hand. Lightning spear. A spear made of lightning appeared in his hand in an instant, and then he threw it at the necromancer. Boom! The lightning spear instantly hit the energy shield in front of the necromancer. The energy shield only froze for a second before it shattered. Then the remaining 2 bone shields blocked in front of the lightning spear, but they still shattered in less than a second, and the light of the lightning spear only dimmed a little. The middle-aged necromancer's face changed greatly. A golden ring in his hand was instantly activated, and a pale golden energy shield immediately appeared, blocking the lightning spear. The lightning spear and the energy shield were in a stalemate. At the point of contact, lightning surrounded the pale golden energy shield. Finally, with a bang, it turned into countless light spots and dissipated in the air. The lightning spear also became an arrow at the end of its flight. After breaking through the energy shield, it only had 1/5 of its size left, and then it hit the middle-aged necromancer. The middle-aged necromancer only felt pain in his chest, and a smell of burned flesh came. The middle-aged necromancer's chest was scorched black. Sulin quickly moved forward. Seeing that the middle-aged necromancer was about to continue casting, he directly threw a forbidden magic at him. The middle-aged necromancer who was about to cast a spell suddenly felt that the elemental energy around him was suddenly isolated from him. It was as if an invisible shield had appeared on the surface of his body. What is this? Why is my spell ineffective? After feeling that he was isolated from the elemental energy, the middle-aged necromancer's face changed greatly. You're the one who did this. I'm going to kill you. The middle-aged necromancer directly activated the 3rd black ring, and then a strange energy spread out in an instant. The next moment, Sulin suddenly felt as if his head was suddenly hit by a hammer, and his head was splitting open. Soul shock. However, this feeling came and went quickly. Sulin's movements stiffened for a moment, and then he recovered quickly. You have a lot of little things, Sulin sneered, and then the purple dragon halberd pierced through the necromancer's head like a poisonous snake. You? The necromancer looked at Sulin in disbelief, and his eyes dimmed instantly. He didn't expect Sulin to be so straightforward. Wasn't he going to work for him or torture him for his collection next? You're not playing by the rules. The middle-aged necromancer's body went soft, and then he collapsed on the ground. The left hand that was hidden under the necromancer's robe opened weakly, and a small black bead rolled out. Then it instantly burst open, and the middle-aged necromancer's body quickly turned black and decayed. Large amounts of flesh and blood were eroded, and a foul smell came out. In less than 10 seconds, the middle-aged necromancer's body was only left with a few rotten bones. Damn, what kind of poison is this? Seeing the middle-aged necromancer's end, Sulin's heart was still beating fast. Although he was confident in his own body, seeing such a strong poison, he still felt a chill in his heart. If this thing touched his body, even if he didn't die, his skin would be peeled off. Fortunately, he didn't learn from the villain and talk to him before the battle ended. Otherwise, the consequences wouldn't be too good. However, this poison was a little strange. It was only effective on flesh and blood, and the necromancer's clothes were not damaged at all. Sulin gently lifted the clothes with the purple dragon halberd, and 3 rings slid down. Seeing these 3 rings, Sulin's eyes lit up. He clearly saw the rings that the necromancer used just now, and these 3 rings were all magic items. He picked up the rings and checked them. The rings were not damaged. The 3 rings were embedded with 3 different colored gems, and the quality of the gems was very high. The spells in the rings had been released, and if he wanted to use them again, he would need to recharge them. Among the magic items, rings and earrings were very expensive because they were difficult to make. According to the effect of a necromancer's use, 2 of the 3 rings were protective spells, and the last one could launch a soul attack. Although the soul attack was blocked by Sulin, Sulin had the talent of Iron Will, and the effect of the soul attack was limited. If it was someone else today, the necromancer might have turned the tables. P.S. There's one more chapter, and it might be late. Chapter 223. Generally speaking, soul magic could only be used after reaching the legendary realm. Even at the legendary realm, the soul was still very mysterious. The ring in front of him could actually launch a soul attack. This kind of magic item could be said to be very precious. The disadvantages of forbidden magic were obvious. First, it was ineffective against legendary level, and second, it was ineffective against the spells that came with a magic item. So even if Sulin used forbidden magic, others could still use it if they had powerful magic items. Sulin let the system scan the 3 rings and saw their attributes. White Bone Control Ring +2. This ring is made from the skull of a bone demon. It is engraved with a complex magic circle. It can double the number of undead creatures you can control below legendary level. This ring is made with a special refining technique. It can summon 4 bone shields. Equipment requirement: Spirit 18 and above. Special effect: Undead Control. Double the number of undead creatures you can control below legendary level. Equipment effect: White Bone Shield. You can cast a spell without chanting. Once activated, you can summon 4 bone shields to protect yourself. The bone shields last for 10 minutes. It needs to be recharged after use. The second ring was completely gold. It looked like a gold ring inlaid with topaz. Sulin was very disdainful of the person who made this ring. He was like a rich man in the countryside. Golden Ring of Protection +2. This ring is made with gold alloy and other metals. It is engraved with a complex magic circle. The maker added a calming effect on it. Wearing it can clear your mind. At the same time, this ring is made with rune craftsmanship. It can summon a shield after activation. Requirements: 15 spirit. Equipment effect: calm. Once equipped, you can be in a calm state. Your mind will be clear and reduce the chance of casting a spell. Equipment effect: energy shield. Once activated, you can summon a spherical shield in an instant. The shield lasts for 15 minutes. The shield has the strength of a level 5 spell. It needs to be recharged after use. The last ring was the one that released the soul attack. This ring was black and looked very inconspicuous. However, this ring was the most valuable of the 3. Soul Impact Ring +2. This is a ring made by a legendary wizard. It is engraved with his most prized spells, but this ring is actually his practice. It can increase one's resistance to soul spells, and at the same time, it is engraved with a soul spell. Equipment requirement: Spirit 20 and above. Special effect: Soul Resistance +1, increased resistance to soul spells, resistance to charm, and mind control +1. Equipment effect: Soul Shock. Upon activation, instantly unleash a soul shock within a 30-yard radius. All creatures within this range will have to undergo a soul test. If the soul test fails, the target will be fainted. This spell ignores all defensive effects other than the soul. Requires charging after casting. After seeing the attributes of the 3 rings, Sulin was even more surprised. This necromancer was too rich. Any of the 3 rings in front of him could be sold for hundreds of thousands of kinner, and the most valuable one, the soul ring, could even be sold for millions of kinner. This ring was simply invincible for people below the legendary level. The soul domain was a domain that only legendary people could enter. Before entering the legendary level, unless one had a special talent, the soul strength would not be too high. In the face of this kind of spell that directly attacked the soul, there was a 95% chance that it would fail. For people below the legendary level, this ring was a big killer. In addition to this skill, this item also increased the soul defense by a little. This was also very rare. It was the first time Su Lin saw an item that could directly increase the soul defense, let alone increase the soul resistance to charm and mind control. Out of the other two rings, the bone ring was the least valuable. However, this ring could be considered a low-level artifact for necromancers. The effect of doubling the power of a summoned creature was too powerful. The biggest problem for necromancers was the number of undead creatures they could summon. Undead creatures never relied on quality to win. They relied entirely on their scalp-numbing numbers. The necromancer that Su Lin killed was also unlucky. He should have been building his own undead army, but before he could finish, Su Lin had bumped into him. Otherwise, there would be more than 100 undead creatures, less than 200 of them. If it was a month or two later, Su Lin would have to face an army of undead creatures. At that time, unless he brought all the troops of Northtown City, it would be very difficult to kill the necromancer. According to the real value, the bone ring was more valuable than the gold ring. However, necromancers were hated by everyone now. Other than using the bone shield for defense, this ring was of little value. As for the gold ring, although it looked old-fashioned, its effect was still quite good. The calming effect could reduce the probability of failure, which was very helpful for novice wizards. As for the shield, it had the effect of a level 5 spell, and its defensive ability was still very strong. Although the shield was broken by Sullen's lightning spear, Su Lin was a legendary. Although he didn't use his full strength, not everyone could block his lightning spear. The fireball spell was only a level 3 spell, and the defensive effect of a level 5 spell was still very strong. To a certain extent, this ring was a blessing for wizards below the advanced level. Su Lin put away the 3 rings and checked the rest of the items. There was a wizard robe, a white bone staff, 2 portal bags, and some miscellaneous items. The wizard robe was also a magic item, but it was a low-level magic item. It increased some magic resistance and defensive effect. It also had 3 additional spells: a cleaning spell, a repair spell, and an adaptation spell. The bone staff was more valuable. It could reduce the difficulty of casting spells and increase the power of spells. Unfortunately, the appearance of the bone staff was too bad. Anyone who took it out would know it was a villain. No one would take it out. When he went back, he would ask Hathaway to change the shape and make it look like a halberd. He would peel an apple for show air. Next were the 2 portal bags. Su Lin was looking forward to these 2 portal bags. The 3 magic rings were a big harvest. He didn't know what good things were in these 2 portal bags. Since the original owner was dead, the secret imprint he left behind had lost its effect. Su Lin easily destroyed the imprint and opened the portal bag. The space in the portal bag was not big. No, it was very small. The length, width, and height of this portal bag were only 50 centimeters, which was only 1/8 of a cubic meter. The things in this portal bag were slowly stuffed, but there were only food, clothes, and some coins. Other than that, there was nothing else. Su Lin was a little disappointed, but this was normal. Wizards were used to using portal bags to store their daily necessities. After calming down, Su Lin took out the other portal bag. Since the previous one was for personal items, this one was very valuable. After destroying the imprint skillfully, Su Lin opened this portal bag. The space in this portal bag was much bigger than the previous one. It was about 1/2 of a cubic meter, which was quite big for a portal bag. Even Hathaway's largest portal bag was about the same size as this one. There were a lot more things in this portal bag. There were all kinds of materials from magic creatures, some potions, magic gems, and a dozen books. Sullen's eyes lit up. He took out a dozen books and started flipping through them. After a few minutes, he roughly flipped through the books. Most of these books were about magic theory and spell knowledge. There were also necromancy and curse spells. These things were the foundation of a wizard, so they were very valuable. Other than these, there were 2 books about runes and enchantments. They were also very valuable. 2 of the last 3 books were the necromancer's experiment records and summaries. The other one was a travelogue. It should be the necromancer's experience. Sulen briefly flipped through it. This necromancer was actually a noble. His name was Keaton Abbott. He was a noble from a Western country. Because he had the potential to become a wizard, he was accepted by a wizard school. However, his potential was average, and he was very compatible with shadow undead. These 2 schools were not popular, so he was not taken seriously in the academy. However, during one of his adventures, he accidentally discovered the inheritance left behind by a necromancer. The bone ring and soul ring were found here. Keaton, who had obtained the necromancer's inheritance, naturally couldn't help but learn necromancy magic. At first, everything was normal. However, after he advanced, he was discovered by the organization that he was practicing forbidden spells. That wizard organization naturally demanded that he give up on practicing necromancy and imprisoned him. Faced with such a situation, Keaton defected with the inheritance of the necromancy wizard and fled. Because of his defection, he was wanted by the organization. At the same time, because of his practice of necromancy, other wizard schools did not welcome him. There were even radical ones who wanted him. In the end, he accidentally found a passage to the underground world and hid there. After making great progress in his practice of necromancy, he began to sneak back to the surface world to take revenge. After committing a few big crimes, he was severely injured. It was not easy for him to escape. The golden ring was his trophy. After recuperating, he began to travel in the underground world. This desolate underground world was a tunnel that he accidentally discovered, which led him to this place. In the records of this notebook, several drow cities were marked, but they were all very far from here. At the same time, Sulen had a preliminary understanding of the drow in the Underdark. Chapter 224. Other than the 3 rings, the necromancer's most precious items were the books. Including the ones Sulen found in his laboratory, there were more than 30 books. However, most of them were about necromancy and voodoo, and some were about magic theory. Other than that, there were books about alchemy, potioneering, golem making, anatomy, and a lich reincarnation spell. This lich reincarnation spell was a witchcraft ritual that could reincarnate a necromancer into a lich. It was said that this was a choice that many powerful necromancers made when their lives were about to end. The minimum requirement for the lich reincarnation spell was to be a grade 3 necromancer. They were usually necromancers or warlocks, but there were also some priests. Building a lich reincarnation spell circle required a lot of resources, including rare magic materials, high-quality gems, gold, and so on. If a lich was successfully reincarnated, it would turn into an undead creature and retain all of its memories and spells. After reincarnating into a lich, it would no longer be restricted by its lifespan. This gave it plenty of time to research spells and experiment. It could be said that every lich was a top-tier necromancer. They were powerful and controlled a lot of necromancy spells. It wouldn't be surprising if a team of death knights appeared in a lich's territory. There might even be a bone dragon. Liches would create a lot of magic items in their long lives. It could be said that liches were basically rich. The necromancer that died at Su Luan's hands was collecting all kinds of resources for the lich reincarnation spell. Although he looked very young, as a rogue necromancer, it would take at least a few decades for him to gather all kinds of materials for the lich reincarnation spell circle. Sulen casually flipped through the book and threw it into his storage space. Sulen had never thought about reincarnating into a lich. After all, liches didn't have a penis. After collecting the spoils of war, the other battlefields were almost finished. Under the ambush of the Grey Dwarves, the group of skeleton warriors didn't cause any trouble at all. It didn't take long for them to be wiped out. Apart from some soul crystals, there was nothing else. He had exterminated the necromancer and reclaimed the gemstone mine. He had also obtained a large number of soul crystals and magic books. His only regret was that he hadn't received much EXP. He was still a long way from leveling up. By the time they reoccupied the gem mine, it was already late. Everyone rested in the gem mine for the night. The next morning, after leaving a group of miners behind, Sulin led the rest of the people to another mine. Sulin had been to this mine before. It was the place where he had discovered the harpy. It was the largest mine of the Grey Dwarfs. It produced iron ore, copper, lead, tin, and gold ore. It was a rare mixed mine, and its output was very high. This was also why the Duergar didn't give up on the mine even when the harpies attacked. When they set off again, there were only about 100 people left in the group. After passing through 3 tunnels and 2 underground caverns, the team finally arrived at their destination. There were some underworld monsters in the mine, but they were quickly cleared out by the Grey Dwarfs. After the mine returned to normal, Sulin prepared to deal with the harpies. This time, Sulin didn't want a group of monsters coming to cause trouble every 2 or 3 days. Not only would they cause casualties to the Grey Dwarves, but they would also affect the production. If it weren't for this reason, Sulin would have to wait a while before considering the harpies. Now that the Grey Dwarves had joined Northtown City and the mine had returned to production, the harpies could appear at any time. Before, the Grey Dwarves weren't strong enough, so they could only passively defend. Sulin wasn't helpless against them. Moreover, the harpies could also be used as an air force. During battle, they could carry a few kilograms of stones and throw them down from the sky. Even a 1-kilogram stone would cause more damage than arrows and javelins. Even the Grey Dwarves' iron armor couldn't withstand such an impact. In addition to flying in the air and throwing stones, the harpies could also throw Molotov cocktails and other things. They could also take advantage of the night to cross the city walls and directly open the gates. If he really had an air force, it would be very useful on the battlefield. "My lord, the harpies are active in the area ahead." A drow scout quickly walked to Sulin's side and said in a deep voice. Sulin waved his hand and said, "Stop for now. Send someone out to investigate." Then a dozen or so scouts flashed and merged into the surrounding darkness. The harpies lived in an underground cavern that was even larger than the one occupied by the Grey Dwarfs. The harpies' nest was on a cliff, surrounded by an underground river. The underground cavern was lush with vegetation, and there were a lot of fluorescent mushrooms, and other plants growing in it. The entire underground cavern was their habitat. Opening the strategic map, a rough topographic map appeared in his mind. The underground cavern where the harpies were entrenched was dozens of kilometers away from the Grey Dwarfs' territory, but various tunnels crisscrossed, and the shortest distance was more than 100 kilometers. Many areas around the map were still black and would only be shown after exploration. As far as Sulin knew, there weren't many tribes living in this underground world. There were no other tribes except for the Kobold tribe, the Grey Dwarf City, the Goblin tribe, and the Tauren tribe. Many places were occupied by various monsters. On the strategic map, the current area was marked with the image of a harpy, indicating that there were harpies nearby. The other explored areas were marked with hook horrors, and some are marked with underground salamanders. After a rough look, there were no less than a few hundred of them. There were thousands of harpies here. Although the strength of a single harpy was not strong, about the same as a human militia, their ability to fly made them very difficult to deal with. Coupled with their huge number, they could now be said to be the overlords of the underground world. Even the reckless and irritable Tauren tribe was not willing to provoke them. Soon, the scouts reported the collected information. At this time, more than half of the harpies had gone out to look for food, and only a few harpies stayed here. After confirming the situation, Sulin knew that the opportunity had come. Although the harpies had a large number of harpies, they had a common queen, a high harpy. As long as the high harpy was controlled, the whole harpy tribe would be controlled. Sulin did not let the drows go with him. It was better to have as few people as possible. After casting an invisibility spell on himself, Sulin began to carefully approach the harpy's nest. High harpies were natural spellcasters. It might be easy to defeat them, but it was very difficult to capture them alive. Especially under the protection of many harpies, it was impossible to capture the high harpy, Sulen, even if they doubled the number of people. The high harpy's nest was at the top of the cliff. If they wanted to go up, they could only fly or slowly climb from below. Directly using elemental fluctuations caused by spells was likely to attract the attention of the harpies. After all, they were very sensitive to wind elements. The cliff was not too high, and a large number of caves had been excavated. Sulen found an easy place to climb and then climbed up with his hands and feet. From time to time, a few harpies flew by in the sky. These harpies were very hot, but their appearance was not complimentary. Many harpies had a layer of fluff on their bodies. These were the lowest level harpies. Their bloodline had deteriorated to the point that they were close to beasts. Those harpies whose bodies were closer to humans were more intelligent. Some harpies could even use some spell-like abilities. Of course, there were not many of these harpies. They were generally the guards of the high harpies. Sulen bypassed the caves of several harpies and soon approached the top of the cliff. At this time, a harpy suddenly came out of the cave next to him and was about to fly out. But just as it spread its wings, it stopped. Then its nose kept twitching as if it was smelling something. The smell of a male. Harpy language. The harpy let out a sharp bird cry, and then the surrounding harpies flew over. Even the harpies in the surrounding caves came out. Seeing the situation, Sulen did not know that he had been exposed. Harpies were all females, so they were very sensitive to the smell of males. Although invisibility could hide the body, it could not eliminate the smell. This was also one of its weaknesses. Unless it was the legendary rogue's shadow jump, that ability could directly enter the shadow plane, completely separated from the main material plane. Not only was the figure hidden, but even the body and smell had disappeared without a trace. After knowing that he had been discovered, Sulen no longer hid. Now, he was only one step away from the top of the cliff. As long as he was fast enough, the high harpy would have no time to escape. Thunderstorm. Dazzling lightning burst out from Sullen's body in an instant. The powerful lightning wrapped all the harpies around him. The paralysis effect of the lightning instantly made these harpies stiffen and fall directly from the air. Sulen, who was originally surrounded, was instantly cleared. At this moment, Sullen's hands and feet exerted force at the same time. His body climbed quickly, and he reached the top of the cliff in a breath. Then his figure flashed into the cave. To Sullen's surprise, the cave was much larger than he thought. 2 harpies were guarding the entrance of the cave. These 2 harpies looked very close to humans. After seeing Sulen break in, they rushed up directly. Chapter 225. Seeing the harpies rushing towards him, Sullen's body flashed, and then 2 lightning bolts shot out. Lightning strike. The blue lightning struck the 2 harpies in an instant, and the lightning surrounded them, causing their bodies to twitch uncontrollably. Sulen did not care about these 2 small fries, and directly rushed inside. Passing through the front hall, just as he was about to rush in, a strong wave of elements suddenly appeared, and then a fireball flew over. Sulen did not have time to think, and a pale golden light shield instantly appeared in front of him. It was the energy shield carried by the golden ring. The orange-red fireball hit the energy shield and exploded instantly. The energy shield only flickered a few times before returning to normal. Taking advantage of the explosion of the fireball, Sulen did not retreat, but rushed directly into the cave. Then, at a glance, he saw the wine-red long hair and an unusually beautiful face, and a pair of wide wings behind the graceful and charming body. She had a tall and slender figure, sharp ears, and a gorgeous appearance. If one ignored the wings on her back, she would look like a fairy from the legends. A high-level harpy. They used to be the servant of the goddess of wind, a divine creature. They were born in the middle and later period of the ancient gods and believed in the god of wind. They were a divine creature created by the god of wind's descendants. But since the disappearance of the ancient gods and the fall of the demigod-level harpies, there were very few of them. The divine power in their bodies was very little and had even completely disappeared. Otherwise, this high-level harpy would at least have the strength of a legendary. With the help of the explosion of the fireball, Su Lin also saw her appearance clearly. It was a beautiful face with a strange charm. Her facial features were exquisite, and her eyebrows were picturesque. Her eyes were also light red, and her ears were long and narrow. Her wine-red hair fell to her waist, and her skin was as white as jade with a faint layer of luster. Just one look at her made Su Lin want to touch her gently. Her waist was slender, and one could vaguely see the outline of her muscles under her skin. She looked healthy and strong, but her overall curves were perfect, matching her tall and slender figure very well. From her graceful swan-like neck to her perfectly round and beautiful breasts, all the way to her slender waist, and then to her perky and firm buttocks and slender and straight legs. The entire curve was perfect. The wings on her back were faintly discernible in front of her, and the wide wings were white without a trace of impurities. She was wearing a dress made of feathers, and there was no fluff on her body like other harpies. She was looking at Su Lin with a vigilant expression. At this time, wind blades had already appeared around her body. After Su Lin rushed in, she pointed her finger, and all the wind blades flew toward him. At such a close distance, the wind blades flew very fast, and Su Lin had no time to dodge at all. More than a dozen wind blades had already hit the energy shield. The pale golden energy shield flickered continuously, and circles of ripples appeared on the shield. Seeing this situation, Su Lin directly threw a forbidding spell at the high-level harpy. The high-level harpy, who was controlling the wind blades to besiege Su Lin, suddenly felt a layer of shield around her body, isolating her from the elemental energy around her. The elemental energy that she could control as she pleased was no longer affected by it. The wind blades besieging Su Lin dissipated quickly after losing their elemental energy, and the energy shield in front of Su Lin, which was already in danger, also recovered. After losing her ability to cast spells, the harpy was shocked. Before she could react, Su Lin's sword had already stopped at her neck. At this time, the group of harpies behind finally arrived, and when they saw Su Lin, they were about to pounce on him. "Make them stop. I know you can understand me." Su Lin raised his sword slightly and touched the chin of the high-level harpy in front of him. "Stop." Language of a harpy. A clear and melodious voice sounded, and the harpies that were rushing up immediately stopped. Su Lin looked at the harpies, and then said, "Make them retreat." The high-level harpy was unwilling, but she had no choice but to lower her head. Her life was in the hands of others, so she could only make the harpies retreat outside the cave. "Okay, now we can talk." Su Lin looked at the high-level harpy and said, "What is your name?" "Alex Windtalker." Alex looked at Su Lin with dissatisfaction and said, "Is there anyone like you who rushes into a lady's room and points a sword at her neck to talk?" His melodious voice sounded very comfortable. "Sorry, you have so many people. If I didn't do this, I would only be caught by those harpies if I wanted to get close to you." Su Lin shrugged and said, "Okay, we could talk about this later. Now, let me introduce myself. My name is Su Lin, the Lord of Northern City. You probably haven't heard of me, but I am also the Lord of Orlando City. Those gray dwarves have already submitted to me, and now you are my captive. I'll give you two choices," Su Lin said with a grin. "One is to submit to me, and the other is to force you to submit to me. You have two choices." Hearing Su Lin's words, Alex was so angry that his chest kept heaving up and down. The curve that was originally C+ had risen directly to D, which was very magical. "How is it not two choices?" Su Lin said righteously. "One is you taking the initiative, and the other is me forcing you. These are two completely different positions. Although the result will be the same, you can choose a different process. Moreover, the taste of the two processes will also be different. For example, if you take the initiative, we will cooperate more tacitly and get along very well. If you choose to be forced, then it will seem more expectant. Moreover, I have many ideas that you could try." "Alex?" "Cough, cough." You choose one. Sulin waved his sword. I surrender, Alex said expressionlessly. However, he thought to himself that as long as he didn't sign a contract, he could still escape after surrendering. Now he had to get rid of this shield on him first. Ding! High Harpy Alex Windtalker has applied to join your faction. Do you accept? The familiar system prompt sounded in his ears. Accept. After Sulin agreed, the name Alex appeared in the hero column of the original system interface. Opening Alex's attributes, Sulin checked her loyalty. As he expected, Alex's loyalty was only a pitiful 30 points. Such a low loyalty meant that she could betray him at any time, but Sulin would not give her the chance. Such a beautiful and capable High Harpy, who was also a spellcaster, was simply too good to be a maid. She completely met his requirements for a maid. Beautiful, capable, and durable. He took out the self-created hero template that he obtained last time from the storage space and used it directly on Alex. He had already used it on the succubus Chris last time, and there was no problem at all. Using it on Alex now was not a problem. Sulin took out the light ball and then gently tapped it on Alex's doubtful eyes. After choosing to use it, the light ball instantly turned into countless starlight and merged into Alex's body. What is this? Seeing countless light spots wrapped around her in an instant, Alex's body involuntarily wanted to resist, but spells were banned and her body was pointed at by a sword. She had no room to resist at all. A large number of light spots wrapped her in an instant and then merged into her body. Ding! You used self-created hero template on the High Harpy Alex. Self-created hero template activated. Please choose a hero characteristic talent. Sulin, who had already experienced it once, chose directly. Elemental Affinity. Detected that the target has Wind Elemental Affinity talent. Elemental Affinity is fusing, and it is upgraded to High Wind Elemental Affinity. After hearing the system's upgrade, Sulin's eyes lit up. Alex's talent had actually been fused and upgraded. High Wind Elemental Affinity was very good for spellcasters. Host, please choose a hero skill. I choose Wind Tornado. The target has mastered wind elemental spells and, at the same time, has High Wind Elemental Affinity. The power of wind elemental spells has increased. Selection complete. Hero template locked. A large number of starlight merged into Alex's body. After a while, it was over. The aura dissipated, and Alex looked at Sulin with some doubt. How do you feel? Sulin said with a smile. It seems that my strength has increased a lot, Alex said with some uncertainty. Sulin snapped his fingers and then removed the anti-magic effect on her body. Try it yourself. Alex nodded. She didn't realize that she didn't have any resistance to Sulin's words at all. She waved her hand gently, and wind blades appeared around her body. Then she pointed gently, and these wind blades rotated very flexibly. Then these wind blades shot towards the surrounding rock walls. With a soft sound, the hard rock was like tofu, and the wind blades instantly sank into the wall. It's so powerful. After seeing the effect of the wind blades, Alex's beautiful eyes widened. The power of these wind blades was more than twice as strong as before. She felt that she could summon wind blades more easily, and even her control had become more tacit. There was no feeling of unfamiliarity at all. Next, apart from a few powerful spells, Alex tested them again and discovered that it wasn't just wind blades. All the other spells that involved the wind element had increased in power. As for the other spells, there wasn't much of a change, only a bit easier to control. Okay, you're done with the test. Now, let's talk about the next thing. Sulin looked at Alex and said, Yes, master. Alex nodded. I will leave the underground world soon. You will come with me. These harpies also need to come with me, but I hope you can restrain them. Chapter 226. Master, don't worry. I will restrain those harpies. Alex nodded. Sulin and Alex came out of the cave. The outside was already surrounded by harpies. It seemed that the whole sky was filled with harpies. After seeing Sulin appear, All the harpies stared at him with red eyes, which made his hair stand on end. Alex spread his wings and flew up, quickly calming all the harpies. After a while, the harpies finally dispersed. However, there were still a few harpies around Alex. When they looked at Sulin, their eyes were full of vigilance. These harpies were quite different from ordinary harpies. They also had gorgeous fiery red hair, and their appearance was more similar to humans. Their arms had been separated from their wings, and their lower bodies were smooth legs. Only their calves had the sharp claws of birds. These harpies were called harpies. The lower body of ordinary harpies was closer to the legs and claws of eagles, and their arms and wings were connected. Most of their feathers were grayish-brown. Sulin didn't take the hostility of the harpies to heart. Instead, he asked Alex about the surrounding environment. There were many other underground creatures living around here. 30 kilometers away, through 2 tunnels to the north, there was a stone forest. There was a group of petrifying lizards living in it, and there were more than a dozen of them. In the northeast, there was an underground lake. There were many fish living in it, including some underground magic fish. There was also a group of lion scorpions living around the lake. As for the mineral resources, Alex didn't know. After all, the harpies didn't know how to mine. In the southwest was the tunnel Sulin came from. Soon, the harpies packed up and set off. The harpies didn't have many items, so Sulin and the others moved very quickly. After a while, they came to the place where Sulin and the drows agreed to meet. When they saw that the sky was full of harpies, the drows subconsciously hid. Fortunately, Sulin appeared soon. Looking at the harpies flying in the sky, the drows looked at Sulin with even more awe. After all, it hadn't been long since Sulin had single-handedly subdued this group of harpies. When the harpies saw the drows, there was even a slight commotion. Many of the harpies were eager to have a try. Their old habit of capturing males to mate had resurfaced. Fortunately, with Alex's restraint, these harpies were well behaved. "Your Excellency, these harpies were all subdued by you?" The leader of the drows looked at the harpies and said hesitantly, "Well, don't worry, they have Alex's restraint. Nothing will happen," Sulin said with a smile. "But there are too many of them, and the harpies will capture a large number of males during the estrus period. They will follow their instincts more often," the drows said. In fact, the drows had also thought of taming some harpies to serve as flying troops. Ordinary harpies had the same intelligence as wild beasts, although they could hear orders after training. Once they reached the estrus period, these harpies would follow their instincts and capture any male they saw. In the end, the drows gave up on taming them. "Their base will not be near Northern City," Sulin explained, knowing the drows' concerns. With this group of harpies, Sulin did not go to Orlando City again. Instead, he returned directly to the surface. A large group of harpies and drows advanced along the narrow underground passage. The movement caused by the large group of people scared away all the monsters around them. The whole group moved forward in an orderly manner. A group of thousands of people, plus some logistics carriages, needed a strong command ability to pass through the narrow passage that was only a dozen meters wide. Sulin also relied on the strategic map to command. The group's progress was a little messy. You didn't know how to expect the harpies to be disciplined. After all, they were just a group of monsters not long ago. The drow soldiers were orderly and had cold faces. It could be said that they had the best military discipline in Northern City. Next were the half-elves, and the worst were the barbarians and centaurs. The barbarians were a matter of character, and the centaurs were a matter of racial requirements. But now, the harpies were going to take over the most chaotic part. These harpies were chattering nonstop, and so were even fighting with each other in the air. They didn't realize that they were marching. Fortunately, Alex was there to restrain them. Otherwise, these harpies would definitely be in big trouble. Sulin did not bring the harpies back to Northern City. He chose a new habitat for the harpies in a valley near the Sierra de Lotus. This valley was discovered by Sulin when he was patrolling the surrounding environment of his territory. There was only one exit in the valley, and the whole valley was shaped like a horn. The exit was very small, only about 20 meters wide. The valley was full of plants, and there was a waterfall flowing down from the mountain, forming a small lake in the valley. Because it was in the valley, the temperature was not too low even in winter. Although it was not suitable for building a town, it was still good to build a nest for the harpies. After Alex joined Northern City, the entire harpies were also included in the system of Northern City. All the harpies added up to a total of 3,156 harpies. There were only a little more than 100 harpies, and the rest were all harpies. Of course, the harpies were different. They were divided into normal and elite leaders. It was easy to tell them apart by looking at the human characteristics on their bodies. Generally speaking, the more human-like a harpy was, the higher their intelligence and strength would be. Sulan was planning to build a residence in this valley. He specially transferred a team of 1,000 harpies from Northern City to carry out the construction. Sulan's plan was a large eagle fort, which was remodeled from a mountain. Less than 2 days after Sulan left Northern City, the remaining gray dwarves could no longer endure life without vodka. It was fine if they did not enjoy it before, but after enjoying it once and then cutting it off, the gray dwarves had a greater right to express their feelings. Therefore, a few days later, these stubborn gray dwarves who would rather die than surrender appeared in the construction team of Northern City. Sulan wanted to build the Eagle Fort, so Chris directly sent them over with the other craftsmen. The gray dwarves were very experienced in excavating mountains. The construction of the Eagle Fort was based on the mountain. They hollowed out the inside of the mountain and then built a large number of lofts. The construction process was not difficult. With the dwarves who were masters of excavation, it only took a week to complete the construction of the Eagle Fort. They even carved many mythical statues on the Eagle Fort as decorations. These statues were the legendary ancient god-wind god and some demigod harpies. They were basically the religion of the harpies. The Eagle Fort's appearance was not very extravagant. It was completely carved out of rock. Sulan checked the attributes of the Eagle Fort and found that it was really a good building. Eagle Fort, an important building built by the cooperation of a master dwarf and a master craftsman. It is the habitat of the harpies. Harpies who live here for a long time have a chance to evolve their bloodline. Growth plus 10, cleanliness plus 12, indestructibility plus 14, health plus 8, comfort plus 13, warmth in winter and coolness in summer plus 12, enlightenment plus 5, evolution plus 3. Although the overall attributes of the Eagle Fort were not high, or even low, the attributes it gave surprised Sulan. The Eagle Stronghold had a total of 8 attribute bonuses. Although the bonuses weren't high, there were 2 attributes that were very rare. Enlightenment and evolution attributes were very rare to see on their own. He didn't expect them to appear on the same building. Growth, health, and cleanliness were all normal attributes, but evolution and enlightenment were very different. Both of these attributes could change the attributes of a tribe. Enlightenment could increase intelligence, turning the beast-like harpies into intelligent creatures. Evolution could evolve their bloodline, allowing them to evolve into advanced harpies. Although the success rate was pitifully low, there was still a chance for them to evolve into harpies. After adding the harpies to the Northern City system, Sulan could also recruit harpies. At the same time, the harpy soldier tree had also appeared. According to the system statistics, there were over 3,000 harpies in Northern Battlefront City. Most of them were low-level harpies, and a small number of them were elite harpies. After becoming elite harpies, they would evolve to become harpy leaders. Then came the harpies. These harpies were the guards of the advanced harpies and the elite harpies. Elite harpies were very similar to advanced harpies. Every time they evolved, their intelligence, body, and attributes would all increase. When the harpies evolved into elite harpies, they would be a completely different species compared to the harpies at the beginning. What surprised Sulan even more was that the elite harpies had already mastered elemental abilities. Although their power was limited, if all the harpies evolved into elite harpies, the Northern City would be able to dominate the wasteland with just these elite harpies. There was no need for an ordinary army at all. Just the Air Force alone could easily crush the enemy. Of course, the process would definitely be very long. Although it was not too difficult for a harpy to evolve in the early stages, and the experience required was almost twice that of a human, after evolving into a harpy, the experience required to evolve again would skyrocket to a very shocking number. It was not that easy to evolve into an elite harpy. But then again, the difference between an elite harpy and an elite harpy was huge. It was equivalent to a bloodline evolution. Chapter 227. Both Alex and the Harpies were very satisfied with Sullen's Eagle Fort. Sulen had recruited all the Harpies as soldiers. Luckily, the Harpies weren't very intelligent, so they were very easy to trick. They didn't need to be paid at all. All they had to do was provide them with food. Once their intelligence increased and they became Harpies, Sulen would have to pay for it. Alex arranged the Harpies and let the other Harpies take care of them. He then left the Eagle Fort with Sulen. However, as the queen of the Harpies, she had to stay here for a few days every month. She also had 2 Harpy guards with her. There was no need to worry about the safety of the Eagle Fort at all. The 3,000 Harpies could do anything they wanted unless a legendary wizard or an adult dragon set their eyes on this place. However, the Harpies didn't have any precious magic materials, gold, or gems on them. Those powerful figures wouldn't do such a thing. But even so, Su Luan still set up a scout post outside the valley and built a wall at the entrance of the valley. The entrance of the valley was only more than 20 meters wide. After the wall was built, the whole valley could be called a small fortress. As for the Harpies' habit of catching males during their mating season, Sulen had already seen it in the system's introduction. As long as they became Harpies and gained intelligence, this situation would gradually disappear. After gaining intelligence, they would no longer act like beasts. When they returned to the northern city, Sulen hosted a welcome party for Alex in the Lord's castle. All the heroes under Sullen's command in the northern city attended the party. The development of Northern Battlefront City was on the right track, and the necessary rules were slowly being established. There was no doubt that Sulen had the highest status in the northern city. After him were Chris and Hathaway. One of them was in charge of the city, while the other was in charge of the magic items in the northern city. Then there were the leaders of the various races, such as Boulder, Johnson, Karina, Ayton, Grace, Sheriff Harrison, and the Little Mare Mission. Now there was Alex, and she had the largest army of all of them. This made her status skyrocket. Of course, Sulen treated them very well. Because of Sullen's power, there weren't any power struggles among his subordinates. The banquet was very sumptuous. More than a dozen maids were waiting on the side. The banquet hall used optical reflection technology. A few candles were lit around the hall, and the reflections from the mirrors lit up the hall like it was daytime. Frodo had prepared roast goose, roast pig, steak, steamed bear paw, braised fish, steamed lamb, deer breast, sauced lamb, crystal pork shoulder, fruit salad, ice cream, and so on. As the food consultant of the northern city, Frodo was living a very comfortable life. He only had to guide the chefs in cooking every day. After that, he would wander around and gather information. The variety of dishes made the people who hadn't seen much of the world feel like country bumpkins. After all the food was served, Sulen raised a glass of rum and said, "Is everyone here? Then let's welcome Alex into the big family of the northern city. From now on, we are all family. Cheers," Sulen said with a smile. "Cheers." Everyone raised their glasses in unison. "Then let's start the banquet." Clang, clang, clang. Sulen knocked on the silver bell beside him. A group of maids stepped forward and opened the lids on all the plates. A rich aroma of food instantly spread out. The most eye-catching thing was the roast lamb in the middle of the table. Sulen told Frodo about this dish last time when he was bragging about it. It was to clean a turtle dove and remove its internal organs. Then, the turtle dove would be smeared with pepper and salt from inside out. Next, the turtle dove would be put into the stomach of a goose. After that, the turtle dove would be washed clean and sewn together. Next, the goose was stuffed into the stomach of a sheep. The sheep was skinned and its internal organs were removed. The goose, a carp, and the prepared spices were put in together. After that, The whole sheep was roasted over a slow fire according to the method of roasting a whole sheep. When it was time to eat, only the turtle dove would be eaten and the rest would be thrown away. Of course, it would be a waste. Sulan was not that extravagant. Even so, the people of this world were shocked. Even the nobles of this world did not develop their food to such an extent. Looking at the dumbfounded expressions of the people around him, Frodo's body swayed, and he had an arrogant expression. I made this dish according to the Count's instructions. I want this. Give me a piece. It's delicious. Just as Frodo was about to explain the origin of the dish, the others could not wait to dig in. You. Frodo was so angry that he could not speak. Boulder cut off a leg of the lamb and took a bite. Johnson did not hesitate and took the other leg. The rest of the roasted lamb was divided among the others. Sulan did not touch the lamb. Instead, he leisurely took the roast goose from the roasted lamb. Then he separated the roast goose and stuffed it with a type of wild water bird. It tasted delicious. He skillfully cut the birds and geese into pieces and distributed them to the others. Compared to Boulder and Johnson, the others were much more elegant. Apart from the whole roasted lamb, the other dishes were also delicious. In the face of these delicacies, everyone let go of their reservations and ate heartily. Alex's table manners were very bold. He held a crystal pork shoulder in one hand and an ice cream in the other. The soft, fragrant pork shoulder was paired with all kinds of spices. The drink was made with honey and white sugar. It was paired with a variety of colorful fruits and cream ice cream. Alex almost swallowed his tongue as it was his first time tasting such food. Even Hathaway and Chris, who had tasted it a few times, were quick to enjoy the food. Every physical profession was basically a glutton, so Frodo had prepared a large portion of food. But even so, there was not much left in the banquet. With Boulder and Johnson, the two gluttons, Sue Lewin estimated that even if there was another roast lamb, they would still be able to finish it. After the feast, everyone went back to their rooms. Sulan also brought his maids to exercise after the meal, especially the newly joined Alex, who had a pair of white wings. With the two of them working together, Sulan even became a skyrider. The rising sun pierced through the darkness and dispersed the mist in the air. The northern battlefront city had also awakened from slumber. The merchants had already opened their shops for business. The workers also started to work under the orders of the foreman. The city gates opened and caravans began to slowly move out. Caravans came and went every day in the northern battlefront city. Since last month, caravans from the southern provinces had also appeared here. The most popular product among the southern caravans was rum. The second most popular product was the various furs produced in the northern wilderness. As for white sugar, because the white sugar trade was monopolized by other caravans, they could only buy some from other caravans. The planting area of sugar beets in the northern battlefront city had expanded once again. During this period of time, the northern battlefront city was not only carrying out large-scale infrastructure construction, but also reclaiming more land. A large number of goblins, serfs, and refugees were driven to reclaim land. The original 10,000 mu land outside the northern battlefront city had now expanded to 40,000 mu. However, there was still a lot of land outside the northern battlefront city that had not been reclaimed. In addition to reclaiming land, according to Sullen's plan, the irrigation facilities outside the city were not neglected. In order to irrigate the land, the brick kilns were used to build water supply canals. The water supply canals extended in all directions. A large number of canals were branched out from the main water supply canals. All the canals were equipped with gates. As long as the gates were opened, the river water would flow into the canals and irrigate the farmland. In order to provide sufficient water for the farmland, 7 to 8 large water wheels were erected on both sides of the Red Sand River. The most common crop in the northern battlefront city was potatoes. However, as the land was reclaimed, the crop had decreased to 1/3. The crop that was growing the fastest was sugar beets. As the raw material for the two leading industries in the northern battlefront city, sugar and rum, the demand for sugar beets had also increased. All the wild sugar beets had been dug up. Only a large number of sugar beets could barely keep up with the consumption. Just last month, the first batch of sugar beets in the northern battlefront city had just ripened. Sugar beets had a growth cycle of over 300 days. If it weren't for the harvest altar in the northern battlefront city, fermented farm manure, and the careful cultivation of the half-elven druids, the sugar beets would have taken at least 2 months to ripen, even if they were worth the harvest altar. In fact, ever since the sugar was produced in the northern battlefront city, the caravans that came to the northern battlefront city for trade have been secretly listening to the sugar production process in the northern battlefront city. However, Sulin built the sugar workshop in the inner city and, at the same time, carried out a strict division of labor management. Every worker only knew the process that they were in charge of. Coupled with Chris's charm, the process was protected to the greatest extent. For a period of time, the drows would catch spies from all over the world who came to steal the sugar production process every day. Sulin directly made all the spies evaporate. He also gave a warning to the most outrageous caravans. As for those who still ignored the warning, when the caravans left the northern battlefront city and returned to the provinces in the north, they were directly attacked by bandits in the wilderness and wiped out. A large number of bandits were active in the northern wilderness. It was normal for caravans to disappear in the wilderness. Sulin specifically ordered the army to clean up these bandits. With a few lessons learned from the past, and with the tighter defense of the inner city, those who coveted the sugar could only temporarily put down their greed. However, although they didn't get the sugar production process, many caravans secretly got a lot of sugar beet seeds and wanted to go back and plant them. Chapter 228. Sulin didn't care much about the spread of sugar beet seeds. Even if they got the seeds and successfully grew sugar beets, the juice they extracted from the beets would still be bitter brown sugar. The raw material for sugar in the south was sugarcane, which was very similar to sugarcane in Abel's past life. Those people thought that the reason why Northern Town could mass-produce sugar was because the raw material was different, so they paid a lot of attention to sugar beets. They even sent many people to secretly learn how to grow them. What they didn't know was that the planting technology in Northern Town was based on the influence of the harvest altar. If they followed Northern Town's method to grow sugar beets, the results wouldn't be as good. Sugar beets also took a lot longer to mature than sugarcane, so there was no advantage to growing sugar beets in the south. When the people who grew sugar beets realized that they couldn't produce sugar and sugar beets matured half a year later than sugarcane, they naturally stopped growing sugar beets. Sulin and Frodo exchanged some spices and seeds. They then divided 10 acres of land for planting. It wasn't that Sulin didn't want to plant spices, but Frodo only had so many seeds. Some of them were not suitable for the climate in the north. Sulin planted pepper, fennel, chili, cumin, and a few other commonly used spices. Star anise, cinnamon, and pepper could only be bought from the south. It was said that the Red Dragon Queen controlled more than 80% of the spice trade. There were a few islands in the south that were filled with spices, and they were called Spice Islands. The spice trade made a lot of money every year, and it made the surrounding countries jealous. They all wanted a piece of the pie, but they were afraid of the Red Dragon Queen's power and her army. A red dragon with the power of an ancient dragon and all kinds of spells could beat a team of legendary wizards by herself. Even the paladins, who claimed to be enemies with evil, would automatically ignore the Red Dragon Queen's existence. In the Prime Material Plane, an ancient dragon that was good at spells was basically the limit of power. Even the avatar of a holy spirit might not be able to defeat her. Sulin was also envious of the Red Dragon Queen. She occupied an important hub of the sea trade and controlled the spice trade. She was also shockingly powerful. She was a winner in life. No, a winner in dragon life. The spices planted last year were growing very well. Among them, the chili peppers had already turned red and could be harvested in at most half a month. As for the remaining cumin, it was also growing well. The Sichuan pepper was still a small sapling and would have to wait until at least next year for it to bear fruit. The other spices were growing well as well. In a year or two, Northern Town would be able to produce some spices as well. Although it would not be as good as the Red Dragon Queen Spice Island, its climate and location were too good. When Sulin was expanding his territory, he had thought of going south. After all, there were many islands in the southern seas. Legend had it that there was even a treasure island. However, all the better islands in the south had already been occupied. With the Red Dragon Queen, a big boss, on top of his head, Sulin felt very insecure. Perhaps with the help of the system, he could finally catch up to the Red Dragon Queen, but that would be a matter of time. To protect the spices from being stolen and destroyed, Sulin built a farm here. He included the spices in 1,000 acres of land in the farm and built a wall to enclose the area. At the same time, he arranged for soldiers to guard the area. Spices were still very expensive. Although they were not sold by the grain, they were not cheaper than white sugar. Among them, the most expensive were pepper and cinnamon. Except for cumin, the spices grown by Sulin were less expensive than them. Sulin planned to continue expanding the spices planting area. He wanted to plant at least 1,000 acres of spices in the entire farm. There was also a lot of wheat planted in the farmland of the northern town, which was mainly supplied to Sulin. The rest of the wheat would be sold. After all, many of the caravans here were rich people. Naturally, they would not eat potatoes. Flour was the best choice. The rest of the land was planted with barley, oats, soybeans, and some other grains. Some of them were used to make wine, and some were used to feed livestock. Of course, some were used to extract oil. There were not many kinds of vegetable oil in the world, and the most popular was olive oil. However, the quantity of olive oil was too small, and the price was not cheap, so Sulin found a substitute, soybeans. He was going to plant soybeans to extract oil. Besides, soybeans could be used to extract oil and feed livestock. They could also be used to make tofu. Although he had forgotten how to make tofu, he could study it slowly. Perhaps he would be able to taste the tofu pudding from his previous life again. He had not tasted that smooth and refreshing taste in a long time. When that time came, he would have a bowl of sweet and a bowl of salty tofu. He would drink one bowl and pour the other. The number of farmlands in northern town increased by the day. Whether it was in his previous life or in this world, food had always been very important. Northern town had always had a large number of immigrants. A large amount of food was needed to feed these people. After patrolling the farmlands, Sulin went to the academy he had set up to take a look. The academy now was very different from when it was first established. In the beginning, the scholars stayed here because of Sulin's threats. After living here for a while, they realized that other than their personal freedom being restricted, they were treated much better than they were in the northern provinces. Most importantly, Sulin gave them too much money. On average, a scholar would receive 150 kinner per year. In addition to their benefits, which included sugar, rum, flour, tea, and so on, they would receive more than 300 kinner per year. Such good treatment made the scholars, who originally thought that this was a bitter and cold place and were ready to make a fortune, completely overturn their understanding of this place. One had to know that when they were in the northern provinces, although they were nobles, they were mostly just messing around to make a living. Therefore, after getting used to this place, apart from teaching literacy and arithmetic, these scholars began to teach other subjects. Of course, most of the officials who came to study here only learned the basics and left. There are also some who took time to study here. After taking a look at the academy, although it was good enough to teach basic knowledge, there was still a shortage of teachers. Sulin planned to continue hiring scholars at high prices. As for how the merchants managed to convince the scholars to come, he did not care. As long as they came, they would not be allowed to leave until they were taught for a few years. Of course, Sulin would pay them a high salary. In addition to the lack of manpower, the academy also had a shortage of books. They could only rely on the books that the scholars brought with them. Sulin had already sent Xion's merchant group to buy these books. It was estimated that they would be done by the time they returned. Another problem was paper. There was no cheap paper in the academy. The price of a piece of parchment was much higher than that of a piece of sheepskin. These students were still learning how to write using sandboxes and wooden slips. The papermaking workshop in the northern town had been experimenting with making a sturdy, cheap paper that could be used to write smoothly. Sulin heard from them that they had made some progress. The paper they used before was too soft and absorbent, so it could not be used to write at all. After following Sulin's instructions, these craftsmen used several kinds of trees to make paper. After leaving the academy, he went directly to the paper-making workshop. Since the workshop started producing paper, paper had become very popular. After all, not all nobles like to share the same thick hemp rope or the same wooden stick. As soon as paper was introduced, it was widely praised by the nobles. Since Su Luan built the paper-making workshop last time and produced a batch of paper, the paper-making workshop had expanded a lot after this period of production. The number of craftsmen inside had doubled. Half of them were producing toilet paper, and the rest were experimenting with new materials. The raw material for paper-making had been changed from wood to tree bark. There were also many other materials, such as linen. After a period of experimentation, the craftsmen had divided the paper-making process into several steps. The first step was steaming, which was to cook the raw materials into a paste. The second step was hammering, which was to beat the cooked raw materials repeatedly. Finally, the pulp was made into a pulp, which was then fished out layer by layer. At this time, the paper had already taken shape. As long as it was dried, it would be paper. Although the process looked simple, it was not easy to obtain a piece of paper. After dozens or even hundreds of experiments, the workshop finally made a barely usable paper after changing the bark of various trees and plants in the northern wastelands. This paper used the bark of a common tree in the wastelands as the raw material. It was made with linen and several other materials. In the end, the paper was not pure white. Instead, it was slightly yellow. In his previous life, no one wanted this kind of paper. The color was yellow, the paper was rough, and the paper was somewhat thick. Although there were many shortcomings, the price of this paper was relatively low. Moreover, there were not many problems with writing. It was completely usable. After the paper-making workshop successfully produced this kind of paper, Sulin heard a system notification. Congratulations to the host. The paper-making technique has been successfully broken through. The mastery of paper-making technique has been upgraded. Paper-making technique, using tree bark, linen, fishing nets, and other materials after steaming, hammering, copying, and drying paper that can be used to write. Territory civilization progress +10, territory culture +10, learning ability +5. Chapter 229. After the breakthrough in paper-making technology, Sulin immediately began to arrange for people to copy books. If the school in Northern Town wanted to expand, they would need a large number of books. As for printing, the quality of the paper was passable, but printing was not enough. Poor paper quality, printing ink, and so on were all problems. They could only copy by hand. However, this was not a difficult task for the scholars. After all, before printing, they had to copy by hand. After the paper-making workshop produced the paper, half of it was sent to the Lord's castle, and the rest was sent to the school for them to copy books. In the past, books were made on parchment. Generally, books could not write many words, and they were very heavy. The cost was also high. Now that they had changed to paper, the content of a dozen parchment books could be easily written in one book. The first batch of paper was not a lot, but after the first batch was produced, the second batch of paper was produced much faster, and the quantity would increase several times. Most of the paper from the Lord's castle was sent to the city hall for recording and reporting data, as well as various official documents. Northern Town, school. After seeing a card of yellowed paper being sent to the school, the scholars were very curious about this paper. Soon, a steward came forward to hand over the papers. "Mori, this is the paper that the Lord asked us to send. Confirm the quantity, then move it back." A middle-aged man came over and said, "Is this the paper that the Lord mentioned?" The man named Mori walked over and picked up a piece of paper. "The Lord asked us to use this paper to copy books. But this paper is much thinner than parchment. If we can really write on it, the content of a book will be several times more than parchment. Why do I feel like this paper is not easy to preserve? Who knows? How can a few of us refuse the Lord's orders? Everyone, this is something that His Lordship has specially sent to the Academy for us to copy the books. Let's just do it. Everyone get moving. First, move these papers down. Mo called out to everyone. With the efforts of the many students, the papers were quickly moved to an empty room. Paper is easily damp. Make sure to keep it dry when storing. After the paper was distributed, the scholars quickly began to use the paper to copy books. While using the paper, the scholars discovered the convenience of the paper. Although the paper was easily damaged compared to the parchment, it was still widely praised by the scholars. Sulin was holding a handwritten copy of a book that had just been completed. The book had been bound according to his requirements, and it was no longer a roll of parchment. The surface of the book was a little rough and looked very simple, but it was much more convenient than the previous sheepskin scroll. Guards! Sulin put down his book and shouted at the door. Sir, what are your orders? A guard asked respectfully. Tell Mo that in the future, the books will be made in this style. These books can only be read in the Academy. Without my permission, they are not to be taken out of the Academy and are not to be damaged. Violators will be punished severely. Also, inform Mo to build a library in the Academy specifically to store all kinds of books. Yes, the guard accepted the order and left. With the appearance of paper, the education in the Academy became much easier. In the past, only the teachers had books, but now, almost every student had one. With the books to record, the students' learning speed had increased a lot. After dealing with the matters at the Academy, Sulin began to pay attention to other things. The number of slaves in his territory had been increasing recently, especially after the Harpies arrived. Sulin had asked Alex to lead the Harpies to train their soldiers. They had attacked the goblins, kobolds, gnolls, and orcs in the wilderness. Northern Town City had obtained a large number of slaves. The orcs had suffered heavy casualties in the battle. Even their chief had died in the battle. The remaining orcs had also fallen apart. The centaur tribe that had been half crippled by the orcs' ambush had joined Northern Town City. The two dominators of the wilderness had suddenly disappeared. Northern Town City no longer had the ability to take over the orcs and centaurs' territories. It had created a temporary vacuum in the wilderness. The smaller tribes in the northern wilderness had begun to migrate here to fill up the empty space. It was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for these smaller tribes. In order to fight for the grasslands, plains, and other living spaces, there had been a few tribal wars in the wilderness. Sulin had sent out the army of Northern Town City and the new Harpies to train their soldiers and capture more slaves. Following the military activities of Northern Town City, the number of slaves in the territory soon exceeded 10,000. Most of them were goblins and kobolds, followed by gnolls and orcs. The army of Northern Town City had also suffered losses when they were clearing out the other tribes. The medium-sized tribes had a high chance of producing some spellcasters. The ones that had the highest chance of producing spellcasters were kobold sorcerers. After suffering a few losses, the army of Northern Town City would eliminate any sorcerers or shamans as soon as they found them. Due to the increase in slaves and refugees, Northern Town City's food consumption had increased as well. Luckily, Northern Town City had enough food. With the harvest altar, they did not have to worry about food shortages. After a year of development, Northern Town City had become quite famous in the northern provinces. Many bankrupt farmers and merchants had started to come to the city. The population of Northern Town City had grown rapidly. Excluding the slaves, Mirror Lake City, and Centaur City, Northern Town City now had a population of over 22,000. With sufficient labor resources, Su Luan sped up the construction of the Arc de Triomphe. Because of the construction of the Mirror Lake City and the Centaur City, about half of the slaves had been transferred to the Northern Town City. Now, after a large number of arrests, the number of slaves had skyrocketed, and the construction of the entire Northern Town City had accelerated. The Arc de Triomphe was the second most spectacular building in Northern Town City. It was built to celebrate Sulin's greatness, so it was of utmost importance. White marble was mined from the Sierra de Lotus. They were transported to northern town city by camel beasts and polished by stonemasons before they could be used. The pieces of marble were polished until they were smooth and flat. They were then dragged over by slaves. Each piece of marble weighed over a ton. Some of the bigger ones even weighed over 3 tons. The middle gate of the Arc de Triomphe was 10 meters wide. The smaller gates on both sides were 6 meters wide. The Arc de Triomphe was built on Sunrise Street, the main street of northern town city. After passing through the Arc de Triomphe, one would reach the central square. The gate was 19 meters tall. After the Arc de Triomphe was completed, it would be the tallest building in northern town city, second only to the Harvest Altar. The inner walls of the gate were carved with lifelike reliefs. These reliefs depicted Sullen's victories against his enemies. From Anoles to the Cryopterus, the trolls, the orcs, and so on, the many battles. After some artistic embellishment by the master sculptors, even Sullen felt like he was watching an epic. With enough manpower, the construction of the Arc de Triomphe was very fast. Karina and Grace had to cast all kinds of spells to help with the construction. The archgate of the Arc de Triomphe was very heavy. It was very difficult to move it with the current manpower, but it was just a little troublesome for the wizards. With the help of 2 grade 4 extraordinary warlocks, the marble that weighed at least a few dozen tons was successfully moved up. After the top was covered, the construction of the Arc de Triomphe was more than half done. The rest would require the sculptors to carve the marble. After the marble was placed, Karina and Grace still needed to cast mud to stone to fuse the original pieces of marble into a whole. After the Arc de Triomphe was completed, it would be a whole. After a lot of construction in Northtown, a group of skilled sculptors had been cultivated. Sullen specifically asked Hathaway to make some special tools for sculpting stone. These tools could make it easier to carve marble. With the help of these tools, the exterior decoration of the Arc de Triomphe was carved very quickly. After all the carvings were completed, the Arc de Triomphe was also blessed with hardening. Hardening was first used during the Arcane Empire to build the floating space city. The effect of this spell was permanent. When it was cast, even a piece of wood would become as hard as steel. It was said that during the Arcane Empire era, the floating space city's defense could withstand the most powerful prophecy spell, Meteorite Fall, without any damage. After the Arcane Empire disappeared, the wizards had been trying to build a floating space city, but they failed for various reasons. The biggest problem was energy. A powerful energy source was needed to raise a city. Legend had it that every floating space city was powered by a mice energy core, but no wizard had ever found such a thing. Even the manufacturing process of the mice energy core was unknown. After failing to build a floating space city, the wizards took a step back and built a wizard tower. Of course, there were also wizards who built floating space towers. These wizard towers were built with obsidian and were then blessed with hardening. The degree of hardness was very high. In order to prevent the Arc de Triomphe from being damaged, Sullen also blessed it with hardening. It was not a small job. Even Hathaway was brought in to work with him. It took a few days for the Arc de Triomphe to be blessed with hardening. However, the Arc de Triomphe still had one last process to be completed. Sullen went down the stairs in the Arc de Triomphe and entered the interior of the Arc de Triomphe. There was a room inside the Arc de Triomphe, which was used to store the Battle Soul Stone. Sullen took the Battle Soul Stone from the storage space. The purple Battle Soul Stone looked very beautiful. Sullen came to the altar in the center of the room. He took a deep breath and placed the Battle Soul Stone on the base of the altar. Chapter 230. The purple Battle Soul Stone was gently placed on the altar. Pa! With a soft sound, the Battle Soul Stone was perfectly embedded. Sullen took a few steps back, and a magnificent and majestic energy suddenly erupted. There was a faintly discernible sound of fighting. Soon, the sound of fighting gradually disappeared and was replaced by an impassioned battle song. Sullen seemed to see a majestic army shouting and marching to the battlefield on the beat of drums. A magnificent door appeared above the altar. 2 hero spirits stood quietly at the door. The soldiers who died with Su Lin appeared one by one and disappeared into the door. After a while, all the light disappeared and everything returned to normal. The familiar system notification sounded in his ears. Congratulations, you have successfully built a wonder building. The Arc de Triomphe. Arc de Triomphe. This is a building used to praise the victors. Owning this building will make the territory more active. The army values honor, and the territory is full of martial spirit. Indestructible plus 50, War God will plus 30, People's martial spirit plus 30, Military enthusiasm plus 30, Battle to the death plus 30, Territory prosperity plus 15, Territory culture plus 10, Army morale plus 30, Enemy deterrence plus 30, additional skill. Song of Triumph, Song of Triumph. Every time the melody of the Song of Triumph is played, the army's morale will be increased by 50%. The effect lasts for 24 hours. The army's combat power will be increased by 30%. There is a chance to activate the Battle to the Death effect. Battle to the Death. After activating the Battle to the Death effect, the army of the northern battlefront city will be motivated to fight to the last soldier. After activating the Battle to the Death effect, the soldiers' attack will be increased by 30% and their defense will be lowered. After the Arc de Triomphe was completed, a strange energy spread from the building and shrouded the entire city. After the Arc de Triomphe was completed, Su Lin prepared a grand celebration. After the celebration, the army in the northern battlefront city became more enthusiastic. However, Su Lin did not continue to expand the army. The ratio of the army in the northern battlefront city was already very high. He did not plan to increase the number of soldiers. After finishing the construction of the Arc de Triomphe, Su Lin became idle again. He resumed the dodging training that he had stopped for a while. Apart from the daily training, Su Lin had been competing with the soybeans during this period of time. The soybeans were harvested, and they had too many uses. Previously, Frodo used animal oil to cook. Although animal oil was good, there was a limited amount of it, and some dishes were not suitable to use animal oil. Now that they had soybeans, Su Lin specially made an oil press. The style of the oil press was somewhat primitive. It used an ancient screw-type oil press. Like a screw, it slowly squeezed the soybeans into a cake and squeezed out the oil inside. This type of oil press had long been phased out in his previous life. The reason was simple: low oil output, low efficiency, and time-consuming. However, in this world, this type of screw-type oil press was an advanced product. Su Lin had seen it a few times when he was young and followed his grandparents to extract oil in the countryside. Although his memory of the past was blurry, he remembered the working principle. With Su Lin's mechanical skills, it was not too difficult to make an oil press. After finding a few craftsmen to assist him, Su Lin successfully made an oil press in a few days. Oil press, an ordinary oil press. Of course, other than extracting oil, you can also use it to extract juice. You can also call it the juicer. Oil output plus 8, effort saving plus 10, durability plus 10, work efficiency plus 12. After the juicer, the oil press was made, Su Lin asked someone to bring some soybeans. The soybeans needed to be heated to about 60 degrees Celsius before being poured into the oil press. Su Lin did not have a thermometer, so he had to make do with it. After the soybeans were heated until they were a little hot, he asked the workers to work on it. After turning the screw shaft, the machine began to operate. Soon, some clear oil flowed out from the oil outlet. As the screw shaft turned, more and more oil was produced. After a while, it began to reduce gradually. Finally, it stopped completely. When the machine was turned on, the soybeans had been turned into soybean cakes. These soybean cakes could be crushed and used as animal feed. There was no waste at all. Other than the soybean oil, there was also the tofu pudding that Su Lin could not forget. In the past, he did not have the means, but now he would not mistreat himself. Although he had forgotten how to make tofu pudding, he still knew how to make tofu. He told the craftsmen how to make tofu pudding and let them try it. To Su Lin's surprise, instead of tofu pudding, they made soy milk. The craftsmen did not find a way to solidify the soy milk, and Su Lin did not know how to do it. Fortunately, He had heard of a saying, brine makes tofu. However, there was another problem. How was he going to make brine? Sulin realized that in his previous life, there were some very simple things that you would not know if you did not understand them. However, brine was supposed to be salty, so Sulin had no choice but to let the craftsmen experiment according to this idea. While the craftsmen were scratching their heads because of Sulin's idea, Sulin began his daily dodging training. After the upgrade, the training ground was even more difficult. After entering the training ground, Sulin felt as if he was carrying 100-kilogram weight on his back. This was a runic array designed by Hathaway. It could add all kinds of negative statuses to the training, such as weakening, slowing, doubling gravity, and so on. Sulin couldn't resist it because he had legendary toughness. Moreover, his constitution was very high. If he resisted it, these spells would most likely fail the test of toughness, and the result would be a huge drop in the training results. After various debuffs appeared on his body, he activated the training ground, and arrows shot out rapidly. After the upgrade, the crossbows in the training ground were all added with wind element. In other words, the arrows shot out from the crossbows came with a haste spell. The arrows were very fast. Under normal circumstances, Sulin could easily dodge the arrows with haste. However, there were many debuffs on his body, so his body was obviously much slower. His brain could react, but his body could not dodge in time. For a time, Sulin's figure in the training ground became very difficult. This situation was because the brain had not adapted to the body. However, after dodging for a while, Sulin's control of his body finally improved. Although his speed did not increase, his dodging was not so difficult. After adapting to the training, Sulin began to increase the difficulty. The arrows he used to attack changed from 5 to 7, and there was also a pair of machetes. Sulin was once again in a difficult situation. The difficulty of the training ground increased little by little. After about an hour, the training ended. At this time, Sulin's training clothes were already in tatters. Although Sulin's performance was not bad at the beginning, as the difficulty increased, another mace would be swung at him as soon as he dodged the axe. Before he could dodge, more than a dozen arrows would block his dodging space. If it were not for his strong constitution, he would have been lying on the ground. However, although he looked miserable, Sulin also gained a lot of benefits. During the training, just now, Sulin had turned off the system notification. After the training was over, he checked the system log. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the information of jump dodge after the hard training. Your jump dodge experience has increased. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the information of intuition dodge after the hard training. Your intuition dodge experience has increased. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the information of flexible dodge after the hard training. Your flexible dodge experience has increased. And the last line made his eyes light up. Congratulations, host. Your jump dodge experience is full. You have obtained the talent, jump dodge. Congratulations, host. Your flexible dodge experience is full. You have obtained the talent, flexible dodge. Sulin was a little surprised to get 2 dodges at one time, but it was a pity that he did not get intuition dodge. Intuition dodge could be said to be the strongest among the basic dodges. After mastering intuition dodge, it was just like the literal meaning. He did not need to see it with his eyes and could only rely on his intuition to dodge. This talent was also the most difficult to get among the basic dodges. After intuition dodge, there was proficiency in intuition dodge. It was even more difficult to get this talent. Even if there were powerful rogues, there were very few who could master this talent. This kind of person had a very strong intuition for danger, and it was also very difficult to sneak attack them. Of course, proficiency in intuition dodge was not the most powerful talent. After entering the realm of legends, some people would get the sixth sense talent similar to supernatural powers. This talent was a bug. It seemed to have some ability to predict the future. It was said that the gods generally had this sixth sense talent. As for the more advanced super sixth sense, this was already a legendary talent. People who had this talent could be regarded as little experts and dare to venture into all kinds of dangerous areas. However, this talent could not be obtained through postnatal training. Even the upper-level sixth sense talent was innate or naturally awakened after entering the realm of legends. After going through various commandments and completing many practices, it was possible to further strengthen the sixth sense talent. For other professions, it was completely dependent on luck. Solon did not think that far yet. He now wanted to max out his basic dodges and get proficiency in intuition dodge. Although it was still not as good as the sixth sense talent, as a legendary powerhouse, it was almost enough. After all, he was not a rogue. He basically relied on dodging to survive. Although he did not have the sixth sense talent, he had the legendary battle reflex. Coupled with parry, the effect was not bad. Chapter 231. After the Arc de Triomphe in Northern Town City was completed, many workers and slaves were free. As a black-hearted capitalist and an evil slave owner, there was no way he would let his workers rest. The next day, he announced the construction plan for the city. The first thing he needed to do was to upgrade the granary. The granary in Northern Town was very simple and crude. After all, they did not have a lot of food. However, due to the harvest altar, the food production had skyrocketed. Northern Town's granary was now full. In order to preserve the food, some of the granaries were taken out for storage. However, they could only be stored temporarily. After all, potatoes were not easy to preserve. Without a professional granary, the potatoes would sprout easily. Potatoes were different from other crops. The sprouted potatoes were poisonous. Once they sprouted, they would be inedible. The granaries in North Town City were built underground. The space above ground only took up a third or even less. This kind of underground granary had a low internal temperature, which made it easier to preserve the food. Since it was located in the underground, even if a fire broke out, only the top layer of the food would be burned down. The food buried in the underground would be fine. Sulen attached great importance to the granaries. He specifically found an official from the basic level to be in charge of the granaries. He also set up a strict management and inspection system. He did not want a fire dragon to burn the granaries or soldiers from the dead to borrow food, like in ancient times. The granaries in Northern Town were built in the northwest, close to the Red Sand River. The aqueduct was close, too. Once a fire broke out, it would be solved in the shortest time possible. A granary could store around 10 tons of food. Sulen planned to build 20 to 30 granaries. The food they stored would be enough to feed Northern Town for 3 years. These granaries were the reserve granaries. They would not be used under normal circumstances to prevent wars and other disasters. Apart from the strategic reserve granary, Northern Town also had a normal granary. This granary was used to provide food for Northern Town. As for the strategic reserve granary, it would not be used unless it was purchased at a low price. Even if the food became moldy after a long time, it would be sent to the winery to be brewed. With 1,000 craftsmen and even more slaves, the granaries in the North Town City were built very quickly. A standard granary had a diameter of 8 meters and a depth of 6 meters. The granary was located in a relatively high area in the North Town City. The ground was dry and hard, and there was a layer of bricks inside the granary. The bricks were covered with chaff and hay to prevent moisture. In order to build this granary, Su Luan had read a lot of information and asked those experienced craftsmen. Then he started the construction. After all the granaries were excavated, they were dried with firewood. The next step of construction was not started until there was no more moisture. The interior of the granary was paved with a layer of bricks. The sand from the Red Sand River was washed, dried, and placed into the granary. Together with the chaff and hay, the granary took 7 days from start to finish. When the last door was put in, the granary was considered complete. Excellent granary. Indestructible plus 23. Durability plus 24. Fire plus 28. Moisture resistance plus 26. Insect and rat repellent plus 25. Mildew reduction plus 25. As it turned out, Sullen's granary was quite good. All the granaries in the future were built according to this model. After establishing the standard, Su Luan asked the craftsman to build according to this standard. Then he went to Hathaway's laboratory. The books and materials he got from a necromancer last time had been given to Hathaway, along with some potions he got from the necromancer. Today, Hathaway informed him that those potions had been identified. He went to Hathaway's lab. Now, Hathaway's lab was several times bigger than before. The functions inside were more complete. When Sulin came in, a clay golem opened the door for him. Hathaway's lab was no longer the same as before. There were 6 clay golems alone. These golems were in charge of all kinds of basic work in the lab. Sometimes, they would also help Hathaway with some dangerous experiments. Hathaway, have these potions been identified? Sulin looked at the various bottles on the test bench next to him and asked. These bottles were no different from when Sulin sent them. Yes. Hathaway nodded gently. She didn't raise her head. She was holding a carving knife in her hand and was carving a dragon skin armor. A mysterious runic array quickly formed in her hand. Then, Hathaway snapped her fingers. All kinds of materials that had been mixed flew out of the box next to her. These materials quickly fused under the control of magic. Then, as if they had a life of their own, they fused into the dragon skin armor that had been completely engraved with runes. The aura dissipated, and the runes shone brightly. Then, the brilliance faded, and the dragon skin armor returned to its previous ordinary appearance. Strong Gale Dragon Skin Armor +3, Indestructible +10, Light and Flexible +8, Spell Resistance +10, Acid Resistance +10, Spells, Haste, Bull Strength. Once a day. Additional effect, Deterrence, originated from the innate ability of dragons. Although your own creatures don't have a powerful dragon deterrence like a real dragon, their majesty is still a great deterrence to lower creatures. When the dragon skin armor was made, part of the Euron's deterrence effect was retained. There was a chance to scare away unsteady enemies. There was a chance to cause a deterrence test to the enemy during battle. The enemy would have to undergo a will test. Seeing this dragon skin armor, Su Luan was also a little surprised. Hathaway's skills were getting more and more exquisite. This dragon skin armor could be said to be the best among all the dragon skin armor she made. After putting away the tools, Hathaway picked up the black tea next to her and took a sip. Then she said, "The potions you got from the necromancer are not simple. I was shocked when I identified them." Really? Could it be that those potions can greatly increase one's strength after taking them? Sulin's eyes lit up. Hathaway rolled her eyes and looked at him as if he was an idiot. Do you think that Necromancer would not use those potions himself and run around with them? Maybe his brain had a cramp. Sulin pursed his lips. Although he knew that the probability was very low, it didn't stop him from imagining it. Hathaway ignored him. Instead, she took out a piece of paper and said, "This is the identification result and how to use all the potions you brought back. Take a look yourself. I still have to study how to improve the rock golems." How to improve the rock golems. You should make one to practice first, and then improve it. Sulin took the identification result and flipped through it. Manticore venom. Venom collected from the venom sac in the manticore's body. Highly toxic. At the same time, it has the effects of paralysis, severe pain, and confusion. Corpse oil. Fat extracted from corpses. Can be used to summon undead creatures to increase the success rate of summoning. Poisonous. Corpse poison potion. Corpse poison potion made from a variety of poisons. It can be used to add poison attacks to the undead. It can also be smeared on weapons. Those infected by corpse poison will slowly die if they don't have a cure potion or a priest divine spell to dispel the poison. Explosive potion. After use, it can cause an explosion with a diameter of 15 meters. The strength of the explosion is 30 degrees. The strength of the explosion of the fireball spell is 15 degrees. Corruption potion. After use, it will cause a corruption effect. If the constitution fails to resist, the body will rot in a short period of time. Petrification potion. A potion made from the heart of a petrifying lizard and other materials. After use, it will enter a petrified state. If the petrified state is not removed within 2 hours, it will completely turn into stone. Plague potion. After use, it will release a green plague. The plague will pollute water sources, kill trees and animals, and finally create a plague. People or other humanoid creatures infected by the plague will be resurrected as low-level undead. With enough plague potion, it can even transform an area into a plague zone. Sullen's heart couldn't help but twitch when he saw the plague potion. Sure enough, these undead wizards were terrorists. They even brought this kind of destructive weapon with them. If this thing was used in a densely populated city, it wouldn't take long for the whole city to become a ghost town if it wasn't discovered or dealt with in time. It was like a fantasy version of a biological weapon. After seeing the potion, Sulin also remembered who this undead wizard called Keaton was. This guy was the plague bane of the Aubrey's kingdom. The biggest thing he did was to use this plague potion to destroy a small city. This potion was Keaton's secret recipe. It was also because of this potion that Keaton became famous. There were more than 20,000 people in that small city. This was the most outrageous thing that an undead wizard had done in the past 200 years. Later on, this guy even wanted to create an undead calamity. However, he didn't think about it. With the suppression of the gods, those who dared to do so were basically dead. Later on, Keaton was defeated by the combined forces of the Aubrey's kingdom and the temple. This guy was lucky enough to escape. The Aubrey's kingdom put a bounty of 500,000 kinnar on his head. Who would have thought that he was hiding in the underworld? This price was already very high. After all, the Red Dragon Queen's head was secretly offering only 5 million, but no one was willing to do it. The risk and reward were completely disproportionate. The Red Dragon Queen controlled the Golden Sea route and the spice trade. Her annual income was more than that. Those people were offering too little. Sullen's heart ached when he thought about how Keaton's body had been destroyed by the plague potion. 500,000 gold coins flew away from his hands just like that. Even if he used Keaton's equipment to prove that he was the one who killed Keaton, the Aubrey Kingdom would still believe him. However, he wouldn't be able to get a single gold coin because the Aubrey Kingdom wouldn't pay him without Keaton's head. Chapter 232. Sulin didn't feel good about missing out on 500,000 kinnar. If he knew Keaton's head was so expensive, he would have left him with a whole body. Too bad it was too late. The potions in front of him weren't very useful. He was going to destroy the disgusting stuff like corpse oil. The other poisons were pretty good. As for the plague potion, Sulin hesitated for a bit and decided to keep it. It could be used on the enemy. As a matter of fact, if the plague potion was discovered in time, it wouldn't be easy to destroy a city. As long as there were priests and wizards who could purify, dispel, or detoxify the poison, it could be dealt with. It was a surprise attack. The explosive potion was pretty good too. It had a large area of effect and was very powerful. If it could be mass-produced, it would be invincible on the battlefield. It was much more powerful than grenades. If he could get the secret recipe and build a grenadier squad, he would be invincible on the battlefield. Or he could ask the harpies to carry the potion and bombard the target with carpet bombing. The effect would be enough to flatten the city. Sulin picked up a bottle of explosive potion and asked, "Hathaway, can you derive the recipe for the explosive potion?" "The recipe for the explosive potion? That's a bit difficult. I'm not sure how long it will take." Hathaway replied as she flipped through the book. "But the cost of this explosive potion isn't cheap. You'll have to be prepared if you want to mass-produce it. Don't worry, it's just money. Northern Battlefront City is full of money now," Sulin said generously. After annexing Orlando, the Grey Dwarf, Northern Battlefront City had more than 10 million kinnar residents. On top of that, they were earning a few 100,000 every month. It wouldn't be a problem for them to buy a duchy. "All right, I'll do it. But I suggest you recruit a few alchemists and wizards. I have too much work to do right now, and my time is limited," Hathaway said. Sulin looked at Hathaway's lab and nodded. "You do need to recruit more alchemists and wizards. It's just that Northern Battlefront City is too secluded right now. It's not well known among wizards. I'm afraid it's going to be hard to recruit wizards, Sulen said with a headache. Although the northern citadel was developing well, there weren't many people who came to join. Even those scholars were forced by Sulen. Do you have any good suggestions? Most wizards are short on money. Hire them with money. Hathaway felt a little helpless. Many wizards were otakus. If they were not doing experiments, they were doing research, or they were meditating and practicing spells. The only reason they were willing to serve the nobles was money. All right, that's all we can do. Sulen felt a little helpless. In fact, he had something that could attract a large number of wizards, and that was mithril. As long as he spread the word, a large number of wizards would come knocking on his door in less than a month. However, if that happened, Sulen might not even be able to keep his silver mine. Then I'll go first. Sulen put away the potion and was ready to leave. Wait, I'm going to make a stone golem. Can you help me? Hathaway said. Sulen had experienced the power of a stone golem in the trial space before. Each one of them weighed a few tons and had thick skin. Although they were a little slow and had no magic attacks, they were still very useful on the battlefield. Otherwise, wizards wouldn't have made them into a regular army. As for the stronger steel golems, Hathaway still couldn't make one. They required a large amount of soul crystals to be activated. Sulen only had a few pieces, and they were obtained from killing the necromancer Keaton. If he wanted a large amount of soul crystals, he had to cultivate them himself. The other way was to go to the bottomless abyss. Cultivating them himself was too bloody, and Sulen didn't consider it. This kind of thing was only done by some wizards during the Witch King era. Later, the Witch King era disappeared, and this kind of thing was listed as a taboo. Now, the only way he could think of to get a large amount of large soul crystals was to go to the bottomless abyss. As long as it was an elite-level demon, one could obtain a large piece of soul crystal after killing it. If one killed a high-grade demon, one could obtain a legendary-level soul crystal and even the divine power of the demon. Of course, it was very difficult to do so. The Arcane Kingdom once invaded the abyss, and those powerful arcanists drove the floating space city into the abyss. It caused the fall of several abyss demons. It was also in those wars that the gods began to fear the power of the arcanists. As for cultivating large soul crystals, this kind of thing was the devil's forte. They would lure greedy people through contracts, and then use various methods to lure the contractor to fall and set up various traps. It was said that after suffering, there was even a chance to get a legendary soul crystal. Of course, this statement had not been confirmed. However, the devil lured people to fall, let them be immersed in their own desires, and then harvest their souls. The probability of getting a high-quality soul crystal was very high. It was said that the method of cultivating soul crystals during the Witch King era was learned from the devil. There were many materials for the rock golem, from the general granite golem to the top obsidian golem. The difficulty of construction was different, and the price was also very different. An ordinary rock golem cost 50,000 to 60,000 kinner, while an obsidian golem cost almost 100,000 kinner. The obsidian golem's magic resistance and physical resistance were not comparable to the general rock golem. In terms of magic defense, even the steel golem was not as good as it. The rock golem that Hathaway built was an ordinary granite golem, and the soul core only needed a medium-sized soul crystal. Sulen had more than 30 of this level of soul crystals, all of which were contributed by the necromancer. Speaking of which, this necromancer was really a good person. Not only did he give them EXP and equipment, but he also gave them books, knowledge, and materials. He was simply the captain of the transport team. The materials for the rock golem were now available in the northern battlefront city. The high-quality granite was directly sent to the quarry, and then the carvers would carve it. The process of making a rock golem was not too complicated, and it was not too difficult for the two who already had experience in making clay golems. The creation of the rock golem could be divided into 3 parts. The first part was the construction of the body parts. This step could be done by taking them apart. Fortunately, the northern battlefront city had a large number of carvers, and Sulin was relieved to let them carve it. The second part was the assembly of the body parts. This step was like piecing together a toy model, completely piecing the rock golem together. Of course, when piecing together, they had to pay attention to the runic array inside the rock golem. The third part was the casting and activation. This part required Hathaway to cast the spell. She had to activate the soul center of the rock golem, and, at the same time, she had to activate the life construct. In fact, Sulin had considered whether he could set up a production line for rock golems in the future. As long as the production line was started, he could mass-produce rock golems like an assembly line. He was not the first to have this idea. In the era of the floating city, in addition to a large number of wizards living in each floating city, there were also a large number of rock golem legions. These rock golem legions were produced using the assembly line method. This was also why the Arcanists in the era of the Arcane Empire could rely on the rock golem legions to beat the demons who had always relied on the human wave tactic to the ground. After all, the birth rate of demons really could not keep up with the production rate of rock golems. A rock golem was about 3 meters tall and needed about 3,000 pounds of rock. After carving, the weight would be slightly reduced. Of course, there were also some large rock golems that weighed up to several tons. The main craft of making a rock golem was carving, and it required the use of magic essential oils and runic matrices. The carving craftsman would solve the problem of carving. As for the runic matrices, they needed Hathaway to carve them. After carving the runes, they also needed to use gemstone powder, magic alloy, and other materials to completely integrate them into the body of the rock golem. This step was also very important. Gemstone powder and magic alloy could be said to be the most expensive things in the rock golem, apart from the soul crystals. Sulin optimized and modified some parts of the rock golem according to the principles of mechanical control. Finally, the rock golem was assembled. After the assembly was completed, it needed to be activated with the soul crystals and cast the spell to activate the life of the construct. Although all this was very simple, Sulin and Hathaway were busy for 5 days to make a rock golem. The two of them went back and forth between the Lord's castle and the laboratory almost every day. It took 3 days just to carve the runes and improve and optimize the energy transmission system, and 2 days to carve and assemble. The carving of each part of the rock golem was done strictly according to the dimensions given by Sulin. The head, torso, and limbs were all made separately. The advantage of this was that even if the carving was broken, it was easy to replace. All the parts of the rock golem were made into standard parts, and it was more convenient to assemble the rock golem. After the parts were made into standard parts, it was very easy to repair the rock golem. If a part was broken, it could be replaced directly. As long as the soul core was not damaged, the rock golem would not die. This was also the preparation that Sulin made in advance to try to build a rock golem factory in the future. After the final assembly was completed, Hathaway took a medium-sized soul crystal and began to activate the rock golem. She also cast the spell to activate the life of the construct. Sulin had not figured out how to replace these steps. If he could not solve this problem, the rock golem factory in Northern Town would need a group of wizards who specialized in activating rock golems. Powerful elemental energy burst out from Hathaway's body, followed by a throbbing of the soul. The soul crystal turned into a purple soul energy and merged with the rock golem's body in an instant, and finally calmed down. At the same time, the rock golem moved in an instant. Ding! The host has participated in the production of rock golems. You have obtained more information on magic technology. Your magic technology experience has increased. Chapter 233. Northern Wasteland. It was already midsummer. Even though Northern Wasteland City was located in the north of the continent, the weather was still very hot. Sulin was lying in his room with 2 small wind elementals acting as electric fans. The wind blew gently, and there was a fruit platter on the table next to him. There were all kinds of fresh and juicy fruits on the fruit platter. Just looking at them was enough to whet one's appetite. Sulin was lying in a rocking chair. The two maids, Angela and Annie, were massaging his calves and shoulders. Chris was sitting at the side. She picked up a tender cherry and put it in her mouth before feeding it to Sulin. Sulin opened his mouth and ate the cherry. He hugged Chris and took a bite. This was what life was like. Northern Wasteland City had been developing well recently. It was also because of this that Sulin had the time to enjoy the luxurious life of a feudal noble. "My lord, there's an urgent military situation." Just as Sulin was enjoying his luxurious life, a guard reported from outside the door. "Come in," Sulin said lazily. Angela and Annie's massage was too comfortable. His entire body felt soft and relaxed. "My lord, there's a large-scale battle in the Sierra de Lotus in the north. It's speculated that both sides are powerful magic beasts." "Have you confirmed what kind of magic beast it is?" Sulin asked. "The reconnaissance team has already sent people to investigate. There's no news so far." "I see." Sulin waved his hand. There had been a few news reports about high-level magic beasts recently. Sulin was also curious. After this year, the high-level magic beasts in the Northern Wasteland seemed to have entered the active period. Under normal circumstances, high-ranked magic beasts had their own territories. They would divide their territories, and under normal circumstances, these high-ranked magic beasts wouldn't easily leave their territories. But now, there were continuous fights between high-ranked magic beasts. Aside from this, when Sulin was building Mirror Lake City, he discovered that it wasn't just magic beasts. Even wild beasts were becoming restless. Winter wolves rarely appeared in the northern city, but there were 5 of them last time. Even the patrolling army often reported that there were wild beasts attacking the territory. This was very unusual in Sulin's eyes. Under normal circumstances, wild beasts would not attack humans, especially human armies. Under normal circumstances, those wild beasts would avoid human armies. Things like this rarely happened unless there was a lack of food in the winter. The starving wild beast had no other choice but to attack the territory to obtain food. It was summer now, the time when the plants in the northern wasteland were the most lush. The water and grass were abundant, and wild beasts were multiplying. It was the time of the year when food was the most abundant. During this time, wild beasts would not provoke humans. But now, there were wild beasts attacking human territory. Sulin thought for a while, but couldn't figure it out. He was a bit annoyed. After saying goodbye to Hathaway, Sulin went to the lab to find Hathaway. If there was anyone in the territory who had the most knowledge, it would probably be Hathaway. Karina and Grace were a bit behind. When he arrived at the lab, Hathaway was drawing on the lab table. Sulin glanced at the drawings. There were stone golems of different sizes on the drawings. These stone golems had been separated into different parts. At the same time, the composition and runes on them were a bit different. At the same time, there were some golems that Sulin had never seen before. They should be the ones recorded in the book that Sulin obtained from the necromancer. "What kind of golems are these?" Sulin asked curiously. The golems on the drawings were very different from the stone golems. They didn't have the heavy feeling of the stone golems. On the contrary, they had smooth lines and looked very agile. Their hands were sharp claws, and they also had a pair of wings. "These are gargoyle golems," Hathaway explained. This kind of golem is a variant of the rock golem. Unlike ordinary golems, gargoyle golems have the ability to fly and don't have the weakness of ordinary rock golems. Gargoyles move very quickly. "They can fly?" Sulin asked in surprise. "Yes, they're flying golems." Hathaway nodded. "And these golems are very different from the stone golems. Normal stone golems aren't made as professional combat units. The stone golems made by wizards are multi-purpose golems. They can help their masters with their work, and they can also fight in critical moments. These gargoyle golems are different. They're completely made for combat, so they're called battle golems." "Battle golems? How are they fighting?" Sulin asked with great interest. "Not bad. Their attack power is close to that of the stone golems, but their defense is a little lower. If they fight with the stone golems, They can't do anything to each other. If they fight with the obsidian golems, the gargoyle golems are no match for them. However, these golems were designed to fight against air units. After hearing Hathaway's explanation, Sulan also understood the characteristics of these gargoyle golems. First, they were more expensive than stone golems, but less expensive than obsidian golems. Second, the gargoyle golems had decent attack power and low energy consumption, which was only consumed when they were activated. The dormant gargoyle was like a normal stone golem, so it didn't consume any energy. Third, they could fight against air units, which was the original intention of the gargoyle golems. Ordinary golems, from clay golems to stone golems to steel golems, basically didn't have the ability to fight against air units. They could only do so after special modifications. The gargoyle golems were specifically designed to deal with air units. Most wizard schools had the technology to create ordinary golems, but after the modification of the basic golems, there was a big difference. Each school had their own technology to create golems. For example, the armor golem looked like a knight's plate armor. It was flexible and fast, and its cost was lower than that of the stone golems. There was also the skeleton golem, which cost even less. The gargoyle golem was a special type of golem in the necromancer school. The cost of this golem was only half of the obsidian golem, and it also used some knowledge of the necromancer. Because it used obsidian as its main body, the gargoyle golem had high magic and physical resistance. We have a harpies now, so we don't need the gargoyle golems for the time being, but they can be used as a technical reserve, Sulan said after thinking for a moment. I know. I only plan to make a few and put them on the roof of the castle. Once someone invades from above, they will wake up and attack immediately, Hathaway said with a nod. By the way, why did you come to see me this time? Hathaway asked. Sulan said with dissatisfaction. Can't I just come to see you? Huh. Hathaway rolled her eyes at Sulan. Okay. I admit that I came to see you about something, but it was just in passing. I came to see you specifically, Sulan emphasized. Hathaway looked at Sulan without saying anything. Her expression was as if to say, Do you think I'll believe you? Scumbag. Something happened in the territory recently. I want to ask if you know the reason. Sulan pretended not to see her expression and changed the topic. What's the problem? Hathaway asked. There have been a lot of wild beasts attacking the army and slaves in the territory recently. Now is not the winter season when there is a lack of food, so they shouldn't be in such a situation. Also, the soldiers of the reconnaissance camp have reported that they have found several high-grade magical beasts fighting. I feel that something is not right in the wasteland recently, Sulan said with confusion. Something is not right. Hathaway nodded and said, Maybe you didn't notice it because you're not a wizard, but I noticed that the concentration of elements in Northgard City is slowly increasing. The elemental energy is also a bit chaotic. I think there's a connection between these things. What connection? I wonder if you've heard of the elemental tide? Hathaway asked as she took off her spectacles. Sulan frowned and said, Elemental tide? What's that? The elemental tide is a term for the periodic changes in elemental energy discovered by wizards. It involves a lot of advanced knowledge, and it's hard to understand without systematic study. Hathaway looked at Sulan with an expression that said, You're stupid. I can't explain it to you. The veins on Sulan's forehead twitched. Tell me about it. Sulan resisted the urge to spank her and said, All right. Hathaway shrugged and continued. You should know that the place we're living in is called a plane in wizard theory. There are many planes like this in the multiverse. Some planes are flat, wrapped in a layer of membrane to protect them. Some planes are planets, and some are half planes, and so on. All of these planes were first born in the origin sea. Some people call it the ether. The origin sea is boundless. It's filled with the most primitive energy. All the energy in the multiverse comes from the origin sea. In other words, the elemental energy around us originated from the origin sea. As for the elemental tide, let's make a simple analogy. Think of the origin sea as a vast ocean. This ocean is constantly moving. You should know that the ocean has its own ebb and flow. These are all natural phenomena. So the origin sea is an ocean of energy. It has its own ebb and flow, and this energy ebb and flow is called the elemental tide by wizards. Normally, the sea level will only rise after the ebb and flood the coast. However, the elemental tide is different. It's energy that rises. The rise of energy in the origin sea will directly lead to the rise of energy in the multiverse. Chapter 234. So, in the multiverse, there will be an increase or decrease in the concentration of elements. At the same time, the distribution of the energy is not uniform. Some planes have high elemental energy, and some planes have low elemental energy. Some planes that are about to reach their end will gradually die. You're saying that our world is experiencing an elemental tide? Sulin asked. Not so stupid, Hathaway praised, looking like a child that could be taught. Sulin looked at the little witch with his spear. The elemental tide cycle is very long. Half of the time, it's 500 to 800 years. Sometimes, it can even last for thousands of years. The time is not fixed. If it lasts for so long, how can you be sure that it's caused by the elemental tide? Sulin was a little curious. And it's only happening to beasts and high-level magical beasts. Why doesn't it happen to humans? Hathaway looked at Sulin with a look of disdain. As early as a few decades ago, the wizards predicted that the elemental tide was about to start. After all, it's been a few hundred years since the last elemental tide. As for the beasts and magical beasts, it's because they are more sensitive to elements than humans. Many beasts may look like normal beasts, but who knows if they have the blood of magical beasts? These beasts can easily mutate during the elemental tide and evolve into magical beasts. Magical beasts are born to control elements. In terms of their sensitivity to elements, even wizards can't compare. Didn't you learn a domain? Open your domain and feel the changes in the elemental energy in your domain. You should find something. Sulin nodded, then slowly closed his eyes and activated his lightning domain. He did not move the elemental energy around him. Instead, Sulin opened up his huge spiritual network and began to feel the elemental energy around him. Soon, he found that the elemental energy around him was a little different. The elemental energy in the outside world was a lot denser today, and it was very active. He could also clearly feel that the consumption of energy when he used his domain had decreased. There are many benefits to the elemental tide. For example, it will make it easier for wizards to cast spells, and the number of ordinary people with the potential to become a wizard will also increase. Other than these benefits, the disadvantage is that the magic beasts will become more powerful, and their numbers will also increase. The elemental tide is fair to everyone, including magical beasts. The requirement to become a wizard was very high. If he wanted to become a wizard, he had to have at least 18 points of spirit. Of course, as a child with the potential to become a wizard, there would need to reach at least 12 points. Then, according to the training method of wizard apprentices, there would reach 18 points when they reached adulthood. Under normal circumstances, the apprentice would be trained between the ages of 8 to 14. Only those who had a will of 12 points would have the opportunity to become a wizard. It was said that during the period of the Arcane Empire, the Arcanist had a magical weave. As long as one's mental strength reached 15 points when they reached adulthood, they could become an Arcanist. The magic net greatly reduced the threshold for becoming an Arcanist, which led to the number of Arcanists in the Arcane Empire being 100 times more than the current wizards. The huge number of Arcanists created the glorious civilization of the Arcane Empire. Sulin slowly opened his eyes. Just now, he had felt the difference in the world. The elements had become more active, and the difficulty of casting spells had decreased. This meant that more wizards would appear, and at the same time, the world would change. The most obvious change at the beginning of the elemental tide was the increase in the number of powerful beings. The original old pattern would definitely be broken. Even many powerful creatures active in the last era would awaken. Some powerful creatures would fall into a deep slumber, or leave the prime material plane for the astral plane due to the weakening of the elemental concentration. The main material world would make them feel uncomfortable, and the stronger the creature, the more obvious it would be. The increase in strength would definitely breed more ambition. They would be dissatisfied with the old order and want to gain more benefits. Then, the only way was to fight. Sulen could already foresee that there would be endless wars on the continent in the future. Sulen was not worried about the upcoming challenges. The elemental tide gave everyone an experience buff, not just some people. With the system, he was confident that he would become stronger and stronger. In the quiet night, everything returned to normal. In the summer night, there was still a dry heat in the air. There were sounds of insects outside. In a room in the Lord's castle, Sulen did not sleep after the battle. After knowing that the elemental tide was coming, he felt a sense of urgency. In the Sage era, his mind was the clearest. In the end, Sulen gave up. The elemental tide was not something that could be changed by human power. The only thing he could do was to make himself stronger. He could not change the changes in the world, so he had to occupy an advantageous position in this change. After thinking it through, Sulen no longer hesitated. He hugged the soft body beside him and found a comfortable position to fall asleep. When he woke up the next day, Sulen felt refreshed. Hathaway and Alex had not woken up yet. The little succubus Chris had already left. Sulen got dressed under the care of Angela and Annie. After getting used to the feudal aristocratic life of being served by others, it felt great. After a simple breakfast, Sulen did some simple exercises. Then, he started his work for the day. During this time, the summer grain had started to mature. The wheat planted in the northern city could be harvested. A portion of the wheat would be sent to the city Lord's castle. The other portion would be sold. In addition to purchasing the summer grain, Sulen went to the military camp. During this time, the army in the northern city did not engage in any large-scale battles. However, there were continuous small-scale battles. Some of the spearmen had finally been promoted to the spear guard. Now, there were only 2 formation breaker soldiers in the northern city. If he wanted to obtain more soldiers, he would need a large number of spear guard soldiers to undergo training. The training method of the formation breaker soldiers was crueler than that of the spear guard soldiers. After a period of training, they would be arranged to try to advance. If Sulen could recruit 700 formation breaker soldiers, he could completely rely on the formation breaker to defeat the orc army like the last time he encountered the orc invasion. Now, the strength of the soldiers in the northern city had begun to develop into a high-end combat force. With the beginning of the elemental tide, the enemies they would encounter in the future would become stronger and stronger. In the face of such enemies, the effect of ordinary soldiers was infinitely close to zero. Moreover, the population of a northern city limited Sulen's ability to use the human wave tactic. Since he could not gain an advantage in numbers, he could only crush them in terms of quality. As long as he had enough time, Sulen was confident that he could obtain more spear guard soldiers and formation breaker soldiers. However, while Sulen was training, more and more attacks began to occur in the territory. In order to ensure the safety of the territory, Sulen began to send more people to the territory. At the same time, he took the initiative to eliminate the potential dangers around the territory. In order to let more spear guards become spear guards, Sulen personally led the spear guards to clear out all kinds of monsters. The thorn forest was the name Sulen gave to the area because there were a lot of low shrubs growing in the forest. According to the scouts, there seemed to be magic beasts appearing here. In fact, the stronger a beast was, the faster it would evolve into a magic beast. On the contrary, the weaker a beast was, the faster it would evolve into a magic beast. Of course, the potential between the two was different. The soldiers were wearing armor and wielding swords, cutting a path in the thorn forest. The danger level of this area had increased. In fact, even the weakest magic beast was very dangerous. The lowest challenge level of the magic beast was level 9, which was equivalent to the peak of a Grand Knight. It was only one step away from becoming a Knight Commander. The sun was rising, and the weather was getting hotter. The soldiers were wearing heavy armor, and they were all sweating under the sun. The armor was airtight. Sulin looked at the sun and said, "Stop advancing. Set up camp here and rest. Be careful of the danger. Also, make a fire and cook. Continue searching in the afternoon." "Yes, sir." The soldiers breathed a sigh of relief and began to find a cool place to rest. Although they were resting, none of the soldiers took off their armor. Even their weapons were placed where they could easily reach. They were ready to fight at any time. On the other side, some of the soldiers began to set up camp. According to the requirements, even if it was a temporary camp, it had to be protected. This was a special requirement in the training of the Northern Town Army. Fortunately, they had brought a lot of tools, so they set up camp quickly. Some of them set up camp, while others began to collect firewood, cut trees, and dig up some wild vegetables and mushrooms. Many of the soldiers in the Northern Town Army had undergone wilderness survival training. After all, the barbarians lived in the wilderness all year round. They had a lot of wilderness survival skills. Although they couldn't read and couldn't even write their own names, they were like fish in water in the wilderness. They didn't have to worry about starving to death. Even in the wilderness, they could identify the size and species of animals based on their footprints. With such ability, Sulin naturally wouldn't let it go. Therefore, the Northern Town Army included wilderness survival training. If someone from the previous world saw this, they would instantly understand that Sulin was planning to train all the soldiers according to the requirements of the Special Forces. The construction of the camp was very fast. At the same time, smoke rose from the kitchen. The soldiers took out the dry food they had prepared and poured it into the pot. Then, they added some wild vegetables and mushrooms. Soon, the aroma of the food filled the air. Just as everyone was about to eat, a scream suddenly came. Sulin didn't even think. His body turned into a shadow and rushed over. Chapter 235. A blood-curdling scream was heard, but it stopped abruptly. Sulin turned into a blur and rushed out. The other soldiers followed closely behind him. Everyone held their weapons. No one dared to be careless. Sulin soon arrived at the scene. However, what he found made Sulin frown. My lord." A new spearman recruit had a frightened expression and his body was trembling. Beside him was the corpse of another spearman. However, only half of the spearman's corpse was left with blood. What happened? Where is the murderer? Sulin looked around and did not find any monsters. Carl was eaten by that flower. The spearman's soldier stammered. Sulin looked at the corpse in front of him. There were some irregular teeth marks on the corpse. The corpse was badly mutilated. It looked like the upper half of the body had been swallowed. Even the iron-plated armor on the body was torn apart. Flower? What flower? The soldier, who had just joined the army not long ago, was so frightened that he stuttered. It took him a while to calm down. "Carl and I came here to pick mushrooms and wild vegetables. We were going back to cook." Carl saw a patch of mushrooms under the tree and was about to pick them. But as soon as we walked over, a strange flower beside us suddenly opened its big mouth. We didn't even have time to react. Carl was swallowed. I reached out and tried to pull him over, but only his lower half was pulled back. The soldier was nervous. He pointed at a strange plant not far away. His face was pale. It was obvious that he was greatly frightened. Sulin glanced at the plant. It was a plant similar to a sunflower. However, the color of the flower was blood red. The color was unusually bright. The stem of the sunflower looked like a cloth bag. There was also a pool of blood near the plant that had not dried up. Sunwheel flower? Sulin's face darkened when he saw the plant in front of him. Sulin had seen this type of plant in Hathaway's Monster Guide. It was a type of mutated plant. It did not rely on photosynthesis to grow like normal plants. Instead, it devoured all kinds of animals and humans. This type of plant could also move on its own, but at a very slow speed. Sunflower, mutated plant, man-eating flower, grade 3, gregarious, creature level, 13. Challenge rating, level 8. Has spell-like ability, strength, 16, agility, 6, spirit, 23, vitality, 21, charm, 15 talents, camouflage, sneak attack, perception, intermediate regeneration, decoy skills, devouring attack, vine tentacles, hallucinatory fragrance, poison attack difficulty. C+, sunwheel flower was a type of mutated plant. This type of plant was the most dangerous type of man-eating plant. It could be found all over the continent. There were many types of mutated plants that could attack, such as snake vines, bloody thorns, caraman's trees, and so on. These types of plants would actively attack the animals around them. These types of plants had evolved from normal plants and had all kinds of terrifying spell-like abilities. For example, snake vines could bite and entangle their prey like poisonous snakes and release poison. Sir, at this time, the soldiers of a northern battlefront city arrived. Sulin ordered them. There are man-eating plants here. Don't get close to them. Everyone be alert. Don't be ambushed. Man-eating plants? Hearing Sulin's words, the soldiers immediately became nervous. They looked around the plants and scanned the area. Kate looked at the body on the ground with a grim expression. Sir, what kind of plant is this? It swallowed a person in one bite. As a hero that Sulin had discovered from the army, Kate's strength was not outstanding. However, he had sharp instincts on the battlefield and was very suitable to be a commander. Sunwheel flower. Sulin uttered a name. Sir, how do we deal with these plants? Why don't we just set this place on fire and burn it all down? Kate whispered. We brought some kerosene this time. It shouldn't be a problem to set this forest on fire. The surrounding forest was so quiet that it made people's hearts palpitate. The forest in front of him gave him a very dangerous feeling. Sulin shook his head. It's useless. These plants are very resistant to fire. Their roots are underground. If you want to burn them, you'll need a lot of kerosene. Sunwheel flower's ability was not only to ambush and swallow people, but also its fragrance. This kind of plant's fragrance had a very strong hallucinogenic ability. It could make people fall into hallucinations unknowingly and then be controlled by the plant. Sometimes, the number of people was not an advantage for this kind of plant. Sulin flipped his palm, and a sharp sword appeared in his hand. He then moved his body and rushed toward the sunwheel flower. This kind of man-eating plant had a special characteristic, which was that it would become very lazy when digesting its prey after swallowing. At this time, as long as they didn't attack, they wouldn't attack again under normal circumstances. Moreover, when they were digesting food, the reaction of these man-eating plants would also be reduced. Experienced adventurers would prepare some cattle, sheep, and other animals for them to devour. When they were full, they would suddenly attack. As a grade 3 plant, they were very strong. Although they were only rated C+ in the monster guide, if you were careless, the consequences would be unforgettable. No, there might not be a future. This kind of plant's rating was because they had very obvious weaknesses. As long as you knew their weaknesses and made a corresponding attack plan based on their weaknesses, there were still many ways to deal with them. However, as plants, they had one thing in common. Their most fatal weakness was the underground part. Sulin tiptoed and quickly rose up. The sharp sword in his hand slashed toward the sunwheel flower in front of him. The flower-shaped parts on the surface of the man-eating plant were its feeding and digestive organs. The bulging thing that looked like a bag was the body of the Northtown city soldier. As Sulin expected, when Sulin attacked, the sunwheel flower's reaction was much slower. When Sulin's sword stabbed into the stem, the sunwheel flower suddenly attacked. A large number of vines shot out from the ground. Sulin's sharp sword cut horizontally. It was a plant, but it felt like cutting rubber with a knife. The vines broke, and bright red liquid flowed out of the cracks. It looked like blood. These vines were very strong. Although they had been cut off, they kept twisting after falling to the ground. It felt like the tentacles of an octopus were cut off. Whoosh! At this moment, the huge mouth that looked like a sunflower suddenly opened. The huge mouth opened ferociously. Inside the huge petals of the sunwheel flower, there were densely packed dagger-like teeth. If you were bitten by these teeth, you would immediately be torn into pieces. Inside the petals, there were things like blood vessels. Those were channels used to transport nutrients. At this time, the body of the soldier inside was already beyond recognition. At the same time, a bloody smell came, mixed with the smell of acid. It was the digestive fluid secreted by plants to digest their prey. Sulin stabbed a few times, causing some damage to the petals. However, these were not fatal. At the same time, a large number of root-like things suddenly broke out of the ground and surrounded Sulin. Sword skill. Sweep sword skill. Cut iron. 2 streaks of sword light shot out from the sword. The power of the sword light was so great that it directly cut the surrounding plant roots into 2. The roots were cut off, causing severe pain to the sunwheel flower. The sunwheel flower's mouth also involuntarily twisted. Then, the huge petals suddenly opened like a bloody mouth and bit Sulin. However, although it was fast, it was far from enough compared to Sulin. I could be bitten. He slid left and twisted his body. Not only did he avoid the sunwheel flower's attack, but he also took the opportunity to backhand the sunwheel flower's roots. The roots, which were as tough as dragon skin, were not cut off. Sulin moved quickly. He did not withdraw the sword in his hand. Instead, he followed the trace and cut directly. Faced with high-speed cutting, the sunwheel flower's tough roots could no longer withstand it. The ferocious mouth was directly cut off. Even so, the sunwheel flower's mouth did not show any signs of death. Instead, it kept twisting and struggling on the ground. Immediately afterward, a large number of roots broke out of the ground and madly besieged Sulin. These roots directly formed a circle, encircling Sulin in the middle, and then wrapped around him in an instant. There are also many barbs on these roots. If one was wrapped around by them, they would definitely be torn into countless pieces. Thunderstorm spell. Strong lightning burst out from Sulin's body. As the power of lightning was the most likely to trigger negative effects, under such dense lightning, all the sunwheel flower's roots trembled in an instant. Many of the roots were directly electrocuted into charcoal. The strong electric current flowed along the roots into the sunwheel flower's underground part. Even the sunwheel flower's underground part was constantly trembling from the electric current. Not far away, there was a bulge on the ground that was neither big nor small. Seeing this, Sulin's eyes flashed with lightning. Lightning spear. Powerful lightning gathered in Sulin's hand in an instant, forming a spear completely made of lightning. Then he waved his arm. The lightning spear instantly pierced the air, then pierced the soil, and instantly sank into the bulge. A muffled sound of thunder came from the ground under his feet, like winter thunder. Then, the trembling roots on the ground instantly lost their support and fell down one after another. A large amount of lightning jumped back and forth on the ground, and it took a few seconds for it to slowly dissipate. Chapter 236. Ding. Congratulations to the host. You have slain a rank 3 mutant sunflower. You have gained 2,350 experience points. Sulin heaved a sigh of relief when he heard the system notification. The sunflower was not much of a threat to Sulin. What was more troublesome was that its weak point was underground. It would not be easy to kill it. "My lord, are you all right?" Kite asked when he saw that the battle was over. Sulin shook his head. "I'm fine. Take your men and dig out the roots of the sunflower." "Yes, my lord." Kite immediately obeyed and led dozens of soldiers to dig along the roots of the sunflower. Apart from some spearmen who were about to be promoted to the Spear Imperial Guard, the rest of the soldiers were elite spearmen. The expansion of the army required them to participate in several battles to be promoted as soon as possible. While the soldiers were digging, Sulin took a knife and began to deal with the sunflower's mouth part. At this time, the ferocious mouth part had lost its vitality and was lying softly on the ground. Although it looked ferocious and horrible, its pollen was a good magic material. Hallucinogenic pollen could be used to make hallucinogenic potions. It was also added to many potions, such as the Azure Potion. It was a potion used to increase the will of the user. After taking it, the user would see a lot of illusions. The user had to get rid of all the illusions in order to increase the will of the user. It would increase the user's will by about 1 or 2 points. Originally, Su Lun didn't know much about these materials. It was Hathaway who forced him to write them down so that he wouldn't miss them if he didn't know what they were. Su Lin took a small knife and was about to cut the sunflower's mouth part. However, as soon as the knife came close, the sunflower, which had no signs of life, bit at Su Lin. However, Su Lun was already prepared for this situation. He flipped his palm, and a thunderball instantly appeared in his hand. Then, the thunderball collided with the sunwheel flower's mouth, and a powerful thunder power instantly erupted. The sunflower's mouth part kept trembling and twitching. In the end, it stopped moving. The sunflower's mouth part was similar to that of a poisonous snake. Even if it was dead, its head would still attack people who came close. After the lightning attack, the sunflower's mouth part was completely dead. Su Lin then started to collect the pollen. Although the sunflower looked like a flower, it was not. Its pollen was in a pouch above its mouth part. Su Lin searched for a while and cut open the sunflower's mouth part. He found a pouch the size of a fist on the wall. It contained the sunflower's hallucinogenic pollen. After finding the pollen, the rest of the mouth part was cut open. The corpse of the Northtown City soldier that had turned into chunks of flesh was taken out too. Even though it was beyond recognition, the Northtown City would cremate the body into ashes and bury it in the cemetery of martyrs, as he had died in the battle. Although it was time-consuming, it was very important for the soldiers. It also gave the Northtown City soldiers a belief that other armies did not have. In this era, the dead soldiers would be buried on the spot. If they were lucky, they would leave a tombstone. If they were unlucky, there would be nothing left. Moreover, the death pensions of the soldiers were often embezzled. Of course, most of the time, there was no pension at all. Only after winning a battle would the nobles be merciful and take out an extremely small portion of the spoils of war's pension. It was different in the Northtown City. All the soldiers who died in the battle would receive a pension. If they made contributions, the pension would be more. Normally, the Northtown City's pension would be 5 times the annual salary of the soldier, and it would be paid in one lump sum. The payment of the pension was very strict, and Su Lun kept a close eye on it. He didn't want the pension not to fall into the hands of the soldiers' relatives, but to be pocketed by others. Once such a scandal occurred, it would be a great blow to the reputation of Northern Town. Apart from the pension, the Northtown City also treated the families of the martyrs well. For example, the families of the martyrs would not have to pay taxes on their land for 10 years. At the same time, the orphans of the martyrs would be accepted into the school under construction in the Northtown City. At the same time, the City Hall would send officials to the families of the martyrs every year. The Northtown City Army was the most loyal army in the world. The soldiers moved quickly. The root of the sunwheel flower was slowly exposed under the digging. Although Su Lin already knew that the sunwheel flower had a large part underground, he was still shocked. The mouth of the sunwheel flower above the ground was only 1/5 of the mouth of the sunwheel flower underground. As the soil was constantly cleaned, the roots of the sunwheel flower were soon exposed. In the center of the roots of the sunwheel flower was a huge sarcoma, which was the vital part of the sunwheel flower. There was a huge hole in the sarcoma-like thing, and the blood inside had already dried up. However, Su Lin did not care about that. Instead, he began to look for something on the sarcoma-like thing. Soon, Su Lin found an egg-sized red gemstone. It was the most valuable part of the sunwheel flower. Wizards called it the blood essence stone. The stone itself was poisonous. It could cause paralysis and hallucinations. As long as the poison was neutralized, it could be used to make a potion that could permanently increase one's lifespan. A single sunwheel flower could increase a person's lifespan by 10 to 15 years. This was why it was so valuable in the black market. As soon as it appeared, it would be snatched up immediately. Although this world was a fantasy world, for those below the legendary level, their lifespan was still an insurmountable problem. As long as they reached the legendary level, Even a warrior could live up to 200 to 300 years old. Wizards could even live up to 1,000 years. However, most of the legendary warriors did not live to 300 years old. As warriors who fought on the front lines, every one of them had fought their way through mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Injuries were nothing out of the ordinary. However, if they were injured too much when they were young, their lifespan would be affected. The Blood Essence Stone had no effect on legendary wizards. They had better treasures like the Fountain of Youth, Water of Life, and other miraculous items that could greatly increase one's lifespan. However, for nobles, this kind of life-extending potion was very tempting. After all, not many nobles would think that their lifespan was too long. This kind of potion was not very useful to Su Lin. Although he was also a warrior, he was also a wizard. When he reached the legendary level, he had awakened his domain power. Even if he lived according to his normal lifespan, he would still live longer than legendary wizards. Su Lin did not plan to use it himself. Instead, he planned to let Hathaway make the potion and sell it. If this thing appeared in the auction house, he was sure that the nobles would give him a satisfactory price. After putting away the Blood Essence Stone, Su Lin ordered the soldiers to burn the roots of the Sun Wheel flower and then ordered the army to withdraw from the forest. If there were more mutant plants similar to the Sun Wheel flower in the forest, these soldiers would not be able to do much. Therefore, he planned to explore alone. After ordering Kate to defend the camp, Su Lin entered the forest alone. This forest was very strange. There were not even many insects. Although the plants looked lush, there was a sense of eeriness. At this time, it was already a little dark, and the light in the forest was even worse. Su Lin blessed himself with an invisibility spell, and then went around from the side. As he passed through the thorny forest, there were many strange trees and flowers around him. Their bodies were obviously larger than ordinary plants, a bit like an ancient primitive forest. Su Lin deliberately touched these plants a few times with something, and the whole plant moved a little, but these plants did not attack. Maybe these plants did not need to eat yet. Su Lin even found a plant similar to a willow tree. The plant had many vines that swayed with the wind. It looked normal, but Su Lin, who had read the monster guide, recognized it at a glance. It was a Karo man's tree. When this plant did not attack, it was no different from a normal plant. However, when it attacked, its numerous vines would immediately wrap around the target like snakes. It would also secrete a large amount of hallucinogenic and paralyzing liquid to paralyze the target. At the same time, it would also inject digestive fluid into the target. The organs and even the bones of the target would melt into liquid and be absorbed by the Kraman's tree. Although this plant was ferocious, it was a very good material for wizards. Wizards would often deliberately plant this kind of thing. The Kraman's tree trunk was very magical, and it was a good material for making magic staffs. The hallucinogenic fluid it secreted was also a supplementary material for some magic potions. Su Lin looked at the Kraman's tree in front of him and frowned. He muttered, "A Kraman's tree? Is it wild or planted here on purpose?" After hesitating for a while, Su Lin did not attack the tree. Instead, he carefully went around it. After going around the Kraman's tree, Su Lin continued to go deeper into the forest. Soon, a large field of lavender flowers appeared in front of him. After quietly approaching, Su Lin realized that this field of flowers did not seem to grow naturally. Instead, it seemed to be artificially cultivated. Although the flowers were not trimmed, he could still see some traces left behind. After getting closer, Su Lin also recognized the flowers planted in this field of flowers. These purple flowers were all Dachira flowers. Su Lin felt that these flowers were alive. Chapter 237. Tulips? That's not right. Why are tulips purple? Seeing such a large sea of flowers, Sullen's brows wrinkled. Who would plant tulips here? Ordinary tulips alone were not fatal, but they emitted a special kind of poison. People who stayed in this sea of flowers for a while would be poisoned. They would feel dizzy and nauseous. If they did not leave in time, they would fall into a coma and become fertilizer for this sea of flowers. The purple tulips in front of him were obviously not ordinary. If Sulin guessed correctly, their poison was stronger and more violent. Although this sea of flowers was luxuriant, it seemed that no one had taken care of it for a long time. Sulin found a lot of things like flower seeds on the ground near the sea of flowers. It should be for some reason that these flower seeds did not take root and germinate. In some places, the growth of the flowers was obviously messy. Sulin also found that behind this sea of flowers, he could vaguely see the outline of some broken buildings. However, it should be because the weathering was too severe. It was impossible to distinguish their original appearance. Sulin's heart became more and more excited. It was obvious that this was a ruin that had not been excavated. Sulin observed for a while and did not find the entrance of the ruin. However, this was a normal phenomenon. Not all ruins had an entrance. Some ruins that were severely damaged only had some broken walls. Many ruins were actually excavated by various adventurer teams. Of course, there were still many dangers in these ruins. Sulin did not act rashly. However, just as he was about to return, he suddenly saw that the weathered wall at the edge of the sea of flowers was a little different. Sulin carefully avoided these plants and observed from the side. Spatial folds. Sulin's expression was a little surprised. The abnormality looked like a piece of paper that had been wrinkled from the side. It looked very strange. Is this the wizard's secret realm? Sulin suddenly thought of a possibility. Thinking of this, Sulin felt that his guess was correct. However, to be sure, he still needed a professional to take a look. Sulin did not continue to move. The secret realm of sorcerers was a masterpiece of the ancient sorcerers. Those ancient sorcerers were well versed in the knowledge of space, planes, and other things. After some research, they created a kind of magical technology. During the period of the Arcane Empire, the technology of the wizard's secret realm was developed to its peak. Some powerful wizards even opened up a plane as their own territory. There were also wizards who found a half-plane in the astral world and linked it to the main material world. Secret realms also varied in size. The first secret realms used spatial magic to hide some areas of the prime material plane. These kinds of secret realms were the most common, and the space inside was also the smallest. As for secret realms that used semi-planes or entire planes to transform them, they were now very rare. Moreover, it was very likely that there were ancient and dangerous creatures in the secret realm. There might even be all sorts of magical traps. If he wasn't prepared, it was very likely that he would fail miserably. Some secret realms even had magical pets or magical beasts left behind by the ancient adepts. It was important to know that some magical beasts had a very long lifespan, and many magical beasts would use a long period of dormancy to delay the aging of life. Who knew if there were such monsters in the secret realms that had been closed for thousands of years or even longer? If they were unlucky, there might be a giant dragon. Even if it was the weakest white dragon among the 5-color dragons, thousands of years was enough for it to grow into an ancient dragon. In the face of a giant dragon of this level, the average legendary strongman would be a piece of cake. After a round of investigation, Sulin returned to the camp outside the forest. At this time, Carter had almost built the camp. When Sulin returned to the camp, he immediately sent someone back to inform Hathaway to come as soon as possible. After suspecting that there was a secret realm here, Sulin began to block the news. Once the news about the appearance of the secret realm of sorcerers spread, all the sorcerers on the continent would come back to explore. At that time, even Sulin would be powerless to stop it. Although he was now a legendary strongman, there were many legendary strongmen on the continent. A secret realm that had never been discovered. The resources in it were enough to make these legendary strongmen excited. In a moment, all the soldiers were sent out to clear the monsters in the wasteland. No monsters or people were allowed to come close to the forest. After waiting in the camp for a day, Sulin saw Hathaway rushing over the next day. "Where is the secret realm? Take me there quickly." Hathaway saw Sulin and did not have time to rest. She immediately asked about the secret realm. The secret realm will always be there. It won't run away. Calm down first. Seeing Hathaway's state, Sulen had to force her to calm down. She was not suitable to explore the ruins in her current state. After hearing Sullen's advice, Hathaway finally calmed down and began to rest. At the same time, she prepared various items for the exploration. It was not until the third day that Sulen brought Hathaway to the Thorn Forest. The two quickly arrived at the place where Sulen killed the Sunwheel Flower. After arriving, Hathaway began to cast various spells on them. Invisibility, hide tracks, eliminate scent, energy shield, elemental resistance, poison resistance, bear's endurance, cat's grace. A series of support spells were released from Hathaway's hands. Sulen could clearly feel that his strength had increased by a notch. Hathaway, who was already a third-rank wizard, had no problem casting these spells. The two then followed the path that Sulen took last time and went deep into the forest. As soon as they entered, Hathaway quickly noticed the difference. This is the moon soul grass. This is the blood-sucking thorn. This is the ghost flower. The plants that Sulen did not recognize last time were easily recognized by Hathaway. She was very excited. There are so many magical plants here, Hathaway said excitedly. There was nothing strange about this forest before. I don't know what happened, but there was a sudden change recently, Sulen said as he walked. This place was not too far away from Northgard City. It was about 50 kilometers. In the past, nothing strange had happened here. It had only appeared in the past 1 or 2 months. Hathaway thought for a moment and said, I think it has something to do with the elemental tide. This place has something to do with the elemental tide? Sulen's eyes widened. Hathaway ran her fingers through her hair and said, Yes, the elemental tide. The eruption of the elemental tide was a bit sudden. According to what you said, this mystery plane has not been repaired for at least 1 or 2,000 years. The sudden surge of elemental energy has caused problems with the operation of the energy nodes in the mystery plane. The energy core might have been damaged due to years of disrepair. The spatial array covering the secret realm also showed some flaws because of this. Then, the demonic plants, flower fields, and other plants that were originally in the secret realm were exposed. You should be able to feel it. The elemental energy in this forest is very dense. It's much denser than the other places outside. I suspect that the mystery plane was exposed because of the sudden increase in elemental energy due to the appearance of the elemental tide. The energy transmission system in the mystery plane could not withstand the sudden increase in elemental energy. Looks like we have the elemental tide to thank, Sulen said with a smile. Don't be happy too early. Although the mystery plane has appeared, it's not easy to go in and get the benefits. None of the ruins left behind by the ancient wizards are easy to deal with. The best equipment for exploring a mystery plane was to have a lucky companion. Under normal circumstances, it would be a halfling rogue. Halfling rogues were very popular in exploration because of their short stature, flexible bodies, keen intuition, and generally better luck than the average person. It would be even better if they had attributes similar to the treasure-hunting mouse. Soon, the two arrived at the sea of flowers that Sulen found last time. The purple sea of flowers swayed with the wind, looking like a purple ocean. So many purple tulips. Hathaway was very surprised when she saw the sea of flowers in front of her. These tulips give me the feeling that they are alive, Sulen said. Hathaway nodded and said, They are indeed alive. These are activated plants. These activated plants are generally the outer layer of the mystery plane, and the fruits they produce after they mature are also materials for refining magic potions. Also, don't you think this sea of flowers is very beautiful? It's like a fish eating 3 fish, Sulen said. Then how do we get in? There's no good way. We can only force our way in. And even if we know the password to pass through here, these magical plants have changed several times. It's a problem whether the password is still valid. After all this time, we still have to force it. Sulen rolled up his sleeves and was ready to do it. Don't do that. Seeing that Sulen was about to do it, Hathaway immediately pulled him back. I already checked just now. The runic magic circle here has basically lost its effect. These tulips will only attack based on instinct. This way, it'll be much easier. If the original runic magic circle was still there, these tulips would be equivalent to 1. At that time, it would naturally be difficult to deal with. After Sulin and Hathaway cast a defensive spell, they entered the Sea of Flowers. As soon as they entered, Sulin smelled a strong floral fragrance, and a faint singing sound appeared in his ears. The tulips in the Sea of Flowers drifted with the wind, and the surrounding branches and leaves were like sharp blades that quickly cut the two of them. The energy shield in front of the two of them frequently collided with each other. The energy shield firmly blocked all these attacks, but the system's prompt kept ringing in his ears. The host is attacked by the knockout fragrance, forcibly conducting a constitution test. Constitution test passed. The host is attacked by the mind, forcibly conducting a spirit test. Spirit test passed. Chapter 238. Sullen's body was already tall, and with Hathaway's support, the attacks launched by the surrounding purple tulips didn't pose too much of a threat to the two. Sulin brandished his sword and kept cutting off the branches and leaves of the purple tulips. After being attacked, the attacks of the purple tulips weakened a lot. Hathaway took out a small pouch and grabbed some powder from it. She chanted some incantation and scattered the powder. The purple tulips that were still attacking the two suddenly slowed down. After a while, the attacks completely disappeared. The surrounding purple tulips were like drunkards, swaying and not moving. What is this? Sullen's eyes lit up. This is hypnotic powder. All right, let's leave quickly. Plants have a high resistance to hypnosis. They will wake up soon, Hathaway urged. Sulin nodded, then pulled Hathaway and quickly walked towards the depths of the Sea of Flowers. Along the way, Hathaway kept sprinkling hypnotic powder on the surrounding purple tulips. Soon, the two passed through the Sea of Flowers. Behind the Sea of Flowers were some buildings that had been severely weathered. These buildings should have been heavily damaged. There were still some traces left on the ruins. Sulin found some wrinkles on the wall nearby. Sulin went over to take a look, but there was nothing special. It should be just an ordinary spatial wrinkle. After arriving here, the two didn't rush forward. Instead, they first searched the ruins. They didn't know if it was because the destruction was too thorough, but there was nothing valuable here. After finding nothing, the two began to enter the depths of the ruins. After arriving here, Sulin clearly felt that the space here was a bit strange. There was a strange membrane separating them from the outside world. After entering the secret realm, there were a lot more buildings inside, and many of them were relatively well preserved. Be careful. Although it seems that no one has been here for a long time, some runic magic circles are still operating normally. Don't touch their defense mechanism, Hathaway said after observing for a while. Sulin nodded gently, then asked, Hathaway, can you tell what period this secret realm is from? Looking at the style of these buildings, some of them seem to be from the later period of the Arcane Kingdom. However, the secret realms of the later period of the Arcane Kingdom are generally based on half-bit walls or artificial bit walls. Secret realms like this that fold space directly are rarely used. The difficulty of building a secret realm that uses this kind of space-folding technology is much lower, and the value inside will be much lower, so you have to be mentally prepared. But it's not without benefits. If the level of the ruins is low, the level of danger inside will naturally be low. Even if we find those secret realms made by semi-planes or even planes, we can only look at them. Secret realms of that level are very dangerous. Hathaway, do you know how to use the space folding technology? How about we also build a secret realm in Northtown? Sulin looked at the secret realm in front of him and said, the technology of creating a secret realm has been lost. Maybe some large wizard schools still have it. Our school doesn't have the information about the construction of a secret realm. Moreover, it costs an astronomical amount of money and resources to build a secret realm. Hathaway shook her head and said, then see if you could try to control this secret realm. This secret realm doesn't look small, and the degree of damage isn't too high. It would be better if it could be repaired. I'll try. Hathaway looked at the secret realm. She was also very interested in it. Sulin looked around, then walked to a relatively intact building not far away. The materials used in these buildings looked very ordinary, but after so many years, they were still not completely damaged. It was obvious that the hardening spell had been cast on them. Sulin gently pushed the door open. A huge cloud of dust flew into the air. He quickly took a step back and summoned a wind elemental to sweep the dust away. The house was empty. Aside from a pile of decaying furniture, there was nothing else. There were no monsters or corpses inside, either. Just as Su Luan was about to turn around and leave, he suddenly seemed to have discovered something. He went directly to one of the walls, reached out, and gently knocked on it a few times. A hollow sound came from the wall. There's something in there. Su Luan's eyes lit up. He immediately picked up the long sword and stabbed it into the wall. Then with a gentle stroke, the wall was pried open. There was a hole in the wall, and there was a small lockbox in it. Sulin picked up the box and looked at it. He then signaled Hathaway to step back while he took out a wire to pry open the lock. Sulin had done this kind of job many times before. After all, he often went over walls to pry open locks. He talked about life with the noble ladies and young ladies and imparted his knowledge to them. His lockpicking skills had long been practiced to first class. Some of the old thieves were not as good as him. Not only was he good at picking locks, but he was also very good at picking the heart locks of the noble ladies and young ladies. He used to be the guardian knight of several young ladies. "It's locked. Let me open it," Sulin said confidently. "Kacha! Kacha!" After a while, Sulin fiddled with the wire back and forth in the lock cylinder, but the lock could not be opened. Sulin felt a thin layer of sweat on his head. What's going on? Are the locks of the arcane empire so powerful? Kacha! There was a soft sound. The lock on the box had been broken by Sulin. It turned out that this kind of thing had been stored for thousands of years, and the internal structure had long rusted away. Sulin inadvertently used too much force and broke the lock directly. After opening the box, Sulin did not open it immediately. This kind of box was generally set with a magic trap. Once it was opened, it would suddenly spray out effects such as strong acid, crossbow arrows, lightning, poisonous smoke, and so on. This kind of trap was impossible to guard against, so it was not wrong to be cautious. He put the box on the ground and carefully opened it. Sulin's body tensed up, and he was ready to dodge at any time without triggering any mechanism. Just as Sulin was about to relax, a flash of light came, followed by an acid arrow that was not as thick as a finger. Sulin's body flashed, and he easily dodged it. The acid arrow flew less than 20 centimeters and fell to the ground weakly. A normal acid arrow was more than 10 times stronger than this one, and it could fly very far. However, considering that this trap had been there for so long, it could still be activated. This in itself showed that the person who set the trap was very skilled. After dodging the acid arrow, Sulin picked up the box. There was not much in the box, only a few colorful gems. There was a ruby and a sapphire that were the size of a pigeon's egg and of good quality. There was also a crystal bottle beside it, but the liquid in the bottle had long dried up, leaving only some brown powder at the bottom. "Here you go." Sulin handed the ruby and sapphire to Hathaway. Hathaway reached out and took the gems. Her beautiful big eyes were smiling like crescent moons. She took out a handkerchief and wiped the gems clean, then put them away with a smile. Sure enough, women were like dragons, unable to resist the temptation of these shiny gems. With the first building's facade already having such a harvest, the two's interest in treasure hunting was even higher. Following that, the dozen or so buildings that were still intact were all swept clean. Even the walls and floors were searched, but their harvest was not much. They only found a well-preserved magic scroll in one of the rooms. There were 5 hexagram symbols on the left side of this magic scroll, indicating that this magic scroll recorded a level 5 spell. A level 5 spell was still very valuable. If bought from a wizard, it would cost about 300 to 500 kinar. He handed the magic scroll to Hathaway. Hathaway opened the scroll and looked at it, but after a few glances, Hathaway frowned. There were many runes on this level 5 spell that she had never seen before, and the runes on it were even more complicated than a level 6 spell. Although she did not recognize this magic scroll, it did not mean that she could not learn it. As long as she learned these new runes and released them, she would be able to master this spell. The only problem was that it would be more difficult to learn. After harvesting 2 gems and a level 5 spell scroll, Sulin and Selena left the ruins of the building and continued to go deeper into the secret realm. Soon, the two arrived near farmland. At this time, the farmland had long been deserted, and only some plants grew sporadically in some places. After getting closer, Hathaway's eyes lit up. She immediately recognized that these were all magical plants. However, there was a layer of runic circle outside the farmland. Seeing the situation, Sulin and Hathaway directly used brute force to break it. Fortunately, the runic circle had not been maintained for a long time, and its power had dropped to the extreme. Hathaway hit it with a fireball, and the runic circle kept flickering. After a few consecutive fireballs, finally, with a soft sound, the runic circle flickered a few times and dimmed completely. Without the runic circle, Sulin and Selena entered the farmland. This farmland should have been used to grow all kinds of magical plants. Later, maybe because of war or other reasons, all the magical plants here are harvested. Those magical plants that were still growing now should be the seeds that accidentally fell during the harvest. These seeds later took root and grew in the farmland. The farmland in front of them covered a vast area of hundreds of acres. Some magical plants grew sporadically in it. Sulin and Hathaway did not continue to explore the ruins and left to harvest these magical plants. Although there were not many of these magical plants, their quality was very high. They had been growing for at least a few hundred years. Many of them were even almost extinct now. Chapter 239. Around these farms, Sulin also found some broken crystal pillars with many runes engraved on them. After careful identification, Hathaway found that the runes engraved on them were used for scouting, monitoring, and changing the surrounding environment. In the era of the Arcane Empire, the Arcanist could use spells to monitor the growth of the magic plants at all times and change the surrounding growth environment according to the needs of the magic plants. Sulin even suspected that this work didn't need anyone to intervene. Under these crystal pillars, Sulin also found energy channels used to transmit magical energy. However, many of the channels were broken, and the energy inside was almost dry. Intruders detected. Intruders detected. Counterattack triggered. Eliminate the intruders. Body recharging. Insufficient energy. Activating reserve energy. Activating reserve energy. Activating counterattack. Mission instruction. Eliminate the intruders. The cold mechanical voice suddenly sounded. A ray of light swept across a well-preserved crystal pillar next to them, followed by the sound of heavy footsteps. In the distance, a faint red light lit up in the gray fog, and some tall black shadows walked out of the fog. It was a few tall, fully constructed puppets. These fully constructed puppets were different from the ones that were popular among the wizards. They were painted in black and had a metallic luster, giving them a heavy feeling. Steel golems? Seeing the fully constructed puppets in front of him, Sulin recognized them at a glance. The leading steel golem gave Sulin a feeling that it was very similar to the original version of Iron Man's armor in his previous life. One or two of the steel golems were damaged, which should be the traces of a battle. Target found. Attack. After finding Sulin and Hathaway, the leading steel golem instantly aimed its arm at the two of them. Then, its palms separated and a black hole appeared in front of them. A burst of energy instantly burst out. Sulin's expression changed. Without thinking, he pulled Hathaway aside and dodged. Boom! Boom! A few consecutive energy blasts hit the place where the two of them were standing just now. A 4 or 5 meter deep crater was blasted out of the ground, and a mushroom cloud rose in the explosion. F*CK. So powerful. Sulen sucked in a breath of cold air when he saw the craters on the ground. Then, global warming. Every single one of these magic golems was more powerful than a great fireball, and if they fired continuously, they would be able to bombard the ground. This kind of magic golems could easily wipe out an entire army. Lightning Spear. A spear made entirely of lightning appeared in Sullen's hand. In the next second, the lightning spear streaked across the sky and instantly hit the steel golem at the front. The powerful lightning energy melted the steel golem's chest into molten iron, and a large amount of lightning energy instantly burst out. The entire steel golem was covered in lightning. The steel golem's red eyes flickered back and forth a few times before slowly extinguishing. The steel golem, that weighed several tons, crashed to the ground. The other steel golems turned their arms and fired their energy cannons at the two of them. High-risk target detected. Prioritize high-risk target. The remaining steel golems all aimed at Sulen and fired energy cannons one after another. Seeing this situation, Hathaway's hands flickered and released spells one after another. Slow. Energy shield. Haste. Chain of fireballs. A flash of light enveloped the steel golems, and the already somewhat slow steel golems became even slower. A translucent energy shield rose from Sullen's body, and his already fast speed increased again. 5 fireballs appeared next to Hathaway. In the next second, these fireballs drew an arc and hit 3 steel golems. The flash of light dissipated, and to the two of them's surprise, the golems were actually unharmed, only a little damaged on the surface of their steel. What a high magic defense! Sulen slid, his figure flashed, and went around the golem from the side. Then, he took a big stride forward and slashed at the golem's leg joint with the sharp sword in his hand. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out. The steel golem's body shook slightly, and a deep sword mark appeared on its leg joint. Sullen's feet moved quickly, and he dodged the steel golem's sweep. In the next second, his body had already turned to the other side. At the same time, the sharp sword in his hand didn't stop at all, and he kept slashing at the steel golem's leg. Sparks flew, and soon, the steel golem's leg joint became scarred. Crack! With a soft sound, the already scarred joint could no longer withstand the attack, and suddenly broke. The steel golem that had lost a leg could no longer maintain its balance, and its heavy body fell to the ground with a bang. Freezing Beam. 3 Hathaway took advantage of the moment when Sulen was fighting with the golem and quickly summoned 3 icy blue rays. The blue rays instantly hit the 3 steel golems, and the steel golems, which had already been slowed down by the slow spell, became even slower. Sulen didn't let go of the opportunity. With a sweep of the sword in his hand, he cut off the leg joints of the 3 steel golems. After losing the ability to move, these steel golems all became targets. Soon, Sulen easily cut off their energy centers. After losing the energy centers, the red eyes of the steel golems flickered a few times and slowly extinguished. Sulen breathed a long sigh of relief and threw away the long sword in his hand that had turned into a sawtooth. Damn, these golems are really hard. Next time, I must change to a better weapon. Without a suitable weapon, this thing is like dismantling a mech with bare hands. Hathaway, can you make these golems? My current alchemy level is not enough, and these steel golems from the Arcane Empire are more difficult to make than the ones that are circulating now. I need to take them back and disassemble them. Hathaway shook her head with a wry smile. The craftsmanship of these golems was much more powerful than the steel golems in her school. Sulen got up and came near these steel golems. Then, he found the best preserved and lightest damaged steel golems and put them away with the storage parachute. As for the other golems, they could only be left here now. Although Sullen's storage space was large, it was very difficult to fit one in. The steel golems in front of him were basically identical in appearance. They were not the products of handmade workshops at all. Sulin suspected that these steel golems were like the products of an assembly line. The challenge rating of these steel golems was about level 13. Sulin could solve them so easily. Part of the reason was his own strength. The other part was that these golems lacked energy. Otherwise, these golems would have been attacking with energy balls. That kind of intensive energy cannon storm. Even Sulin would have to temporarily avoid the spearhead. The two of them simply packed up their spoils of war and continued to walk deeper into the secret territory. After passing through the farmland, they soon saw a lake. The lake water was clear, but it was dead silent inside. After being sealed for such a long time, the ecology of the lake water had long been destroyed. After searching here for a while, Sulin only found a few lotus seeds in the soil. The lotus seeds were well preserved and should be able to germinate. Hathaway was going to go back and try to plant them. Bypassing the lake, a large number of buildings appeared in front of them. However, these buildings were seriously damaged. There were broken walls everywhere. Many of the buildings were directly erased, leaving only some large pits on the ground. Sulin picked up a piece of gravel and examined it. The gravel on the ground was all made of obsidian. The obsidian that was blessed with hard transformation was destroyed to this extent. It could be imagined how fierce the battle that took place here was. Although most of the buildings in the ruins were seriously damaged, the castle in the middle was still mostly preserved. After a simple search outside for a while, the two entered the castle. The castle was a mess. Several steel golems were scattered on the ground. These steel golems were seriously damaged. Many of them were rusted. Obviously, they had been scrapped. In addition to the steel golems, there was a large number of skeletons. However, after a long time, except for a few skeletons, most of the skeletons had become broken. In addition to human skeletons, there were many obviously thicker orc skeletons. There are also some skeletons that should be giants. Seeing the skeletons everywhere, Sulin could imagine how fierce the battle had been here. Bypassing these skeletons, Sulin walked into the castle. There were skeletons everywhere along the way. Sulin followed these skeletons. Sulin soon found the control center of this secret realm. In a well-preserved room in this castle, Sulin saw a place that looked like a control room. 6 thick metal pillars were engraved with a large number of runic magic circles. Next to this runic magic circle was a huge crystal curtain wall. However, this crystal curtain wall was now cracked into a spider web. Around this room, the battle was also the most intense. A large number of weapons were discarded on the ground. Sulin picked up a curved sword. The enchantment on the curved sword had lost its effect after thousands of years. Even the material had become rusty. Weapons of this level had lost their repair value. In the end, they could only be reforged. Most of the weapons here were in this state. Only a few high-level enchanted weapons still had some enchantment effect. However, if they wanted to continue using them, they had to find an alchemist master to repair them. Kacha! A noise came from the room, and an undead aura appeared. Skeletons swayed as they stood up. Sulin glanced at them, but didn't pay them any attention. In this secret land that had been closed for thousands of years, and with so many people dead and injured, it was normal for some undead to be born. However, because of the environment, it was very difficult to produce high-level undead. Some low-level ghosts and skeletons were easily dealt with. You're tuning in to the Eternal Immortal Ballad YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.